Let's go. Hello, my friends. Hi. Get in. Look at that Discord. Look what it's doing. Wait, why is the YouTube chat window is the it's got a new feature. I don't want that. Fuck off. Go away. Thank you. Wow. Unbelievable. All right. You guys are so aggressive. What the fuck? Stop talking about my interlocutor in such a nasty ass fashion. Brr. All right, this thing will fix itself. This Discord's going to fix itself. I trust. I believe. We also have a pretty good bit of content for the next part of the stream. It's going to be Pierce Morgan and Fuentes are live debating. Ooh. Now, are we going to see streamer Fuentes or podcast Fuentes? I wonder, because Pierce is going to have the clips. He's going to be armed and dangerous. He's going to want to know Fuentes' views on World War II, because Pierce Morgan really cares about defending the sanctity of Winston Churchill. Have you seen Dropsite's new Hamas tweet? Nope. Don't they have a lot of those? Isn't that just normal for them? Send it to me on Discord. Hang on, Nick. Let's go. I don't know where this tweet is. I haven't really been trying to not look at Twitter while I've been preparing. Oh, they were denying the Bebas. Oh, that one. Yeah, I saw the article that they're pulling it from. The article they're pulling it from doesn't say anything about who killed the Bebas kids. It's just saying that Israel knew it wasn't Hamas. Also, it wasn't PIJ, it was Mujahideen brigades. Dipshit. Fucking moron. But the original article they're getting that claim from the ex hostage chief, or whatever, it doesn't, like, there's nothing groundbreaking in there at all. The claim comes from Quds. Yeah, but the Quds claim is just ripped off of the Ynet interview with that guy, with that hostage chief. And it does not say anything about it. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything damning at all. It's just like, oh, they knew that it wasn't Hamas, so they spoke up to Hamas to get the body back. But fuck knows, man. The way they did it was crazy. I didn't actually see how they did the manipulation, because there's only one, it's like one short paragraph on Bebas Kids. Not the Bebas one, the one where they denied that Hamas were purging critics. Okay. Did Kunzler add you on Discord? He said he's going to. He hasn't done it yet, I don't think. Unless he accepted my one. I don't know. All good. See you soon. All right. Is the debate IP as a whole, or one or two states versus two? Oh, it's yeah, it's two-state solution, and it's also about colonialism. I think he wants to talk about. Although I don't think I don't know if he knows my position, which is odd because I thought he made a video about it. But who knows? Who knows? Where is? Do you think this is going to be a crazy aggressive debate, Loner? Well, I don't really choose to make debates aggressive or not. I just tend to wait and see how they're going to talk to me. And if they decide to go aggressive, then I'll do it back. But otherwise, nah. And the Pierce Fuentes debate is an hour after the debate starts. So that's going to be just back to back, I guess. I don't know if I'll be talking to this guy for more than an hour. Maybe. We didn't say a time scale. Ooh.
So the mass killing in Sudan.
It is really frustrating though, because I feel like regardless of whether or not Chris wants to be good faith or not, like all I have to do is say one wrong thing and these guys will just fucking blast clips all around their little sphere. And whereas they can get away with saying like 50 wrong things and no one will care, like it won't spread, it won't like matter to them. So I don't know, it is irritating when that happens. But part of the game, eh? Well, you leave out that Israel created Hamas in the debate again. True. So manipulative. What is this? Sudan death toll. Actually fucking massive. Okay. Big news. Whoa! Is it moderated? No. Whatever.
And is continuing, with new reports suggesting that 60,000 people have been murdered by the Rapid Support Forces in just the last few weeks. And
60,
satellite imagery that we're going to show in today's video appears to show the burning of bodies in large pits, likely the RSF trying to destroy evidence of this massacre. And unfortunately, the number killed is likely to go higher, as 150,000 residents of El Fasher still remain unaccounted for. Now, The Guardian published an article just yesterday saying that 6 weeks after the RSF seized the city of El Fasher, corpses have been gathered together in scores of piles to await burial in mass graves or cremated in huge pits. With the capital of North Darfur state still sealed off to outsiders, including UN war crimes investigators, satellite evidence has revealed a network of newly dug incineration and burial pits thought to be for the disposal of large numbers of bodies. They quote British politician Sarah Champion, who said that members received a private briefing on Sudan, which one of the academics stated that their low estimate is 60,000 people have been killed there in the last few weeks. They added that as many as 150,000 residents of El Fasher remain unaccounted for, and they are not thought to have left the city. They add that no expert or agency has been able to explain the whereabouts of the tens of thousands of residents who have been missing since El Fasher fell to the Rapid Support Forces after a brutal 500-day starvation siege on October 26th. Now, the RSF, as soon as this reporting started coming out, said that they would immediately allow in international agencies and aid organizations. That still does not appear to have taken place 6 weeks after the fact. The Guardian says RSF officials had pledged to allow the UN into El Fasher to deliver aid and investigate atrocities. But as of now, those organizations are still on the outskirts of the town.
Bill Maher versus Anna Kasparian is one of the... Fuck off, man. So they're basing this on satellite imagery and the number of people who are missing. It's always interesting. Whenever people come up with these like fairly... just like big sensational death tolls, like it's good asking where they got it from, because obviously people can use all kinds of odd methods to make these numbers go higher. If it's coming from missing persons, limited activity, and also just like no acknowledgement that people have fled, I don't really know what the flaws are behind that methodology. Like, are there any? Or obviously one flaw would be just like it's not it's like a compromise. It's just it's obviously not the main method you'd choose if you had access to the area, but
able to move forward. A UN source said, quote, "There needs to be a security assessment before we can plan on sending assistance. Right now, there is no guarantee of safe passage or protection of civilians, aid workers, or humanitarian assets." In fact, Nathaniel Raymond, the director of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, as the killing continues, like there were reports last night of artillery shelling in some areas of El Fasher, said, quote, "It's beginning to look a lot like a slaughterhouse." Now, to give you an idea of the scope of the killing, we have some comments here from Raymond speaking just a few days ago about what his team at the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab has identified and tracked so far in El Fasher.
When it fell, we could see the street filled overnight with 1.3 meter to 2 meter objects. And they were in C shape, J shape, or L shape. That's because when you shoot someone and you look at them from space when they get shot, they'll fall in the fetal position or on their knees. And so we saw trucks with 50 cal machine guns, and we would see half-meter red discoloration on the ground, and that was blood. And we think we got a call, this is where I'll end, we had a ground network, we think they're all dead now. Our ground guys call us on Monday after the fall, and in the morning they say 1,200 of our family members and friends are dead. By that evening, they say 10,000. By Tuesday, we never got them on the phone again.
Now, I think it's worth showing some of the work here done by the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. I will link their full report in the description below, as well as their profile on X, where they continue to keep everyone updated on this developing situation. But this is some satellite imagery they shared in a recent report. We're going to run through a couple of these. The first, they show empty markets and the report is titled "Empty Markets: Ongoing Body Disposal in El Fasher." The first one here, my apologies for the pronunciation, Daraja Ola in El Fasher. They say analysis of satellite imagery collected between 9 and 13 November over the Daraja Ola neighborhood shows the new presence of an actively burning pile on 13 November that was not present in 12 November imagery. Newly present at this location are two ground disturbances and scarring, displaying signatures consistent with charred remains. It's pretty wild that here we are 6 weeks later, still relying on satellite imagery. Thank God we have this degree of satellite imagery.
You want me to change the stream time to EST? Fuck you guys. Wow. Do your own research. That's what I say. 4 p.m. GMT / 5 p.m. EST. No, 11 a.m. What the fuck did I say 5 p.m.? Okay. I think it's 11. I don't know. Sometimes the difference between, sometimes it's 4 hours, sometimes it's 5. Don't care.
It's publicly available.
Fuck off.
But the reason we're having to rely on this, and Raymond talked about this in some other clips, is all of their sources on the ground have gone quiet. They're probably dead at this point. So they're not getting any first-person accounting. The RSF, for the most part, has stopped publishing any videos of their atrocities that they were in the opening hours and days of this attack. So it's all based off of what we can see from above. They show another one here, Al Saudi Hospital in El Fasher. They say analysis of satellite imagery collected on 17 November shows the new presence of white objects in a hole dug on the western side of the Al Saudi Hospital. This hole has been previously observed with white objects placed in its center, subsequently lit on fire, and burned to ash multiple times throughout November 2025. The imagery below shows white objects' presence in the hole on 9 November, with charred ashen remains visible on 13 November. The imagery collected on 17 November shows more white objects placed in the hole. They look at Defso Market in El Fasher, where they say no current pattern of life observed compared to prior years and 2023 baseline. This one's creepy because we've got a couple here talking about pattern of life where you're just going to see there's nobody in the city. Now, they have a caveat saying it's entirely possible that all of this activity...
They're talking about vegetation growth that's abnormal. They're talking about vehicle presences. I think one of the previous photos was market. So they're just looking at what? Just the street activity. Okay.
Is happening in areas where the satellites can't detect, right? A little bit of overhead cover and you can't see the people, but it's a marked difference.
Did Mandela die in prison? No. He died long after he got out of prison.
Between these two. And, you know, with the backdrop of bodies likely being burned and the first person accounts from the opening days of so many people being killed, a likely takeaway here is that the people are not coming out or cannot come out as so many have been killed, wounded, or driven away. Defso Market here, they say when comparing imagery from August to November 2025, the market appears to have increased vegetation overgrowth and lacks visible activity, including persons, vehicles, and carts near the market. Although market activity has decreased throughout the conflict, vegetation overgrowth visible in September to November 2025 imagery is abnormally high compared to prior years during the same period. And they also looked at the Mawashi market, a livestock market, where they say market activity in satellite imagery collected on 17 November, there is no current pattern of life visible at or near the livestock market compared to a 2023 baseline activity. although it is possible the activity within the covered market occurs where satellites cannot detect. There are no visible patterns of life in open areas.
Would they ever send peacekeepers in? If you're in this area, probably not, because a peacekeeper can't really do much against an entire ass fucking de facto army. Like they basically set up a parallel government now, the RSF. Peacekeepers can't really. You would need to have the UN agreeing to like a Security Council resolution. They'd have to agree to, which is already out the window, because I think I think Russia has an interest in this area with one of these groups, at least. And then you've got to think about Chapter 6 versus Chapter 7. Like they're going to have to endorse like a use of force, and then you're going to have to get enough countries that are willing to volunteer enough people to take on the RSF in this fucking city. And it's going to be like, it would be urban fighting as well. I'm guessing these guys like in the RSF would just not allow, they wouldn't want peacekeepers coming in to look around. So it's very unlikely you're going to get peacekeepers here.
Again, it's not crazy that the patterns of life in an area decrease over time, especially as the fighting is ongoing. But what you're going to see I would recommend downloading or going to the website to look at some of these images. There's nobody there. There's no cars. There's no carts. There's no animals. There's nothing. It is a ghost town. Now, while it's believed that most of the civilians were not able to evacuate El Fasher, we did have imagery and first-person accounts of people that did make their way out of the besieged town. Reuters talks about the experiences of some of those as they were shaken down and sometimes murdered if they couldn't pay a ransom. Reuters says Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces, which besieged the Darfur city of El Fasher before storming it in late October, are systematically detaining residents and demanding ransoms for their release and killing or beating those whose families cannot pay, witnesses, aid workers, and researchers said. 11 survivors said that some of those unable to pay were shot at close range or killed in groups, while others were severely beaten. A Reuters reporter saw survivors fleeing across the border into Chad with injuries that appeared to be from beatings and gunshots. We're not getting a lot of new reporting on what's happening in Sudan. A part of that, as mentioned previously, is there's no reporting on the ground. It doesn't exist anymore, especially in the besieged city or now fallen city of El Fasher. I would highly recommend, if you're interested in keeping up to date with what's happening here, this awful tragedy that's unfolding in real time, please consider following the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. From everything that I've seen, they have really been leading the charge, kind of breaking stories and providing some of the most detailed analysis of what's actually playing out there day in and day out. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
They're called Janjaweed Devils on Horse. No, the RSF used to be called Janjaweed, then they obviously became the RSF. But yeah, they were originally, yeah. It used to also be a group of clans, wasn't it? It was a group of, I guess they're like Bedouins. They're equivalent to Bedouin clans who had issues with the kind of like with the settled rural population for a long time. They used to live kind of like, they used to, I think at one point, not even consider the border. Like they used to live kind of between the border of Sudan and Chad, and they would kind of go between each country since they're like a roaming group. But then, yeah, they obviously got involved and weaponized by the government to deal with rebels in the south. And then they had rival clans as well. So I think the people who were the group that was most notoriously involved with the actions in the 2000s, the Darfur, they call it the genocide in Darfur, he's gone now. I think he was kind of replaced by Hemeti. Is the UAE essentially doing colonialism? I think the UAE's interest in Sudan is gold, isn't it? Because the biggest gold trader in the country is Hemeti after they discovered gold in the south, which is where the RSF operates. And that was where they were able to sell gold to the government and then sell it to Abu Dhabi or Emirates. Yeah. I think that's their main interest. I don't know what else it is. Yeah, those Emiratis, they like to sell their gold. They're big fans of it. Man. Pierce Fuente, that's going to be a big video. The comment section is going to be absolutely fucking railed. I think if it's like, if you're thinking about debate strategy, if it's because it's a big platform and one that you want to return to, Fuentes is probably going to want to find as much common ground with peers as possible, like anti-woke and all that shit, like no endless wars and all these kind of broad populist terminology. But the problem is that he just has way too many. He's just got way too many fucking clips of him doing the Nazi stuff that's all Pierce is going to want to know about, right? He's just going to want to ask him about that. Doorbell. Fuck. Wait, did I? Maybe. Hang on. I need to check if my buzzer is marked because someone was saying that I don't know if they do this in every town, but apparently in bigger cities, what they do is they'll mark buzzers that are most likely to answer. So if they find someone who's in all day, like me working from home, then they'll mark me and be like, hey, that guy, if you can't get anywhere else, we're going to mark this guy. I need to check if my buzzer's marked. What if they use invisible shit though? What if they use invisible ink and I need to use ultraviolet to catch it? Fuck. This could be a problem. And then I can send an insulting message back to them. Bastards. Pieces of shit. Is Pierce equipped? This seems irresponsible from him. Well, the problem is that I've seen Fuentes do Holocaust debates before. Like, he just dodges. Like, you can tell when he knows that he's going to get in trouble with someone, when he knows that he's not going to be able to win on the facts, he just like equivocates endlessly and then leaves and gets pissy. And then he acts like, oh, all you want to talk about is the Holocaust. Like, he'll make you seem like you're fucking being unreasonable for repeatedly asking him, even though he's not answering. Like, he'll ask, like, oh, we're so done with this. Let's go on to something else. He'll do that kind of attitude. But no, I don't know. But maybe, because I'm almost 100% sure that Morgan is going to want to ask him about that. He's going to want to ask him about Nazis and World War II. I don't think he gives a fuck about Fuentes' opinions on MAGA or America First or transgender, whatever the fuck else. No way. He's done all right with Candace in the past. Yeah, but Candace has been a little bit. Candace has been much less on the nose with the Nazi stuff than Fuentes has been. Fuentes cites Irving as a credible source. Yeah, I've seen him do that. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. But I've seen it also when he gets pushback on it, on the Irving thing. If anyone knows about Irving, then Fuentes will just change the subject. He'll just move on. Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah. Give her time. She's almost there. It's different for Candace because Candace obviously went the opposite way. She's gone from the more like conservatard, libertarian MAGA type all the way over to like anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist. So she's obviously a bit more. She's gone in the opposite direction to Fuentes. Fuentes has gone from extremist to trying to appear moderate, which is harder. Oh, okay. Why am I sleepy today? I'm not even that. Would Roger Waters be considered a tanky, or is he just an asshole? Roger Waters is a campist, I believe you would call them. You'd call them campists. Not gay, just camp. Good one. Okay. Just need to get some windows open here. That definitely. Where else is it? Oh yeah, this one. Okay. Let's get. What else do I want to open up here? Maybe. No, that's fine. Okay. I'm not homophobic, just campist. Got him. Did you guys see that there was a very odd, not terrorist, they've decided it's not terrorist. There was a very strange attack on Heathrow yesterday. Very odd one. Where is the news report? Not in. Why is India Today the first one that comes up? Like the fucking. Is this it? Is this the whole report? Is it? It's too short. I guess that'll do. Fine.
Breaking news ringing now. In the past few moments, the Metropolitan Police has put out an update in relation to that incident at Heathrow Airport this morning. They confirmed that officers were called at 11 minutes past 8 this morning to the multi-storey car park at Terminal 3, following reports of a group of people being assaulted. They say armed officers responded and arrested a 30...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I will do my Super Chats goal. How could I not? Let's say 3 hours. We'll just go 10. New goal. New goal. Boom.
One-year-old man on suspicion of assault within 9 minutes of the report coming in. He's still in custody, and they say inquiries remain ongoing to locate further suspects. They've confirmed that the London Ambulance Service treated 21 people with injuries, and that includes a 3-year-old girl who was treated at the scene. 5 people, as we already know, were taken to hospital. Their injuries are described as not being life-changing or life-threatening. They say the team have been working at pace to review CCTV, and this is interesting. They say at this stage, it's understood that a woman was robbed of her suitcase by a group of 4 men who sprayed a substance believed to be pepper spray in her direction. It occurred within a car park lift, with those in the lift and the surrounding area affected by the spray, which tallies with what we've heard from an eyewitness this afternoon. They say their officers are continuing to work to determine the full circumstances around what happened, but we do believe this to be an isolated incident with those directly involved known to each other. They say they appreciate this has been a concerning incident, and they commend the actions of the emergency services and members of staff at Heathrow Airport. So just to reiterate, a 31-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of assault after that incident at Heathrow Airport. The police say it was down to 4 men trying to grab a suitcase from a traveller and spraying pepper spray in their direction. That led to 21 people being injured, including a 3-year-old girl who was treated at the scene. 5 people were taken to hospital, but their injuries are not believed to be life-changing or life-threatening.
They said 1 arrested, but it was 4 guys. There were, so apparently 3 guys who were involved in this pepper spraying and vandalizing or like robbing someone's suitcase. Like they just got away. How do you commit a crime in an airport and escape? That's crazy. What the fuck? Not since 9/11 have we seen. Man, what a strange thing to do. I don't think we know anything about the guy who got arrested other than that he's 29 years old. I don't think we know anything else about him yet. Maybe we do now since yesterday, but shit. Isn't that crazy? I just woke up on September 10th. Good one. Ethan Klein calls out Hassan's Streamer Awards attire. The one where he dressed up like Dr. Evil. Imagine you are a descendant of one of the 60 million slaughtered by Mao, and you would see this white American tanky worshipping one of the most prolific mass murderers of all time. To be fair, let's say it was actually 36 million minimum. It was actually 36 million, according to more credible sources. And it wasn't murder. Mao was just insanely retarded. Say what you will about Mao. In terms of the mass murder campaigns, the likes of Stalin and Hitler or whatever, Mao didn't do as much of that. Most of Mao's death toll is down to sheer incompetence and stupidity and whatever else. Jesus. Be patient, I have autism. Let's go. Hassan isn't Jewish, he's Turkish. True. Whoa. That's crazy. Wait. Not home. Do you like Stalin more than Mao? That's an odd question. I don't know. Counterpoints is drawing diagrams right now. Did Mao know the extent of the suffering while it was going on? He knew suffering was happening. I don't think he knew the exact. I don't think he would have known the extent in terms of like numbers. The problem was that Mao was surrounded by fucking yes men, like terrified yes men, because he had already been purging political opponents and especially and also like weaponizing the masses against the party, and then also using the party against the masses, and like back and forth with the 100 Flowers campaign. He was already like making people terrified of him, and no one wanted to be the one to tell Mao that shit was going down with his stupid fucking Great Leap Forward economic project. So yeah, he was getting told that these villages, these collectors were producing record amounts of grain when the people were starving. So then Mao's like, yeah, okay, well, let's keep on taking their grain, keep on. And people are forced to sell these collectors were forced to sell their grain to the government when people were starving at low prices, obviously, like low fixed prices, so they could export it. Isn't Mao the one who hated birds too? Well, yeah, the problem was that there were lots of sparrows, and they were making things difficult for farmers in some areas. So Mao's solution was to kill them all. Kill them all. Kill all the sparrows. So they had like these like grassroots campaigns where they would get kids or like people to compete with each other for who could kill the most sparrows, or they would fly these like reflective kites that stopped the sparrows from landing, so the sparrows would just get exhausted and fall dead from the sky. So I don't know how many they killed, but I guess like some estimates said like 1 billion. And then because the sparrows all died, there was nothing to eat all the locusts, all the bugs. So then they had a plague of bugs, like a bug plague. Fucking crazy, man. So then they had to go and wipe out the bugs as well. Media clash over Hamas killing of Gaza militia leader, Abu Shabab. Oh yeah, Mr. God, there's so many people against Dropsite now. What the fuck? We were responding to your claim that Hamas hasn't been killing every dissident and everyone who criticized them on social media. Or are we talking about the hyperbolic language? Or maybe some dissidents were killed by airstrikes. What the fuck? Now we're going to be specific. Okay. Now we're going to be autistic about the fucking, okay. Whitewashing Hamas's crimes against the people of Gaza. Calling the many innocents Hamas executed before and after the ceasefire looters and collaborators, saying that they were not dissidents and that only 25 to 40 were killed by Hamas. Okay. You have a Grok notification. Do I? Where? Is this Grok? Oh. Wait. Don't open stuff on Twitter without checking. The Grok notification is that there are recurring tasks that I can create. I've never used this. I don't use Grok. I'm a chat GBT. I'm a clanker. Mao makes Aussies look sane. What? What did Aussies do besides everything, being Australian? Aussies, man.
Breaking news ringing now in the past.
Emus. Oh, not good. War with the emu. Zelensky meets European leaders in... Oh. I haven't looked at Trump's new foreign policy stance where he's basically just shitting on all of Europe. Where is that? National security strategy.
Okay, the president now says he's concerned about, quote, civilizational erasure in Europe. He made the claim in a document titled National Security Strategy of the United States of America. The president added, should present trends continue, the continent, meaning Europe, will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies and military strong enough to remain reliable allies. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins
Did you watch Question Time in Dover? No. But I think one of the items on it was about boats, wasn't it? They had like a 20-minute section about boats. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because it's Dover. Dover's where the boats come sometimes. That's where Farage would get in his little fucking... get in his Crocodile Dundee uniform and stare at people with binoculars and soy out.
Now from the White House. So what
Maybe
was
that.
the impetus for this, and what do we know about what some are saying in reaction to this story, including maybe what we've heard from our
It
European
was a 1-hour special on immigration. Fuck.
allies?
Yeah, good morning, Vlad. Well, to start, this is a document that the president typically puts out during the first year of a term outlining the administration's national security priorities. But if you read the document and you just read a portion of it, you might remember that speech that the president gave back in September before the UN General Assembly. It sounds, some of the information language in this document sound a lot like that, in criticizing European countries for migration policies. It also accuses the European Union and other transnational bodies of undermining political liberty and sovereignty. And the document goes on to say that the U.S. goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. Now, the BBC reports that European politicians have already begun to react to this, with Germany's foreign minister saying his country does not need outside advice. Vlad.
All right. So that's one thing
The
happening
title
today.
only
Meanwhile,
causes confusion. But it's just Americans fucking trolling, man. They're really annoying. They're stupid. They'll always be confused. There's nothing I can do to unconfuse an American. That's their own domestic issue, okay? Fuck those guys. Hell no.
later today, the president will be heading to the FIFA World Cup drawing at the Kennedy Center, and he's expected to meet with the leaders of Canada and Mexico because they are the host nations for FIFA. But my guess is that trade will be top of discussion. What are you hearing?
Yeah, this is significant because CBS News has confirmed that there is expected to be a meeting among these leaders on the sidelines. And this will be the first time that we've seen these three leaders together in a while. It comes amid kind of these stalled and ongoing trade talks, particularly stalled with Canada. You might remember all the tension back in October over that anti-tariff ad paid for by the province.
Sargon has gone full communist. He's respecting pronouns and doesn't like Nazis. I don't think he's ever liked Nazis, at least not nominally. But he is a white nationalist. So wait, where's that? Is this his fucking ContraPoints video? Is it that one? This one? How ContraPoints presage the conclusion of the culture wars. This one. Maybe stop being unfair. Oh no.
So
I saw he was fucking asking he was asking for left-wing YouTuber recommendations. Or left-leaning, whatever the fuck. And Short Fire Otaku is recommending me, and Sargon just keeps fucking concern trolling me like, I don't know, this person has too much slop. And it's like, have you seen your fucking channel, dude? Have you seen the overwhelming majority of your entire career? And he just keeps on making these fucking excuses for avoiding me. It's so funny, man. And I feel bad because fucking Dev just keeps trying to argue his way into it. He doesn't realize that he's being trolled, or he doesn't realize that there's literally no point apart from maybe showing him to be a brick wall. Sargon has really good strategies in debates as well. He just asks really fucking meaningless questions, like vague, retarded questions that no one can. There's never going to be like a correct or perfect answer for. Like I think one time I saw him debating Jangles or some shit. It was about I think it was about immigration or fucking about America or demographic, and he just spent like the first half hour of this conversation asking him what it means to be an American. And he didn't even fucking, and he was asked to like give an example of like what kind of answer is he looking for there? Like, what does he mean by what does it mean to be an American? And he just kept on like saying every answer he was giving was wrong, like just trying to trigger him and shit. It was like, Jesus, what does it mean to be an American? Like, what a stupid question. Like what, politically, socially, in terms of like regional identity? Does it, or economically? What the fuck is that? It's so stupid. But it is a good debate strategy. It's a good way that if you're in there, like you're not really there to win, you're just there to not lose, which is enough for these guys. Anyway, we'll look at that later.
Of Ontario. And the timing of this meeting is especially notable this week because the U.S. Trade Representative has actually been holding meetings this week here in D.C. on the big U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement that was negotiated under the first Trump administration. That is up for review next year. And this is something that has, a lot of trade groups, business owners who rely on North American trade, farmers, concerned about the future of this deal and what next year could look like if there are major changes or potentially talk of exiting the agreement. That's something that they're going to be paying attention to. We'll have to see if President Trump makes any comments about it later today.
Yeah, we'll be watching. Natalie Brand, thank you very much.
Oh, God. This is such a shame as well. It's such a shame because it just means that all these European governments that come in that take this seriously are going to have to, they can't spend on like any extra spending we do is going to have to be on fucking defense because we can't rely on America anymore to do the right thing. Fuck. Connections is fucked today. I hope you get it. Well, my streak is 14 now. It's 14. Yesterday's was difficult. This one, Mulholland Drive, Sunset Drive. Row. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Yeah. It's just, I shouldn't do this right now because I only have like 7 minutes. And sometimes that's not enough time for a connections game. Wing. Spur, urge. Spur and urge. Egg. You can egg someone on. Push! Maybe. I don't know. We'll come back to it. Jesus. Imagine defending yourself. Well, shouldn't Europe not have to rely on the US for its own defense? It's probably better that America understands that we're like one of their biggest fucking trading partners and we matter, Like if bad shit happens to us, bad shit happens to them. But I mean, it's probably correct in the sense that we haven't done enough. That probably is true. Western European countries just have not taken the Russian threat seriously at all. Because, I guess, a lot of people didn't. Because even, remember Obama-Romney? And the fact that Romney was completely correct about Russia being a threat. And Obama's just like, the 1980s called. They want their foreign policy back. Damn. And I thought that was so base. I was like, hey, yes, get this. And obviously right-wingers didn't help themselves because they just looked like they were obsessed with Cold War shit. Like they were still stuck in that set of way of thinking. So it was harder to take them seriously. Shit. Calling Obama a communist and shit. Not good. Right. Oh. I'm going to fill my soy tank and then have a bathroom break and then we'll start. Okay, right back. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? Delete the illicit tapestry of the Duchess's wedding night. I can't stop repeating this. It's so fucking funny. That in the Soviet Union, which I know at least a couple of these guys have a lot of sympathy for. Actually, maybe all of them. That one of their mental health diagnoses was sluggish schizophrenia. One of the symptoms of which was delusions of reformism. So I guess that's what I'm exhibiting here, you know? Where is it? Is this one of those PDFs that doesn't let you do the thing? 2021? There you go. Anti-Soviet thinking and delusions of reformism. Which would mean they have to bite the bullet that there have been no improvements to workers' rights in their neck of the woods since what, like 1720? Okay, dude. Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man. You know, he backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content. You know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by Chud logic?
Like I've had.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed and not a number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait, no. Is he just fucking... Whoa. Bro, he just disengaged. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's shit. I don't think I have any requests on my Discord yet. Don't think I can join your Discord. Didn't you ban him last time? I checked my banned list. He's not on there. I think I might have disconnected the call, but I don't think I banned. Maybe. But he's not on my banned list, so he must have been taken off. You put on a sweater, are you cold? First of all, it's a jumper, you Yankee fucking cunt. And second, yeah, I live in Scotland. Yeah, it's fucking freezing, yeah. But if you put the heating on, it gets too hot in this little fucking studio room because of the PC, so Like even with the radiator quite low, this room gets really warm. So also I'd rather just, I'm very specific my temperatures. It's not too cold for I need heating, but it's cold enough that I want a jumper. Science, bro. It doesn't have any leg muscles. How could it possibly be a jumper? I don't know why we call it that. Listen, it's the queens, the kings. Don't ask questions. Where is he actually banned from my? I don't think he's banned from the Discord. I can't see his name there, but he was using a different. He wasn't calling himself. I don't think his Discord handle was Chris Kunzler. It was something else. Let me see. Invite to server. Well, I can't invite because he's not on my friends list, but I can look at the list. I can look at the server settings, bans. If I just put in Chris, was he called Chris Guitar? He wasn't called Christian Muslim. I banned someone called Christian Muslim. Christian Zion Alliance. That's another one on my ban list. No, he's not there, is he? His name was like, oh god, I'm looking at the ban list on my Discord now. There are so many fucking blasts from the past in there. Actually, there's a few people who I don't know why they're banned. That wasn't my decision. Why is Shambles banned? The DGG mod? Chris Chilling. Yeah, no, he's not on my ban list, so he should be able to come in if he wants to go there. Let's see. Fuck, why you have to why do I have to enlarge the Discord thing to close a window? I hate that so much. You have to full screen Discord. Oh. Okay, here's his name. Add. It's Chris K. Chilling. Okay. We'll add it. Ooh. Yeah, he's definitely not on my banned list. Unless, oh wait, no. It would, no, because it would show if it was part of a word. It's smart like that. It doesn't just look for the word in isolation. Dude. Ah. He's definitely not on the banned list. Definitely not. Box doesn't know how to connect. Shut up. There we go. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Ah. You thought he was banned for posting PII. Wait, what the fuck is PI? What? I don't want to know what that is. Shut up. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, do you want to go? Are you want to go cameras? Because I don't mind either way.
I mean, if you really don't want to put on your camera, you can if you don't want to. But I mean, I feel like it makes more sense. But still, your choice.
Yeah, I'll put mine on. Just because I have to disable my one on Streamlabs and then switch it.
That is exactly what I just did.
Deactivate.
Okay. There we go. I see you. Do you see me?
Gotcha. Yeah, I see you.
There we go. There we go. Hello, Loner Box.
Hello. Wait, why? Oh, there we go. Okay. Just
Are you streaming?
both of us. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Same. Sorry, I don't know why my picture's so dark. I'm just checking that we see him, but we cannot hear him. Okay, that's fine. I keep it like this. Perfect. Okay. Everyone seems to be fine. I guess the best way to start is, look, I'm not very convinced of the position of the two-state solution. So why don't you try and convince me?
Okay.
Mhm.
So, broadly speaking, my understanding is that there are two national groups that are living in that region. There's the Israelis and the Palestinians. And for whether we want to debate about the ethics of how the Israelis got there, maybe one story or the other, but the fact is that they're there and they are not going anywhere. The Palestinians are not going anywhere either, unless you want to just have a brutal ethnic cleansing campaign of one group or the other. So they're both there.
Wait. I'm really sorry. I'm not being rude. I
Yeah?
just accidentally, they're all complaining they can't hear you. So sorry,
no.
that's my fault. No, I can fix it. It's just I did something stupid. Application audio capture. Sorry. Oh, fuck's sake. There we go. Wait, do you mind speaking? I'm really sorry about
Yeah.
that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, there we go.
6,
Everyone
7.
can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Shall I start again?
So I guess yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
Okay.
Let's start again.
So you want me to convince you of why the two-state solution is the way to
Yeah.
go? Okay.
I think that's a good position to start from.
Okay. Broadly speaking, there are two national groups in that region. Whether one side likes it or not, they're both there. They're not going anywhere unless you want to have a brutal ethnic cleansing campaign of one group or the other. I don't want that. I hope most people don't want that. And they definitely seem to have no intention of wanting to share a country together. So I think the way that we've dealt with national conflicts in the past, or the way that borders have typically worked, is that it just seems to make the most sense to have the Palestinians in their state and the Israelis in theirs. And, I'm a multiculturalist. I think sectarianism is insane. It's a very stupid thing to be watching from a distance. But if you want to solve that, I think it would make much more sense for them to be living in peace and security in their two different regions. And then if they want to engage in trade with each other and reconciliation and whatever else, then hopefully that border would become less and less meaningful. But yeah, if you want them to have a state now in Palestine, then it's going to be two states, not one.
And how do you think that is reached? Like with the current Israeli government, how do you think that that's plausible? And in fact, not just the current Israeli government, like speaking about the alternatives, because in my understanding, the largest the largest outcome that wouldn't be Likud is Naftali Bennett, I think, and he doesn't support a two-state. So how do we get from where we are now to a two-state solution?
I think we have to look at how we've gotten closer to it in the past. I think the fact is that despite what a lot of embedded Zionist propagandists will say, for the last 100 years, Israelis have maybe for less than 10 of those been favoring a two-state solution or voted in favor of one. For the rest of the time, they voted for governments that don't want one.
In which period, sorry? Did they vote for one that did?
They voted in Barak, who promised that he wanted to solve the conflict with the Palestinians, and they voted in Olmert as well.
Okay. Yeah,
we can go into details if you want, but just broadly speaking, they've been more humoring of it in the past than they were now, and definitely before the 90s, they were not humoring it at all.
See, I would kind of hold the opinion that I'm not sure really they ever humored it. I think particularly the best example would be the Oslo Accords, because for me, right, I can't really see any other example where Palestinians have been as close, that the PLO, 100% confirmed their commitment to recognize Israel's right to exist, their desire for there to be a two-state solution, and it just didn't go anywhere. Well, it did go somewhere, which was the further Bantustanization of Palestinian territories and, the strengthening or solidification of occupation.
Do you want me to address that specifically, or do you want me to go back to what I was saying about?
Yeah. I'd like to hear a way in which that wasn't the case.
In which what part? So you're thinking that from Oslo onto the 2000s, the Israelis only Bantustanized further, and were not ever humoring there being a state in the West Bank and Gaza.
I think so, yeah.
No, I'm not entirely convinced of that. I think there's an argument to be made that Camp David wasn't good enough. But given how the PLO and Arafat responded to the Clinton parameters, I think it seems pretty likely that the Israelis were more willing to put something on the table than the Palestinians were. I still, to this day, do not know what the Palestinian offer of a two-state solution looks like concretely. I know they've said yes to frameworks, but as far as a final offer, as in this is exactly what we want for borders, refugees, Jerusalem, security, I've not seen anything.
I think the base level is, right, accepting international law, surely. Our government's right, because this is sort of one of the problems that I have predominantly with the two-state solution, right? Our governments all say that they want the two-state solution. They declare that Israel's occupation is illegal, that settlements of Palestinian land is illegal, but then they do nothing to pressure Israel in these negotiations. Like at Camp David, in my understanding, there was a point at which Arafat was like, you are literally just repeating Israeli talking points. These are not even America's own talking points. And that rather than acting as like an honest broker, they acted fully as like a dishonest broker in favor of Israel. And I think that at this point, it's like really hard to see how when you allegedly have these Israeli governments that are moderate and you have this Palestinian position of, okay, we'll accept basic international law. And also, in my understanding, right, I think there's a couple of different alleged proposals on the right of return. And there's one that was like 800,000 Palestinians being allowed to return and Israel could have control over that happening. But I think that getting to these points is interesting because the main thing that hasn't stopped in with any of these governments is settlements. Like, how do we get to a point of having a two-state solution when Israel is actively undermining that through every negotiation? Like Israel, in each one of these negotiations, settlement didn't stop. And settlement has always been the key obstacle to peace because it's illegal under international law. And it is effectively operating not just as a random thing that happens. It is a thing that is continually happening directly to undermine the emergence of a Palestinian state. So I kind of like, I find it hard to like look at any negotiation and not see that as the most important thing.
Okay, so first of all, just because there's a few things going on once there, you mentioned accept international law. When you say that they need to establish a two-state solution based on international law, what specifically do you mean?
I think probably the 6-day war borders, right? Is that 242 or 338?
It's both, really.
Okay, yeah.
But does 242 say the exact 67 borders?
I don't know.
It basically says the opposite. It says so if you look at the background to how the resolution 242 came about, Lord Caradon, I think specifically, was the main person who spoke about this, is that if you look at the exact wording of 242, it doesn't say withdraw. First of all, it has the main principle. It's inadmissible to acquire territory through conquest. But then the second part is they say to withdraw from territories, very strangely worded sentence. They don't say the territories or all the territories. They just say from territories occupied since the Six-Day War. And the French translation, some people mistake it, but the way that's worded says effectively the same thing. And the reason they did that was because the 67 borders, really the 49 border, is not really a border at all. It's an armistice line. And it was definitely put in to be ambiguous because they wanted to anticipate that a border based on a random armistice line from just where the Arab and Jewish soldiers were in 49 doesn't really make sense. So it would be open to negotiation and land swapping and things like that. That's why it's there. 242 doesn't say to just go exactly down to the letter and then the third part it says that it needs to be on the grounds of mutual security and recognition, as in it needs to be compatible with each side being assured that the other won't use that state to attack the other.
I just find it interesting, like to kind of quibble with the logic of it there when it says initially that it is inadmissible to conquer territory or to seize and annex territory through conquest.
Well, that's why when it comes to law, like laws are usually interpreted by the professionals and by the people who are involved in putting it down. Like they say it's inadmissible, but then they will also say that they say territories and not the territories. And they did that very, very intentionally. They did that intentionally because they were anticipating that whatever a Palestinian state is, it might be a little bit different to the 6-7 borders. It could even theoretically be bigger. Obviously, it's not been offered to be bigger, but that's why it's there. That's why it's there.
But in order for there to be like a meaningful negotiation, right? In Oslo, Palestinians conceded 78% of historic Palestine on the basis of what they wanted, and 22% throughout the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. That feels like a far bigger concession than anything that Israel was willing to offer. And just being to abide by that and to take it at its interpretation of, okay, it's wrong to conquer territories, and it's clear that at this point there probably is a Palestinian a Palestinian group who will and have the capacity to accept a two-state solution, it feels really difficult for me to see that as like, oh, it's just down to the interpretation of international law. It seems that Israel wasn't interested in giving Palestinians a state.
Well, it does seem to be down to the borders in a way, because if you look at the details of how they negotiated in Camp David, Arafat didn't seem to care all that much about 1 or 2% of the West Bank, or even 5 or 6%. He was actually quite happy to leave that up to Bill Clinton. The sticking points of Camp David and Taba were not 1 or 2, 3, 4% of borders. The sticking points were Jerusalem and the right of return. That's where they just couldn't seem to get any. And you said 800,000 refugees. To my understanding, I don't think Arafat ever, or Abbas ever said, this is the refugee settlement we will accept. That they've never said that.
Yeah, I heard Finkelstein say that. So when he was debating Ben-Ami ages ago. But I'm going to be frank, I've never really been that interested in these two negotiations. They've never been the key points of what I've studied. But I think even then, at Camp David, right, how could Arafat have gone back to his people and said, look, I've not got sovereignty over the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a very important thing for Muslims. Like, you must recognize that surely. Like, the Al-Aqsa Mosque matters a lot. It's the third holiest site in Islam. I'm sure you know all
Yeah, of course. But I would... Yeah, go on, sorry.
But Arafat was sort of expected to just go back to his people and be like, yeah, sorry, I haven't got that. Because if you look at what Arafat said to Madeleine Albright and Clinton before Camp David was called, he said, look, we can't actually call this because the Israelis are not ready to negotiate on the positions that we want. Please don't call it. It is not a position and a good time to call this. And then Clinton calls it. And the sticking point of Jerusalem is not really that surprising, right? Like that it's, Palestine's, like it's such a center of Palestine. They want it as the capital, and kind of getting rid of that is impossible for Arafat. Like no country can really give up their capital city where the most important center of life is for so many people.
Well, then why did he? I agree. Why did he say no to Ben-Ami's offer in Taba then? Ben-Ami offered the idea of vertical sovereignty, as in the Israelis would have sovereignty over the wall and the holiest Jewish areas, surrounding the compound, but then the top of it, because they do this in maritime law sometimes with vertical sovereignty. But then when they said that Al-Aqsa would have gone sovereign to the Palestinian state, so even when Ben-Ami said that, when he was offered vertical sovereignty, meaning that the compound and the Dome of the Rock goes to the Palestinians, Arafat still said no. And the reason he said no was that because was saying yes to that would entail acknowledging that the Jewish temple existed underneath Al-Aqsa. And he said no to that. That has always been an issue with the Palestinian side, is that they've never even accepted that the Western Wall or the temple is even there, that it's valid, right?
In my understanding, there's also a threat to accepting that, right? Like, it's now reached a point where it is openly talked about by Israeli government figures of demolishing the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And that came specifically at a time when Netanyahu opened the tunnel under Al-Aqsa, which threatens its structural integrity, in my understanding. And so I can kind of see why Arafat might have been like, actually, I really don't want that. I don't want a recognition of the temple underneath because it is a direct threat to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But also, in my understanding, Arafat didn't walk away. He asked, for specifics. He asked for maps and all of these things at Taba, and then it was more Sharon who torpedoed it, right?
One thing at a time. So it's weird that he would say no, considering that it's still a threat to have vertical sovereignty because of excavation. Obviously, fuck Netanyahu and Likud, right? But the problem is that excavation was actually part of the deal as well. Part of the Clinton parameters was that excavation would have to be agreed by both sides if they were ever going to do it. I mean, Palestinian leaders since al-Husseini since the 1800s have been saying that Zionists want to come and demolish Al-Aqsa. They haven't done it yet, and it would be much harder for them to do it in a peace process. No, that's not why Arafat said no to it. Arafat said no to that because he doesn't believe that the Jewish temple exists there.
Okay. I mean, in my understanding, I've heard some people say that there's no actual archaeological evidence being found of it.
Which people say that?
I heard a PhD student at Exeter say it.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure it's beyond dispute, but okay.
Frankly, I'll be frank with you at that part. I don't actually fully know as to whether that's true. He said that. But what I will say specifically about this is, I understand that during a peace negotiation that may be unthinkable. But let's be real, Netanyahu and the right were quite likely to come back, and they did come back. Did Sharon torpedo the negotiations, right? Because when does Taba end?
Taba ends when with Sharon and also Clinton leaving office as well. But everyone knew this would happen. So that's why it was very imperative to get it done quickly, which is why the delayed response to the Clinton parameters was an issue. And also the endless list of reservations from the PLO was an issue as well. Yeah, I'm not going to support Sharon either. But the problem is, again, is that this opportunity that's why there was so much pressure, more international pressure on any leader to accept a peace deal ever, really, than there was on Arafat to accept Camp David or to counteroffer it. But they didn't. And as far as map clarification, that's to do with Abbas, not to do with Arafat.
Okay, well, I think also another interesting point about all of this is that these negotiations had to have very specific dynamics because, in my understanding, the Oslo Accords are about 300 pages long. They are filled with like very complex legal jargon. And that's part of the reason that, you know, they ended up achieving nothing. They kicked down the road the can of refugees' right of return, which, like, Palestinians deserve the right to return, right? Like, they do deserve the right to return. And I'm sorry, I'm unconcerned by the demographics of Israel. Israel is continually importing huge amounts of, like, Jewish people, and sometimes not even Jewish people, you know, in the case of the huge amounts of Soviets, like ex-Soviet Jewish people who are allowed to bring their spouses over and such. There's about 1 million in the 1990s. And so for me, I can't ever really conceptualize why the Palestinians demanding the right of return is such like a ridiculous or an outrageous thing to keep that as a focus. And especially, I think Arafat also was particularly interested in Lebanese Palestinians who resided in Lebanon because of what the Lebanese people had given to him and the role he'd played in their society.
Yeah, I think it might be in the Clinton parameters or in the Israeli response to the Clinton parameters. But I think either one of those sides agreed that Lebanese refugees would have priority because of how they're treated in Lebanon. Makes sense. Okay, this brings us to a much more broad issue. You acknowledge that if full right of return happens, there's no more Israel. There's just two Palestinian states.
Yeah, and
okay.
I think that ultimately that's right. But the reason that I feel that way is because I would rather invest in like the impossible. Because for me, frankly, the two-state solution is impossible. And the reason I say this, right, is because I think the two-state solution maybe could have happened at some point if there had been major pressure put on Israel. But no one was really willing to do it. Like, Carter knew that the settlements were the major issue. Begin just went and increased the number of settlements. Rabin increased the number of settlements. Everyone has increased the number of settlements. And the international community does nothing about it. I mean, I think it's best described as kind of like winking at the settlers. They're like, oh, no, you can't do this settlement thing, Israel. But here's unlimited money. Even when there was frozen loan guarantees, I think, was that in the... Yeah, it was to Shamir's government.
Yeah,
and it was linked to the settlement issue. But then they kind of just... didn't care. And that's why I'm so like so much more in favor of, say, a one-state solution rather than a two-state, because like I appreciate and understand that Arafat is not perfect. I don't think he should have signed the Oslo Accords in the first place. I think it was a terrible idea. I think in like some people's readings of it, particularly Seth Anziska, he says the Washington Accords, the Washington negotiations, the Madrid summit, were actually looking more likely to get peace because the Palestinians were very clear on what their red lines were, whereas Arafat didn't give any of those red lines. But sorry, I kind of made a multitude of points there. But I think that the thing I'm saying about a one state is I would rather invest in the impossible, you know, and I would rather have the hope that there could be a better Middle East. I would rather hope that the Middle East doesn't have to always be dominated by these sectarian nation states and that human beings can live in peace and equality.
Yeah, so if you're talking about impossibility, are we saying impossible? I know that impossible just means it's going to be an oxymoron, but are we talking about like a spectrum of impossibility? Like, do you think the two-state and one-state solution are equally impossible, or one's more possible, or like...
I think in the current world order, the changes that are required for there to be a two-state solution would probably just end up being more likely to move towards a one-state solution.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe a broad take about sectarian stuff. So obviously when you look at sectarianism from a distance, it looks ridiculous. It looks like, why the fuck are you fighting over these like some of it's just arbitrary, some of it's ahistorical, some of it's just like a long time ago. Like all these disputes just look insane. Like I'm Lebanese. I've seen it with my own family and people I know. Like sectarianism it's a cancer. The problem is that when you see sectarian groups and they're all dug into their positions and they're very aggressive and they're very aggressively defensive, it makes sense to say that they should all stop and be multicultural. It doesn't make sense to go to one group and tell them to lower their guard and just let the other one and just hope that the other one will reciprocate. So when it comes to, that's why I would never tell Palestinians to just like completely throw down their arms regardless of any context, right? If you've got settlers coming in and encroaching on your territory, you should be allowed to chase them away, with whatever means you want. Fuck them. But when it comes to the Israeli side, when we talk about demographic concerns of Israelis are not invalid. Like when the problem with nationalism is, especially if you're Jewish, nationalism as a whole is not good for outgroups as it is. It's good for in-groups, it's not good for outgroups. That was the whole issue of the 20th and 19th century nationalism. Arab nationalism did not show any indication in the 20th century that it was going to be massively different for Jewish people. I just don't understand this idea where we think that Jews would exist in as a minority in the Middle East, especially if the majority is Palestinians, the one group that probably has more of an excuse to be anti-Semitic than any other group in the region. Why that would be anything other than like how that would guarantee multiculturalism and not just sectarian violence, but in the other way around.
Because I think, like, I don't wish to sort of lie in favor of the Ottoman Empire. I think their whole notion of tolerance was bullshit. That it basically only operated on the principle of, well, we'll be tolerant to you as long as you're doing what we're saying. That's like how they were tolerant. They were like sometimes, like almost instantaneously, someone could go from being a Christian accepted in the, you know, like the Ottoman vision of what wanted, like the Ottoman vision of society, to just being swapped instantly if you did something that was against the Ottoman Empire. Like I think the best examples are really groups like the Kurds or the ones that I've read about. And sorry, I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh wait, sorry. I think that generally in the Middle East, the treatment of Jewish people is incomparable to that of Europe. Like Europe, what Europe did for generations to Jewish people, and continued doing, that culminated really in the Holocaust, until after that point, Europeans to a large extent were like, well, we need to prevent that ever happening again. And since then, you know, there's been a decent amount of protection of Jewish people that's developed. And I think that that's a good and positive thing. But I just think this belief that, you know, Arabs can't stop being sectarian doesn't really fit with how, you know, the Europe and how America are ending up.
Well, it took Europe an entire world war to get over their sectarianism, and obviously it took most of the Jews leaving for them to stop caring that much about Jews. When it comes to the Arab world, though, I don't think Arabs are inherently sectarian. Of course they're not. The problem is that we're expecting one group to give up, to lower their guard, and just hope that the other one does the same, or it reciprocates a peaceful offer, which I just don't think will happen. As far as European anti-Semitism goes, you're right. The Arab world was not anything near as what Europe was in the 20th century. But we also know that Arab leaders were not immune to European anti-Semitism, because obviously things like blood libel started to come into Damascus in the late 1800s. We know that there was actually one blood libel case, a very minor one, but it happened in Jerusalem, and it was actually backed by Muslim clerics. We know that obviously al-Husseini, a very popular figure in Palestine, was just a flat-out Nazi. We know that his cousin, the head of the Palestine Arab Congress, believed in stab in the back myth. He believed that the Bolsheviks were... Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he believed that the Bolshevik revolution was done by Jews, and also that the stab in the back was done by Jews. Yeah.
I'd never heard that about Musa Kazim, actually.
Now, he did moderate later, obviously. There's a bit of a rumor that he was bribed by Zionists, but I don't know. Not confirmed.
Who wrote about that? I'd be interested to hear.
For that particular
because
one,
I've seen like a much more sympathetic reading of Musa Kazim. But just on this topic, right, I feel like in terms of Palestinians, they are expected to lay down their arms, right? Like they did in the West Bank. The one-gun policy instituted by Abbas pretty much disarmed all militants in the West Bank. Yeah, there are still a small number of militant groups like the Lion's Den in Jenin, but like organized resistance doesn't really exist in the same way in the West Bank. And the thing is that Israel didn't lay down their arms. It was, and the international community over and over again expects of Palestinians to lay down their arm. Even the most leftist Israeli, right? Like the person who's an outsider, Yair Golan, what he actually believes is that they should still have like military dominance over any Palestinian state, right? So like my problem is that the basic premise of the only two-state solution that we're going to get in the context of like the really existing Israel is one where Palestinians have to lay down their arms, but Israel still gets to keep its really powerful military.
So that can get you into a debate about what, like, just like the power imbalances that already exist, or like factual realities on the ground. I can put it bluntly if you want. Like the fact is that Israelis benefit from violence. Like Israeli right-wingers, at least, they benefit from a degree of violence happening in the region because they'll win and they'll use it to get more territory. Palestinians do not benefit from violence in the slightest. Like maybe there are some edge cases of people chasing settlers away or disrupting infrastructure, but obviously. Just broadly speaking, do we agree that Hamas's strategy and the Axis strategy was a total failure?
What do you mean? What do you mean a total failure?
For achieving Palestinian dignity, rights, anything?
I think it depends what you look at their aims as. If you take their aims as achieving Palestinian sovereignty, then yeah, you're probably right. Right now, they're in a horrendous situation. However, if you look at the other aims of Sinwar, that is like kind of placing the Palestinian national cause back at the top of the agenda, delegitimizing Israel, and generally showing the world what Israel is actually like, the things that it had already been doing in the West Bank. You know, it accelerated them definitely in Gaza, but the structure of mass killing, mass oppression did not start after October the 7th. And so, in terms of like Hamas's aim of defeating and destroying Israel, I think they knew fully that that was implausible on October the 7th. However, what I will say is that, like, in terms of the aim of like delegitimizing Israel, I don't think Israel's ever been in a worse position right now. I think it's something like 40% of American Jews even think that Israel is committing genocide or committed genocide in the Gaza Strip. The amount of young Jewish people who you now see speaking out and generally opposing Israel in a way that didn't exist before has grown hugely. And I would say consciousness amongst the general populations of like a country like ours. I mean, I know you live in Scotland. Maybe you're a bit of a Braveheart guy, but I don't know. I think that the thing is that like if you look at the general consciousness, the opinion of Israel is in the gutter, and I think it will increasingly become difficult for even say for like governments to cling to it. I think it's a major problem of the Labour Party that it still feels a need to cling to Israel and not offer any significant change on policy against Israel. And I think even for the Republican Party in the US, as these young Republicans grow up, it's a worrying thing. Like I think that all of this stuff is troubling, and I think that it is only a problem that will grow for Israel. And I'm sorry if this seems like a contrived explanation, but I don't think we can frame it exclusively through armed struggle is going to achieve instantaneously the aim of dignity and a state. But I think that in other ways it has achieved the things that Sinwar kind of thought, I'm going to do this because of that.
Yeah, and that's great if you obviously that's great if you believe that the Israeli opinion doesn't matter. Like, we're not going to treat this like apartheid South Africa. We're not going to consider the opinions of the people who have the power and actually are going to turn things over. Because obviously that approach was very much, we need to assure, like at least in part, they needed to assure the white population that there was a future for them in the country, that they were not going to just get subject to revenge killings, and it was going to be about peace, reconciliation, nation building. If we don't care about that from the Israeli side, then you can have all the international pressure you want. The fact is that you have a population there that, one, for whether they're correct or not, they see themselves as indigenous, but more importantly, they see themselves as with their backs to the wall and with nowhere else to go. So if all you're going to do is disempower Israel and isolate them on the world stage, well, who benefits from that in Israel? The right-wingers do. The right-wingers are the ones who constantly go to Israeli left-wingers and say, look, no one likes us. Everyone fucking hates us. That's the only way that we can ever stand strong is if we are aggressive and if we are assertive and we don't let people build up infrastructure and military stuff over in South Lebanon and Gaza. Every time we see a new tunnel or a new weapons import, we're going to blow it up right away. We're not going to let them amass 2,000 rockets or 200,000 like last time. We're just going to keep expanding into the West Bank because fuck them. They don't want peace anyway. That all benefits the right wing in Israel. They love that. So you're never going to get rid of that one single issue, is that you have this group that sees themselves with their backs on the wall and with nowhere else to go, and they're going to be as aggressive as possible to assert that position. And those are the ones that get more popular. And you cannot be an Israeli left-winger in an environment where the entire world is shitting on you. Meanwhile, groups like Hamas or Al-Aqsa Martyrs or PIJ or anyone else are kind of just getting almost a pass or just getting little condemnations every now and then, but can mostly just kind of go on and keep on doing what they're doing. And there's no broad ideological shift from either region. Same with the West Bank as well. Like, one of the reasons they're so embedded in the West Bank is it's not just because of wanting settlers wanting land. That's obviously one reason, but another reason is that they think as soon as they leave the West Bank, Hamas comes into power, and then it'll be a place 15 or 16 times bigger than Gaza, taken over by a group that wants to militarize the entire region. So
but
you're not going to get rid of that perception.
But I think one thing I find really difficult to to take that into account is the Palestinian Authority engaged in a heavy crackdown on Hamas in 2009. They arrested thousands of Hamas members. They arrested people who were sympathetic to Hamas. They closed charities. They arrested preachers who they gave gave sermons that were too pro-Hamas. And so I'm sorry, I don't feel the need to pander to the feelings of the Israelis. I genuinely don't. And I think that also I am I understand the opposition to these right-wing like largely religious fundamentalist organizations in general. However, none of them engage in a structure of violence that is comparable to Israel. And I think the bigger problem isn't like what the Western left are saying. I think the bigger problem is that our governments continue to cling to this genocidal country, this country that, you know, is in violation of so many laws, engages in apartheid, violates international law constantly. And I think it needs to have its back to the wall. I think that that's how Israelis need to feel. And I don't care if the right benefits, because I think that ultimately what has to happen is Israel has to be held to account. And those right-wingers are just an expression of things that the Israeli left do and then hide it. Like,
Right.
I think a good example is Sabra and Shatila. Sabra and Shatila, yes, was basically Sharon's plan. But when Sharon is about to be held to account, he goes to Rabin, he goes to the leader of Labour at that time, whose name I have somehow, it escapes me, don't know. Do you know the answer in the 80s, the leader of Labour?
In 82?
Shafir? Was it? No,
Yeah,
no,
not Shamir. You're thinking of Perez, but was he in 82?
Perez.
He was
I think
earlier,
it was Perez.
later.
Anyway, let's just say it's Perez. He turns to them and says, "You trained the phalangists. You used them in Tel al-Zatar. You sent them in, and now you're moralizing on us for doing it in Sabra and Shatila, just because there's outrage, basically, because of the size of the invasion of Lebanon." And so I think I find this really hard to be so worried about the Israeli right when the Israeli left are doing the same things. You know, settlements expanded under Rabin, settlements expanded under. They started under Labour prime ministers. Yitzhak Rabin, during his first term, had the most aggressive settlement drive in the 1970s. And sure, it's expanded by Begin once he gets into power, but it's not like it wasn't happening. And so I think that Israel as a country and as Zionism as an ideology has to be held to account because it's not producing any differences. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not.
I mean, these differences are there if you just, like, they are there. When it comes to settlements, obviously, before the Six-Day War, I think there was one person in the cabinet who had big ideas about going into the West Bank and actually taking it over, and it was Dayan. The other ones didn't really. Like, that's why they tried to get the Jordanians to stop shooting on them before they went in. When it comes to settlements afterwards, Rabin, when he semi-froze settlements, he made a delineation, whether you agree with it or not, between security and political settlements. Even Barak didn't do that. And also, if we talk about settlement expansion,
sorry, could I just ask a question? When is that the one in the 70s? The like
no, Rabin. This is Rabin in the 90s. This is when he wasn't in office in the 70s, or he wasn't a prime minister.
Rabin was in office in 74,
not prime minister.
74 wasn't he prime minister 74 to 77?
No, not Yitzhak. Was he? I might be wrong. Actually,
I think so. Yeah. I think you may just be wrong about that.
Okay, I'm talking about.
I think he goes out because he's corrupt. But actually, I'll let you continue.
Yeah, I'll continue. So, yeah, in the 90s, after the Oslo Accords, is when Rabin decides to delineate between security and political settlements, and he stops with the ones that he considers to be political, as in like the ones that are anywhere past the green line. He's not interested in allowing them to continue. Even Barak didn't do that. We also, I mean, whether you agree with it or not, the fact is that had Camp David or Clinton parameters or even especially Olmert's plan been accepted, we know that settlements would have been dismantled, especially anything beyond the green line, and pretty much all the ones like that are several miles past the green line would have been gone, and the other ones wouldn't have been allowed to expand. So we know that those offers have existed, and in any case, when you're talking about the Palestinian, there's a few points again. The PA Hamas crackdown, again, I think we also both know that if Israel just unilaterally yeeted themselves out of the West Bank tomorrow, then Hamas would win an election, or they would take power by force. They are easily the most popular party in that territory. We also, again, if we're talking about you don't care about what Israelis think, and you don't care about the left wing winning over the right wing, and you just want them to be to their backs of the wall until they concede something. What exactly are you expecting the Israelis to concede that there's any realistic option of them doing? What are they going to concede?
I think that once you take away the ability to just have a racist apartheid state, that Israelis start conceding huge amounts. Once you start feeling the consequences of having an occupation, no longer getting loan guarantees from America, unlimited weaponry, the protection of the US, I think all of a sudden that Israel does start conceding. There are historical moments at when this happened. Begin says to Reagan, he talks to Reagan about It's in August of 1982. The second that there's like a threat of the US cutting support for them, Israel starts acting. This just has never really happened, because in the current status quo, the fact is Israel is better to have as an ally, and so we're always going to keep appeasing it. However, there is something that I wanted to address there. The reason for the popularity of Hamas is pretty evident, by the way. It's because the Palestinian Authority and the two-state solution lacks any legitimacy in the West Bank, because it has not offered any improvements to Palestinians' lives. It categorically has not. They spend their time cracking down on Palestinians. They don't protect them from settlers. They do nothing but enshrine this situation where a small elite enrich themselves over and over again in Ramallah, whilst the rest of Palestinians live in a situation where they're generally incredibly unsafe and are living a totally abnormal existence. The PA really just stabilizes this horrendous existence, so it's not really surprising that an alternative who reject the two-state solution, who still engage in armed resistance and would allegedly represent a threat to, the settlers, are the legitimate choice. I think it's kind of like, well, Hamas would take over. Yeah, but because of the context in which we exist. And once Israel takes meaningful, very serious steps of being like, right, settlements are frozen. That is the base premise of any negotiation. Not that, we're only building defensive and offensive ones, because Rabin lied about that during his, well, actually, it was more the Labour who came before him. They called it the stockade and watchtower mode of settlement. It wasn't like a legitimate thing. And the settlements continued expanding anyway beyond what they claimed it would be. And so I think I just sit here and I see this thing of like, well, Hamas would be elected and Israelis are scared about that. But it's a product of the occupation. The anxieties that Israelis feel are products of dispossessing people. People don't give up their land for free. People don't get subjected to occupation for decades and then have negotiations where the other side is still expanding settlements, taking away your land, your resources, and then just go, okay, yeah, that's kind of fine for us. Like, I'm sorry. It's really hard for me to take into account those anxieties when they are a product of what Israel is and does.
Okay, so that seems to be that your position is that Palestinians, even if it came to, like, they're right to not have ever counteroffered a kind of two-state solution. They're right to just keep on going. But again, okay, if we're talking about Palestinian armed resistance keeping up and making it popular, do you think if Hamas got elected in the West Bank that Palestinians in that territory would be safer or more in danger from Israeli reprisals? I'm asking that rhetorically because we obviously know that if Hamas are there in the West Bank, that's a territory that is much more, I don't know why you're saying that the security idea on the Green Line is not valid. Like, these are literally hilltops that are just a few miles away from all of the major cities in Israel. Of course it has a meaning. Like, it's much more of a threat than anything that could come out of Gaza. The fact is that when this space is granted that when Hamas have this opportunity, they militarize. They put that way in front of any kind of development of infrastructure or allowing people to try and build a better life or education or anything like that. They put it on military installations and tunnels sprawling across the entire place. You were wrong earlier when you said that you don't think the Sinwar or the Al-Aqsa, the Al-Qassam brigades didn't expect to overwhelm Israel. We don't actually know what they expected, because given Sinwar's rhetoric and given what was actually said on the day by Mohammed Deif, we know that they were calling on the rest of the Arab world, and especially they were calling on Palestinians inside Israel. They were calling on the West Bank and on Hezbollah to join into the fight right there and then, because the time was now. And they saw that Israel was, because of the Supreme Court reforms, that they were at an all-time level of weakness. They thought that was the opportunity, and we don't know. Maybe they did think they were going to win, because the way that they were talking and the way that they fired up their soldiers definitely sounded like that. Had what they wanted happened, had 1 or 2 million Palestinian Israelis decided to rise up as well, had the West Bank risen up, had Hezbollah decided to unload on October 7th, had the militia groups in Syria decided to try and fire in, maybe they would have. Maybe they would have had Iran joined in the same day and launched their ballistic missiles. Yeah, maybe they would have. But again, I don't think maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous, but I don't think you would care. I think you'd be okay with October 7th just continuing all the way until Israel's gone, regardless of how many people died in the process.
I mean, I think it kind of depends in the context of what happens, right? Like, I don't want mass civilian casualties. I don't. Unfortunately, the problem with me and what I think of Israel as a structure and a society is Israel has always premised itself on eliminating the indigenous people. There are some changes that occur at the start. There are some different modes of settlement tried. But if you look into the logic of, say, something like the Jewish National Fund and the early Zionist organizations there, they basically try and do away with the Palestinians. But on the topic of, I really want to go back to a couple of things you said there about Gaza, because I think that they're so important. Now, tunnels were first made for smuggling, I believe. Like, tunnels were made to smuggle things because they were living in a siege, right? They were in this situation where, Israel withdrew, but they reconstituted around Gaza's border. They instituted a crippling siege of the area, and the tunnels were initially used for smuggling. Israel never stopped acquiring huge amounts of weaponry. So are you really surprised that a group whose legitimacy was premised on the notion, well, look, we've driven the settlers out through armed resistance. That's why Israel views these settlements as no longer necessary. Whether that's true or not, whether it came down to just Sharon wanting to freeze the peace process in formaldehyde, I believe someone close to him said. But ultimately, Hamas are engaging with these things, and Hamas have legitimacy because of the occupation, right? Like, I don't think it's hard to see that like, the PA have lost so much legitimacy through collaboration, through offering Palestinians nothing, and that, in Gaza, whatever it may be, they don't live under the yoke directly of Israeli occupation. But on the second thing, I am so perplexed. Like, I am so perplexed by the notion that Palestinians could have built a better society in Gaza, right? Like, it was under a crippling siege. Like, surely that's something you admit, first of all. But second of all, the de-development, the economic destruction of the Gaza Strip largely happened during the Israeli occupation. This is written about by Sarah Roy. She talks about economic de-development that occurs, and largely the permit system that Israel had for a while. Now, the permit system operated so beneficially for Israel rather than Palestinians because basically you could take a huge amount of Palestinians when the Israeli economy was good to engage in, labor in the country, and then when you didn't need them, you could just do away with them. How is any kind of meaningful society, after decades of occupation, decades of extreme violence, going to build something better, something good, something that's like different and meaningful? Because the PA have failed, and they've denounced armed struggle. They haven't built something good for the general population. It's just a society that's like entirely reliant on the Palestinian Authority and people policing other Palestinians. It's not a meaningful existence. It's not like the kind of liberationary change that we're looking for. And there's no way that Palestinians could have made that in Gaza.
Okay, coming to tunnels. Whether or not the first tunnels were for smuggling, I don't even know if that's correct, because they were kidnapping people from 2005, 2006 from those tunnel crossings. They were using kidnapping. Also, one of the things they were smuggling was weapons. So it's like, they were made for smuggling, but the timeline is just off there. The withdrawal came in 2005. The crippling siege that you described wasn't imposed in its totality until 2007 after Hamas took over, as in it happened after the rockets, after the kidnappings, after the weapon smuggling. The fact is that it's not, there's a spectrum, okay? I'm not saying that Gaza could have become Singapore. It wasn't a state when Sharon pulled out with the formaldehyde, whatever. It wasn't a state when Sharon pulled out. It was a territory, but it was also a territory with a lot of international aid, more per head than most groups in the world get as far as groups that require it. They could have built something other than 500 kilometers of tunnels. They could have built something other than massive weapon stockpiles or enough booby traps for, in Sinwar's word, thousands of buildings. They could have done something other than that, and they chose not to because, again, they didn't think, what did they think they were going to do with all these weapons and arms other than what? What was the expectation there of doing all that? Because they were launching attacks into Israel. They were still launching rockets. They were still kidnapping soldiers or kidnapping eventually civilians as well. That's what they were doing with those tunnels. Just because of the first one, even if the first ones were just for smuggling food or whatever, I'm still not even sure that's true. But assuming that's all it was for, then what were they for after that? They were not. That's not their primary purpose.
Defense.
It's not, what's defensive about Hamas? Hamas doesn't think that if you want to defend yourself against Israeli, who's more well defended, Gaza City or Ramallah? Ramallah doesn't have tunnels sprawling all the way underneath it.
Who was better defended against like huge amounts of settler incursions into their land up until October the 7th? And even now, it's a dangerous situation for an Israeli settler to go into Gaza. Like, seriously, for example, in Vietnam, the reason that they dug tunnels, they were dug by families and stuff. It was to fight against the French occupation. Like, old people would throw away the dirt, kids would like grab it up, and people who understood how you did it would dig the tunnels. They were largely like a defensive operation because like this whole thing of like, well, Hamas stockpiled weapons for this or that. Israel's stockpiled weapons for what? For mass killing? Because look, Israel at times has engaged in defensive wars, but like 1982 Lebanon, there's no argument of defense there. They invaded to break the back of the Palestinian national movement. Sharon lied to his own government vis-a-vis that. And Israel's history of engaging in huge massacres and mass killing campaigns in order to establish what it wants politically, it's not something new. And also, by the way, on the topic of like Hamas taking over. They won what was declared a free and fair election. They were allowed to stand by the West in an election. It was only after the results that the West were like, no, that can't happen. I believe there's a rather comical story that Condoleezza Rice fell off her treadmill when she heard the results because they did not think that Hamas had any chance of winning. And so I think like this kind of notion that, Hamas just used all this money to build weaponry. Okay, fine. Yeah, they did do that. But simultaneously, I don't know what else they could have built. I don't know what you can build in one of the most densely populated places on Earth that is subject to a crippling siege by both Egypt, by Israel, and where you basically cannot do anything. Like, you just cannot. There's not enough jobs. The influx of refugees after 1948 was even said, there's a UN representative who is like, it feels unlikely that Gaza will ever be able to support this number of people who came in. So you're kind of just building a society that is what? Reliant on aid from the international community forever? And Hamas builds what with that? They build a collaborationist society and get what? The Palestinian Authority? Like, I see what you're saying. Like, okay, they spent it all on weaponry. But I don't understand what else you think could have been there. I don't care if it's not Singapore. How do you look after a population of 2 million people with huge unemployment, with very limited natural resources? The gas fields off Gaza, they weren't allowed those. They were found in, I think, 2004, 2003. They weren't allowed them. What is there? It's really hard for me to see what kind of meaningful life you could find in Gaza. Like, people did, don't get me wrong, but saying that you could, do whatever there, that there could have been something really different, to me totally ignores, the history of occupation.
Okay. You said a few things there that I'm actually quite skeptical that you sincerely believe. One, tunnels were not built in Gaza to stop individual or lone settler groups from wandering in and trying to set up shop. There's no... If a settler wanted into... the military infrastructure was... Yeah, okay, fine.
Sorry. But I just wanted to say, I'm not talking specifically about tunnels there, but I'm talking about building the capacity for, armed resistance.
So rockets, RPGs, IEDs, none of this is to deal with settlers, right? You need one or two guys with guns was going to stop settlers. Like, Israel had no intention of sending settlers into Gaza after 2005.
But the settlers come with the army, right? Like, we know that. The settlers come with the army. You know that. But also, why did they have no intention of sending settlers in after 2005?
Because they pulled them out? Because Sharon didn't want anything to do with the Israeli army actually being in Gaza anymore?
Because why?
Are we going to go into the context of the formaldehyde quote? Is that why? Is that what we're going for?
No. Just because I think that ultimately Hamas's logic and the logic of people there was like, look, it's costly when people actually stand up to you. When people have this capacity. It's easy to do things to defenseless populations where you've created a collaborationist regime. But it's not like, look, whatever Israel has achieved over the last few years, it has not succeeded in destroying Hamas. Dismantling its offensive capabilities, yes. But dismantling Hamas as a resistance organization, I can't see it's been able to do that. I really cannot see it's been able to do that.
I mean, there have been much more sturdy militant groups that have been destroyed in the past. When it comes to Hamas and Gaza, yes, violence was one reason that they pulled out. The other reason that they pulled out, if you look at the broader context of that quote with the formaldehyde, was people believing at that point, people even within Sharon's government and even without, because obviously the public voted for him, was people out with even without the government were believing that there's just no opportunity to get a two-state solution back on the table with the Palestinian leadership. And they believed that if they wanted nothing to do with Gaza, yes, it was costly also because Gaza just isn't that interesting to even extremist Jewish people. Like, you have to be really extreme to think that it's not even, I think Gaza isn't even referenced in the Talmud as part of being Jewish. So they have very little interest in taking it the same way that they do for the West Bank. And also just because that was Sharon's way of saying, because again, remember, Sharon also had plans to converge. He wanted to pull out of the West Bank as well and to just leave in the similar situation to Gaza, the convergence plan it was called. They wanted that because they decided that their idea was to be neither the occupier, but neither Sharon's position wanting a Palestinian state. So they would just pull out unilaterally and then just say, this is not our problem anymore. We're not interested. That's why they did it. There was not any risk of, and again, the army going in, that brings me to the next thing I'm not sure you agree with. You can take Sharon's pretext for going into 82 and say that it was false. It wasn't a PLO killing or a PLO assassination attempt in Europe, but do you sincerely think that Israel wouldn't have gone into Lebanon without the PLO being there? It's not that the PLO were never attacking Israel in the 70s and 80s.
No,
The Coastal Road Massacre came
think
from the PLO in Lebanon.
I think they wanted to make a Christian Maronite state that was a desire that Ben Gurion expressed, that Dayan in his personal memoirs expressed, that it was a good idea to basically cleanse the south of Shia Lebanese and basically create a sympathetic Christian state from up beyond that point. I think Ben Gurion expresses it quite early and people are quite shocked, but Dayan also expressed it. And then since that point, I think Sharon was like, yeah, fuck it, we're going to do that. And I think that that's why they did it. I don't think they really cared about the PLO. I think that there's people who have made actually an even better point talking about Seth Anziska. I think Seth Anziska, and there's a guy who I went to university with called Coulter Lowry's, I think his name is. That may be a mispronunciation, but he's written basically about the PLO, the fact that the PLO were like moving towards a two-state solution. Then Seth Anziska talks about it too. He's like, the PLO went on a diplomacy offensive. There's the famous speech by Arafat where he's like, I have the freedom fighter's gun and the olive branch in one hand. Do not let the freedom fighter's gun fall. And I think Israel was not interested in that kind of solution, you know, where the PLO were able to have their own state. And I think that they were afforded that ability by Kissinger's ridiculous ideology of, no, we can't engage with the PLO because they're evil monster terrorists.
The PLO were doing terrorism at that point, though. They never stopped.
Yeah,
they ceased, apart from like the attempted ceasefire before 82, which even then, there was one point where the Israelis struck an installation and then the PLO had to keep their population happy, but their version of like avoiding an escalation was to fire mortars into Israel, but they deliberately aimed them to miss. And obviously the Israelis didn't know they were trying to miss. So even then, no, that's not coming back to the central question. You do not believe that had the PLO not been in Beirut, that Israel would have gone in to try and militarily create a Maronite state? No way.
I think it was pretext to do it. I think it was genuinely pretext, and I think that Sharon lied.
Okay,
I think
pretext
that Sharon categorically lied to his population. I think that they didn't really need to get rid of the PLO because it represented such a major threat. I think Khalidi also makes this point. The problem of the PLO was, right, the PLO were kind of showing, we can actually run a state here because there are a huge amount of Lebanese refugee camps, and they were kind of operating a state within a state, and Israel didn't like that. I think at that point, Arafat would have been willing to engage in peaceful negotiations. I believe Jimmy Carter knew this quite well at that time, that the PLO were probably interested or more interested in a two-state solution than Israel was.
Maybe, but the fact is that their actions, they were just definitely not showing that. The Coastal Road Massacre is not the kind of behavior that you engage in if you're trying to pursue a two-state solution. And at the end of the day, you said pretext, but that sounds like you agree. They would not have gone into Lebanon had the PLO not been there and firing attacks at Israel.
But we know that. We know that. Because they were.
Yes, I know it's not because
they were deadly evil terrorists in the way that Israel lied about them.
The thing is that you're making my argument then. My argument when it comes to the Israeli right is that yes, they are expansionist. Yes, they are adventurous. Yes, they are whatever bad thing you want to call them, they are. The fact is, though, is that they need an excuse. That's why when you don't give them the excuse, whether it's Egypt or Jordan, or then they don't do it. So that's why when it comes to the excuse that was given in Lebanon, we know that, again, it wasn't just Israel that didn't like the PLO being there. We know that regardless of what Maronites thought, even the Shia Lebanese were not too happy with the PLO being there. They described themselves as being turned into fodder for the Fedayeen because unemployed Shiites were employed by the PLO to go and basically be the fucking front line of certain death attacks against Israel. So that's why there's that story about them throwing flowers at the IDF the first time they rolled in. Just to bring you back on something you said about Gaza and how, again, there is a spectrum between being a between being like a military installation for Hamas and turning that entire strip into a war machine versus it being reliant on aid and trying to develop, albeit without having the risk of bombs coming on top of you. Like Jordan, to this day, is reliant on international aid. Jordan's like a desert kingdom, and obviously their existence is preferable to that of Gaza. So just because they wouldn't have had a perfect existence under the conditions of 2005, there was a choice. There was a choice that was actually voiced by one of Hamas's original founders. I can't remember, I can find his name if you want, but there were people in Gaza, even within Hamas, who were trying to say that if we stick to ourselves and if we build ourselves up the best we can, then that will at least open the door for opportunities to go further, and it will be preferable to keeping up the fight to try and destroy Israel from this tiny bit of territory that we have no chance of doing, and only inviting reprisals into us. And again, because that's what the right wing likes. They like excuses to go and do the things that they want to do. But then obviously he was sidelined, right? And the people in Hamas who wanted to continue attacking Israel never went away. That's why you had the second Intifada from coming out of people in Gaza with Hamas, and that's why you also had the rocket attacks that never stopped even after 2005. So,
sorry.
But the main point I'm trying to get to is that I think most of this argument is interesting and all that, but like I think a lot of this argument is kind of a little bit redundant, because it seems like you don't even think that the Israeli presence in that region is legitimate, or you think that like they had no reason to want a state in the first place, or they had no good reason to anyway, or no understandable reason even, and that just needs to get done away with. But I'm just trying to tell you, and the thing I'm trying to get across is that there is a reason that this strategy of using force and international sanctions and international pressure and whatever like legal attacks that the UN General Assembly that they try to do to Israel, there's a reason that they've been doing this for the best part of 75 years, and it hasn't got them anywhere, because they're trying to deal with a group that in a way they don't even really fully like understand or acknowledge like why they're even there. They think that Israel can be pushed into either giving up their military defenses or their military infrastructure, or giving up their like security presence or the like, which they would call the blockade, or like the presences around the West Bank. They think they're going to give it up for nothing, even though they still haven't been able to prove that they wouldn't use any bit of leeway that's granted to them to attack further. And as long as that happens, the PA is treated differently from Hamas's. Like the PA is treated differently.
But they're treated differently, but Israel still settles their land. Israel still constantly incites against them, constantly says they're evil, monstrous terrorists. The Palestinian Authority, their forces are trained by the CIA, by private mercenary companies in Jordan. They spend their time cracking down on Palestinians. They collaborate on security matters with Israel, and they get nothing in return. I am sorry, like, Israel controls their economy. The situation there is not good for most Palestinians. The Israeli occupation and has destroyed so many meaningful things like the tourism industry, handicrafts industry. It just doesn't work there anymore. There's not many jobs that are actually available to people. And I think that like what this analysis is totally ignorant of, and what it totally misses, is that like the PA did this. The PA did this. Like Keith Dayton, Lieutenant General Keith Dayton, there's a famous speech in 2009 where he says, "We have created new men in the West Bank." And he's like, the Israelis come to me and they ask me, how many more of these new men can you generate? They are security forces entirely benevolent to Israel. They have shown that they will collaborate with the occupation, and yet still the Israeli government incites against them. Even when there's a left-winger in power, nothing changes. Like nothing is good enough for Israel. They continue this colonization. And by the way, just on this topic of like highly militarizing a population, like first of all, you know that Israel has massacred all over the region, that it constantly engages in political assassinations everywhere, like everywhere it can. It has shown that this year, that it will assassinate people wherever it can get their hands on them. But I think that like the other key part is that Israel as a society is so militarized to the point where you have, in this discussion, you have described human beings as a means of security, that Israel should and has like a justification to build settlements on hills and specific areas because they're apparently defensive. And that is literally just using a human being as like a means to see what Palestinians are up to. That is like all that is.
To be clear, I don't think settlements are security. The only settlements, quote unquote, are the installations that are actually military. They're not even really civilian communities. They're are the ones like on the very edge on the hilltops. And I would happily swap like 5 times the land for that to go to Palestine. I would never, ever describe civilian settlements in the West Bank as security. That's not my opinion. Anyway, sorry.
But what were you describing as security? Sorry.
The military installations that are on the hilltops.
As in the like
or even like the checkpoints, like or the border checkpoints.
Okay, wait. Sorry. So you think the border checkpoints should go?
What, unilaterally? Probably not, no. There'd have to be an agreement.
But like the vast majority of them, the ones that are literally just
the ones that are there to protect like outposters, yeah, fuck them. I don't think the IDF should get called when those guys get attacked. Just leave
Okay,
them
okay.
to
I mean, yeah,
fend for
that's
themselves.
a decent-ish position. I can't really remember the point of what we were just discussing.
The point of what we're talking is that
though.
you think that Palestinians can concede everything and they'll basically get the same thing that Hamas does. That sounds like what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's insane because God.
I
Like,
wait.
hang on.
I just want to, like, in terms of the structure of being subjected to a violent settler colonial regime, yes. And I don't know how you would plausibly deny that, because I don't think you can see the PA as anything but collaborationist, right? They've literally just passed something that if you, or they're moving to pass something that if you don't accept the Oslo Accords, you cannot run for office in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank. Many people in the West Bank over and over again criticize the Israelis. They refer to Israel's occupation as, the Palestinian Authority as a second occupation. They collaborate with Israel. And what do they get in return? Mass annexation of territory, huge amounts of killing, massive Israeli raids into their territory, destruction of not entire townships, but mass expulsions. I mean, we saw that this year, right? Like, there were huge expulsions in the Jenin refugee camp and all these other places. Even after the PA went in and engaged in a crackdown, I think in Jenin, correctly? Yep. And so I think it's kind of this situation where you're like trying to tell me that Hamas could have done things so differently. But the West Bank shows that that's not a reality. And the West Bank also has a major beneficial factor of it's not one of the most densely populated places on earth. Like, the Gaza Strip is.
Yeah, and Gaza has the advantage in that Israel was willing to take every single settler out of the area. So that wouldn't have been the same problem in Gaza. And again, if you're going to say that they were going to go in with the army, again, there's this whole thing. I feel like there's an issue with just saying, like, there's either bad or there's good and there's no in between, or and everything bad is the equal, regardless of whether it's what's happened to Gaza in the last 2 years or what's happening to the West Bank. I think these are very, very different situations. It's no coincidence that even when Israel does massively overstep or commit crimes in the West Bank, it's in areas where there is Hamas and PIJ activity. It's places like the Jenin refugee camp, like you said, like one of the biggest hotbeds for Hamas extremism. There's a reason that they go in. The IDF have always been more aggressive there than they were in Ramallah, right? That's not a coincidence. And when it comes to the PA, again, we can go for quibbles about like the PA's effectiveness and how quite a lot of people in the Second Intifada who fought against the IDF with PIJ or Hamas were trained by PA security, and that Arafat's attempts to keep them in line were very, very limited, and obviously his efforts to stop them were pretty much nil. We can go into that but it's not really addressing, I think, the key issue, which is
that was 20 years ago, though.
Yeah, I know, and when it comes to Abbas as well,
the security forces were reworked under Abbas. Like, this is an undeniable point. Like, Israel maintains every ballistic record for the guns that are fired in the West Bank. If any weapon that belongs to weapons that belong to the Palestinian Authority, of course, they don't have, some random weapon that's sold by some Israeli to make a bit of money, because I think that's a thing that happens. But I think that, like, is referencing Arafat's era and the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade and their uprising against Israel, that's a time that's gone now. The PA have been collaborating with Israel for 15 plus years, and all they've become, entirely, I mean, Arafat arguably did too, but all they have become is more authoritarian, more violent to their own population, and basically just carry out tasks that Israel can't. So something Andy Clarno writes about specifically is the PA are very often the people who carry out politically sensitive, or at least in the time he was writing, this was about 7 years ago, maybe Israel is more aggressive now, but that in terms of the PA 7 years ago were regularly arresting people for throwing stones. They were arresting people for, protesting. They are an organization entirely benevolent to Israel. They are not engaged in mass uprisings against Israel. There may be the occasional Palestinian Authority security force officer who does that, but they're all trained in Jordan under CIA, is it Blackwater? I don't want to. Yeah, Blackwater. I think it's Blackwater anyway. They're all trained there. And it's kind of a situation where I look at it and I see this aggressive colonization is still ongoing. It is only getting worse. And sure, the spectacular nature of the violence may not be as bad as Gaza, but the fact that, I know you quite like to cite it, so I had a look at the poll. Apparently 85% of the Palestinians that they interviewed for is it the PSPR, the Palestine Pulse thing, felt
PSR.
unsafe in the West Bank. They felt unsafe because of the situation in which they live. When you talk to Palestinians who are there, when you look at a film like No Other Land that documents the horrible nature of this violence, where there is just people coming into your land, attacking you, taking your homes from you, expelling you on the basis of some very shaky legal manipulation, I think I would call it, is maybe an apt term, that situation is totally, totally unacceptable.
Well, my Mossad handlers only introduced me to Palestinians who love Israel, so unfortunately I missed the ones who felt they were scared. That's a joke.
Yishai.
In any case, like
Big yes.
there's like a forced binary happening here. Yeah, like the PA is very different now to how it was under the Second Intifada. But again, we know, I don't think you don't disagree that Abbas has a lot less power over the Jenin refugee camp than he has over Ramallah. Like we know that this is a different situation, and we know that. But again, I'm not even trying to say that like I agree that the PA, well, actually, maybe we agree for different reasons. The PA does generally get a pretty fucking brutal, as far as they are with collaborating with Israel, like they're much more helpful to Israel than anyone in Hamas or anyone else is going to be. They do, Abbas, like at least in his speeches, he does say a lot of the right things. The problem is that people in Israel, like again, they know that Abbas doesn't really have that much popularity. He's very unpopular, actually. It's one of the only things that Palestinians agree on. And the other thing is that we know that Abbas, as soon as any like PA presence or any that presence is weakened, the alternative will be Hamas. And I don't think you're really acknowledging when it comes to the fact that the peace process was on the table with Camp David or with the Olmert plan. I don't think you genuinely believe that had either of these been accepted, that settlement would still continue in the same way it does now. And I think that's the issue. The issue is that settlement happens and settlers, one thing, and again, this is one thing I did learn from speaking to them, because I've unfortunately met a few of them too. The one thing that settlers fucking hate being asked, if you ever want to trigger a settler, is they'll tell you that they're there because of security and all this bullshit. Like apparently they're the thing that stands between Islamic Jihad and going into Israel, not the checkpoints. They'll say that they're there because there's no peace process and because like they might as well put a barrier between Hamas and Tel Aviv and all that shit. But then you ask them, okay, if Palestinians actually offered peace in exchange for this land, would you give it up? Would you give up this land for peace? They will never answer that question. Because they know that as soon as there is a convincing olive branch from the Palestinians, they know that as soon as there is a convincing leader or an offer even that can get offered by the Palestinians, then their position is fucked. Like they have no leg to stand on. Like that's why Israeli opinion has gone from very, very anti-settlement and from people who are willing to dismantle settlements even unilaterally towards Netanyahu. It's because they have not been convinced meaningfully that there is actually an olive branch for peace there. That's why you get peace processes. You get lots of big words about the framework, so whether it's the Arab Peace Initiative or Geneva, but then as soon as they get down to the table, as soon as they start talking about details, then there's an offer from Israel and then they walk away. Or they just kind of say, well, I'll think about it and I'll come back later. Conveniently enough, I'll come back later at a point when you're just about to get voted out of office and then a right winger is going to replace you. So
I think it's really interesting to focus on Camp David and Taba when, like, they had the Oslo Accords and Israel wrote into that an exception when they were like, yeah, we're going to expand the settler population. And there's a huge expansion of settlers there. It's really hard to see why, like, the kind of expectation is that Arafat goes into a negotiation, right, where things are not exactly 100% clear. I believe with Olmert, right, isn't it? He said, or I believe he said, that Abbas didn't even say no, right? Or has he changed his position on that?
Olmert is, I spoke to Olmert.
That's 2009.
Olmert is a lot more sanguine right now about the whole process than he was back then. Olmert believes that had he had more time, had he not been, fucked by criminal charges from the right wing, that he would have got peace with Abbas. But the fact is that Olmert to this day will also still complain that that whole story with the napkin map and Olmert showing him the final offer, Abbas saying, oh, I want to study the map, and Olmert thinking, you're just going to leave and never come back, are you? Let's do this tomorrow.
Wait.
And then Abbas reschedules tomorrow's appointment because he's got to go to Amman, and then they never hear from him ever again. Olmert's kind of got two positions on that. He believes that they could have had more time and they would have maybe got something. But at the end of the day, Abbas himself actually, he didn't say no. He also, I think in 2009-10, said that the gaps were too wide. His number two, Saeed Erekat, went to a Jordanian newspaper and just said, well, they offered us 60% at the beginning of Camp David. Then it became 92. Then it became 94 at Clinton. Now it's closer to 98 or 99, 100. Why rush? That's what he said to a Jordanian. So I think the lack of intent there, again, it's hard to convince me that people have tried everything or that they've tried to show these olive branches when there is not one final settlement ever in the last 100 years for two states that Palestinians have even offered, that they've never described. There's
Oslo.
not one. That's not a final
I guess
settlement.
Oslo's an interim. I guess
yeah.
Oslo's an interim agreement, but that's kind of the trick of Oslo, right? That Israel, it seems like it's given all this pomp, and there's the famous handshake, but it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
well, Oslo's
And
an
Israel
agreement to have an
entrenches-
agreement, right? It's an
Pardon?
agreement. Oslo is an agreement to have an agreement.
Yeah, but
Ultimately.
the thing is that Oslo establishes the Palestinian Authority. Oslo is clearly Palestinians' recognition of, Israel's right to exist. And it doesn't go anywhere because at Camp David, in my understanding, the problem pertains specifically to Jerusalem and settlements. I know you mentioned this other example. I'm not so familiar with it, but I'm not so sure that I'm so quick to trust Shlomo Ben-Ami and any of these people. I don't think they were honest brokers in their time. I think they relied on the fact that the US was always going to give them power. But I think that also, just like on a base level, right, like our governments recognize that Israel's occupation is illegal. They say the base for peace is a two-state based on 1967. Most Western governments do. Trump may have changed that, but largely that's what they say. The problem for me is that we never see anything materialize around that. That, like, regardless of who's in power, the position doesn't actually change. Israel doesn't take this powerful unilateral action to crack down on right-wing extremists in the West Bank. They are constantly cracking down on Palestinians. They have the apparatus to go in and smash those extremist settlements. But the other problem for me now is that we're at a point where there are 700,000 settlers living in the West Bank, the proportion of which are extremists, I don't know. But there is at least a sizable amount with decent levels and high levels of military training who will not give up. Even during when they pulled out the Sinai, right, there was a slight issue of like, fuck, these people are... There was like an incident where loads of Kahana's followers nearly killed themselves in a bunker and they had to fly in a rabbi or something to that effect to prevent them from doing it. I think like it just underestimates the situation in which Israel is in, that as long as Israel is continually hugged by both the Democrats, by the Republicans, by Labour, by anything that we have, I mean, we don't matter anymore. Like, let's be frank, the UK is a meaningless fucking country and all of this. But as long as like Netanyahu is hugged, as long as Israel is hugged, as long as we give, so much privilege to the anxieties of Israelis, we're always going to be in this perpetual situation. And that's why I'd invest in the one-state solution, because over and over again, whoever's in power, they've shown a consistent inability to make these major changes. And that I'd much rather believe in, like, the world will change. And at that point, if you're talking about a two-state solution anyway, what's the fucking point? And we may as well go for the belief that human beings can exist equitably in a society. And I know there's much you'll say about, like, oh, well, the Middle East has all this sectarian violence, but think about, like, how much sectarian violence is produced off, like, hugging a particular sect and enabling it. Like, people always go on about Sunnis and Shias, right? In the context of Sunni and Shia oppression in a place like Bahrain, people are oppressed there as Shias because they're not of the ruling majority. The sectarian issue isn't really that big. They bring over huge amounts of Sunni Muslims to alter the demographics. And I know this may seem to be like gish galloping, maybe, I don't know. But what the point that I'm trying to make is that I would rather sit there and imagine this better Middle East. And I know perhaps that's sitting from a position of an ivory tower, but at the same time, simultaneously, I do think human beings within us exists this capacity to live together, to exist in better societies, And I think that the problem with a two-state, with the whole of the Middle East, is that, actually with the two-state, we're talking about reimagining the entire Middle East.
Right. Took a few notes there. So first of all, you don't have to believe what Ben-Ami or Balin or any of these people say. You can look at the PLO. Most of the PLO I don't think anyone in the PLO disagrees with Olmert's narrative of what happened in 2008. I don't think any in the PLO disagrees that that's what happened, that the gaps were too wide. I don't think anyone in the PLO necessarily disagrees with the ultimate stance from Arafat, which was that they thought the Clinton parameters and Camp David were just unacceptable. They were just too wide to them. When you come to international law, again, international law does not say unilaterally withdraw. We agree with that, right? International law does not say, Israel, you shouldn't be there, get the fuck out. Doesn't matter what Palestinians are doing, just leave. It does not say that. It says mutual recognition, peace, borders, security, all that shit, right? It means that there needs to be some understanding between the two groups. If there's never going to be even a counteroffer, even like we'll accept this, even once, then there's no withdrawal. That's under international law. That's how it goes. Even the new ICJ thing that said that the occupation of the West Bank was illegal. If you look at the people who voted in favor of that resolution, they literally say, yeah, the reason that we affirmed this position is because it doesn't say leave unilaterally, unconditionally, and it doesn't even say leave at every single point of the West Bank at the same time and in the same way. They acknowledge that if there is going to be two states, it has to be agreed by both sides, and one side has never said what that final settlement will look like, and that's an issue. Settlers. Yes, there are far too many settlers in the West Bank. There should be zero. 80% of them are still pretty much on the green line. That land can be swapped. It's not impossible to swap land, even with Gaza as well. Those settlers, as far as the ones that remain, the ones who live in places like fucking Yitzhar, like on those stupid hilltops, like again, if there was a Palestinian militant group that was focused on doing like an ANC style operation against those, where they were basically deciding that settlements were going to make a distinction between these guys and Israeli civilians. If you're a settler, especially an outposter, like the worst of them all, then we're basically going to make this system ungovernable or unsustainable. We're going to dismantle infrastructure. We're going to block roads like you guys do to us. We're going to fucking throw rocks at you like you guys do to us. We're going to burn down your fucking agriculture. That would be so much more sympathetic than what happens now. People have sympathized with militant groups in the past, like Western states sympathized with the ANC, right? If they did it like that,
after a long time though.
Yes, and after a lot of strategizing and a lot of mindfulness from the ANC, they were very considerate. I'm just going to. Sorry, let's finish one more thing. When you talk about wanting to move to the one-state solution, okay, do we agree that neither group wants this? As far as equality, one-state solution, neither group wants it.
I'm not so sure I do, because I can't remember the poll you rely on. Can you send it to
It's from PSR. There's one in 2002, one in 2024.
PSR. 2022, do you mean?
One from 22 and one from 24.
Because the thing that I find difficult about this poll, right, is... Oh, the thing that I find interesting about this poll is, first of all, very small sample size, okay? But seemingly, it's Palestinians in Gaza who are interested in the two-state solution more than...
1,270 is not a small sample size. That's representative.
Is it not? I thought that was a relatively small sample size.
No. Sample sizes for polls do not have to be that big.
Okay, cool. Interesting. I'm trying to find the one that you were looking at, because the annoying thing is I looked at it earlier.
I can find the 24 one as well. I believe it's gone down, not surprisingly, in 2024.
The 2025 one. Well, also, by the way, their findings are quite different to Gallup's poll. Gallup finds something very different. I think Gallup find about 22% support the two-state solution.
We're talking about how much support the one-state solution. The one and you have to delineate between an equal one state and an unequal, because whenever they're given the choice, they'll choose the unequal one over the equal one. Both groups will do that.
But I was also really interested because I think the phrasing, the terminology is limited rights for Jews, right?
There's one with equal rights and one with limited rights for the other side, is what they say.
What do limited rights mean? Because I was really interested. I don't know if you know, but I don't really know what that means. But I think that what's interesting about picking this poll is that surely if you take the one state together, so you take Democratic, which dominates in the case of Palestine by a tiny amount, like maybe 7-8% or something, I think, in the one you cited, right? It's 7-8% over the undemocratic version in the case of Palestine, right?
The Democratic one is I think for the 2024 one, I thought it was 8%, although
8% over.
As in there's three options. There's two states, then there's one Democratic, and then one unequal. The one Democratic and equal one is always at the bottom for both groups.
This is really annoying because I had actually found the exact one that you refer to. Now I've forgotten it.
I think I've sent you two links.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
okay, sorry, I need to just...
2022 one it's between one non-democratic state without equality and one democratic state with equality. And if you look at Palestinians and Israeli Jews, the democratic state with equality is the bottom for both groups from 2020 to 2022.
Which one? Yeah, here you go.
Figure 2 on the 2022 poll. I'm just looking for the figure on the 24 one.
I thought this was a different...
You'll find higher numbers if you look for one that just says 1 and 2 states. But obviously, it's best to think about what kind of one state they're thinking of, because it's not difficult to get Palestinians to say one state, obviously, but then it's harder to get them to say that they want one where Jews are equal.
Okay, 25% of Palestinians supported a one state. Is that right? There was an example. I really think that I've seen a better version that you've used before. Not as in better for the statistics I want, just as in that it shows us bars. which is kind of annoying.
The one
'cause
with the
I'm
bars is
assuming
the 2022 one. I think it's the first link I sent you.
Really?
Yeah, 2022. If you look at Figure 2, support for... I can screenshot it and send it to you if that helps.
25%. Okay, so we're talking in July 2024, 25% of Palestinians and 14% of Israeli Jews supported a democratic and equal state.
Mm-hmm.
A non-democratic one in 2022. For fuck's sake, why am I so confused by this? I'm sorry. I really wish I can find this one with the 2 polls.
You can take your time. It's fine.
Well, it's it's not the most exciting viewing.
Fuck
In
'em.
July 2024, 25%.
They need to respect
of
the process.
Yeah, respect the grind. 23. It compared 23% among Israelis and 20%. I thought there was one because I can't see in the unequal. It stood at 30. So in 2022, an unequal state stood at 30%, and that's for Palestinians, right?
No, that's the... Oh, yeah. 30. And then 23 for the Democratic. Yeah.
And what's the support for the 2-state?
33.
So does that not mean that, like, support for the 1-state is technically higher? It's just kind of how that 1-state looks.
Yeah, but I'm guessing we don't want to support a one unequal state or have that.
No. But I think kind of dismissing the concept of a 1-state solution as not being wanted, when even the majority of Israelis over a 2-state favor an unequal one.
Well, to
I
be
think
clear,
it shows that people just
neither
want
of
to
them-
live in.
Well, they both want they both like the idea of one state where they're in charge of everything. But that's obviously, I think from the river to the sea, it's about 50-50. So if one group's going to be unequal, like that's just turning a war into a civil war.
No. But what I'm saying is that there's clear support for this kind of thing, a 1-state. I think it is a good idea, and Palestinians do seemingly show a preference for equal over unequal, which, it may be a small margin, but it's still. Wait,
you said
do
that
they
backwards.
not?
You said it backwards. They support unequal over equal.
Do they?
The green one. Are you looking at the bars? The green one is equal.
Have you just sent me another?
I've sent you the screenshot from the 2022 one. The green one is equal. The red one is unequal. The red one's bigger than the green one for both groups. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think I've seen the one that's from whenever it's called. But even then, okay, so fair enough. Like, the number is, I thought it was the inverse. Maybe I looked at a different poll and the 2024 one is different. I don't actually know. Either way, it still shows you that 53% support a 1-state solution. And the reason that I think that this is important or worth bringing up and maybe saying, hey, this poll kind of actually shows the failure of the 2-state solution is that the 2-state solution is the one that's supported by all Western governments. It's the one that's been campaigned for by, it's the one that's campaigned for over and over again by, like, Western politicians. It's the one that the international community conveys all this legitimacy on, and yet people who live the reality of the 2-state solution don't actually think it'll work.
There's not a reality of the 2-state solution, though. We have one state and we have one territory that's occupied or blockaded or blown to pieces.
But that's what I mean, though. Oslo is arguably like the closest anything has been to a 2-state solution, right? And it doesn't work. And they see what the international community is simultaneously saying is we need negotiations between Palestinians and Israelis, and then we'll reach this magical 2-state. But it is not materializing, and their lives are just getting worse and worse for Palestinians.
We don't know 2 states doesn't work because there's never been 2 states. There's been agreement from the Israeli side on a couple of occasions. There's never been a final settlement offered by the Palestinian side. We don't know what they want for 2 states. We have no idea what their version of 2 states even is.
The point that I'm making here is, well, I think you can infer that most people would be happy with 67 borders.
Well, 67 borders, yeah, they like, when they say 67 borders, and I think you know this as well, when Hamas says 67 borders, or because they're the most popular ones, when they say 67 borders, they mean just get out and we're not going to change anything. We're not going to recognize you. We're not going to stop fighting you. And also, yeah, if they the version of 2 states that they seem to say that they won, say with Barghouti, when obviously he changes a lot, but when it came to 2000, it was like, yeah, we'll take 2 states, but that's full withdrawal from the 67 borders, all of East Jerusalem, and also full right of return. And that's like, well, that's just one state. That's just that's just 2 Palestinian states that will become one. That's not really a 2-state solution.
Also, I think that there's another factor majorly within this, which is I look at Israel and I look at the things that it has done, the destabilization that it has wrought on the region and the destabilization that it coupled with its Western backers have wrought on the region. And I find it hard to see why anyone as a leftist would remain committed to the ideology that there is anything beneficial about continually supporting Israel.
It depends on what part of Israel you're supporting. I think they should. I
Any
think
of it.
they're supporting in the sense that they should be allowed to exist. Yeah, because then the alternative to them existing is worse.
But the prerequisite of Israel existing for the last 70 plus years has been constant warring. And there were people who pointed this out, that this was going to happen in order to maintain a demographic majority of Jewish people. Like, you talk it through it here. Everything is an anxiety for Israelis. They're worried that if Palestinians get a two-state, then all of a sudden they're going to attack Israel. They're worried that, you know, Hamas will gain power. But all of these things are anxieties produced by Israel's actions, right? Like, I think that when we look at what Israel is and has done, and we see that as not just like crazy singular state aberration, but rather existing within the context of Western imperialism in the Middle East, that we see, fuck, this is terrible, and that clinging to this ideology that has continually allowed human beings to be subjected to apartheid, occupation, extremist violence, and no offer of any kind of equitable solution. I mean, you point to these things, but they've never materialized. And
They
so
haven't
I think it's just
materialized
kind
because
of-
they've never been accepted.
but also, I'm sorry, I find like the accounts of people like Finkelstein, Seth Anziska, many others who point to the way in the PLO were willing to accept these more convincing than pointing out to specifics that are also denied by Finkelstein. I'll be frank with you.
How?
I
How?
don't-
No. How is so?
In
Finkelstein's
my
saying that they were
understanding-
willing to accept. So
In my
where is it?
understanding-
Where is the final settlement? Where's the one final settlement? This is what we want for refugees? Jerusalem, security borders. Where is it?
Because these have to be negotiated and agreed upon. Like,
So
let's
they
be
weren't.
frank.
So they didn't give a final offer. So they got a final offer. They didn't counter it. Why not?
But in my understanding, Arafat sent a note, right, at the to Taba.
Uh-huh.
Taba negotiation. Why can't I find this? But it apparently says that in Haaretz, Arafat had accepted Taba
He accepted it when?
in 2002,
What happened in 2002?
18 months after.
18 months. So, and you understand that before Sharon gets elected, before Clinton leaves office, you understand that Clinton said, when I leave office, this offer comes with me. It's done. You know you're on a deadline. You know you've got lame ducks in office. You know that the lame duck you're dealing with, Barack, has staked his entire career and his reputation on completing this peace process. If he doesn't complete it, his re-election prospects are fucking dead. They are dead. Of course they were dead, because the second Intifada happened when he was trying to negotiate the peace process. Yeah, you can't just say, again, this is a pattern. It's like people will say they'll either refuse to counteroffer or they'll walk away, and then once the deal is dead, they'll say, actually, can we have that now, please? That's a very common trend. Actually, one person in the PLO called that out. It was Nabil Amar called that out when he said, that's exactly what we do. He called, and he even said it about Camp David, let alone Clinton parameters and Taba. He just said, yeah, this is what we do. We accept a deal after it's completely wiped off the table. Like when the time comes to actually either counteroffer, dot the T's, cross the I's, and finish the deal, we don't do it. And they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, like when I look at these things, I don't really understand how people can act as if it is like a one moment and that's it. This is talking about like Palestinians' just basic rights to dignity. And the problem is that the international community just been like, right, you get one chance and you have to accept these negotiations. That's not how negotiations should work, right? Like, I'm sorry, Camp David was not a great negotiation. When you're in a situation where the Americans are basically acting in favor of the Israelis, where Israel is refusing to give up control over East Jerusalem, that does not seem to be like a good situation. And beginning with the basis of international law and just saying, right, it is wrong what Palestinians have been subjected to. The Israelis have to make major concessions and offer serious justice to the Palestinian people. I'm sorry, I can't see why like anyone would act as if, yeah, actually the Palestinians are rejectionists. Because as you're saying, Olmert says, seemingly, that Abbas didn't reject because he didn't accept it instantaneously, because Oslo set a precedent that Israel would use negotiations as effectively as a means to, you know, trick the Palestinians and take more land away from them. If there were not very strict red lines about no more settlements, these things that are ongoing are changing the reality of the West Bank.
And you think
also,
those red lines weren't absent Olmert's plan, though? You've seen Olmert's map, right? You've seen the map that Olmert showed to Abbas. It means it takes Jews out of Hebron. Like, that would have taken like the IDF would have had to. That would have been a pretty violent operation. Getting fucking, you've seen settlers in Hebron, right? They're fucking insane. But that would have taken. It would have taken so much settlement out. It would have given land swaps. It would have been, I think, as close to 100% as you can get with land swaps.
But Israel annexes huge areas of the West Bank, right? And these areas would still be protected militarily, correct?
They annex now, Or you're talking about they annexed in...
They would have annexed in the peace plan.
They would have
right?
annexed and land swapped, meaning Palestine gets to annex parts of Israel as well.
I think that there are also like complex aspects, which I don't really know if you know the answer to this. But where did water factor into a plan like this? Like, because you do know that's kind of like the areas that are being annexed and largely water-rich areas of the West Bank, I believe.
I haven't looked into the full details of water negotiations, but again, I'm
because...
yet to see Abbas and or Arafat or anyone saying that we couldn't come to an agreement here because of water.
But water's a serious issue, right? Like, it's not something that you can just dismiss. Like, who controls the water? Palestinians had their water taken away by Ariel Sharon in the 1980s. And so, like, I think I look at these plans and I see this as apparently this beautiful Israeli concession. And like, okay, yeah, sure, they take Jewish people out of Hebron. But I think that, like, ultimately, you're still keeping major settlements in the West Bank, which are deemed illegal under international law. Palestinians having a right to spend some time thinking about that, to want concrete definitions of maps, because I really am looking for this Arafat quote. Arafat wanted specifics. He wanted maps and such of actually what was going to be swapped and all of these things, but he didn't get them.
Well, you're talking about Abbas. Abbas was offered to meet with, maybe Arafat says, but as far as I know with maps, because the napkin map, that's like the big fucking press, that's like the big public spectacle, was Abbas holding up the napkin map. The map was, because Olmert had offered this solution. He shows them the map. Abbas says, I want my map expert to look at this, Saib Arakat. So we'll meet the next day. The next day comes, and Abbas realizes that he has a meeting in Amman. So they postpone, and then that's the last you hear from it, because Olmert gets kicked out. And then that's it. But Abbas said a year later, the gaps were too wide. Arakat
what were
said,
the gaps over?
He didn't say. Not that I'm aware of. And Arakat
really
said, they keep offering us more. Why rush? So
I don't know what the gaps are, but like I look up things like, I don't think it's just as simple as swapping land, because there are many other calculations to put in with that. And it's also, by the way, any acceptance of anything like this is the complete abandonment of the Palestinian cause. Like, it's the abandonment of saying we should just have a state on the 67 borders. Like, the PLO were ready to recognize that in the 70s. It was Israel who was not. And then at Oslo, I'm sorry, when you negotiate in such bad faith, when there's this situation where the Palestinian people see this handshake and they see this moment where ostensibly you are moving towards a peaceful solution. I know it is interim, but serious issues were meant to be discussed later on. And that was the mistake, really. But they see this and their lives don't improve markedly. Selling it to the Palestinian people, you need a good deal and you need major concessions out of Israel. And so expecting Palestinians to accept the Camp David is basically impossible. But also, by the way, it's Arafat's letter on the Clinton parameters, where he's like, I need clear answers to many questions relating to calculation of land ratios that will be annexed and swaps, and the actual location of those territories, as well as the basis for defining the Western Wall, its borders and extensions, and the effect on of that on the concept of full Palestinian sovereignty over the Al-Haram al-Sharif.
Yeah,
we understand the idea of...
Yeah. I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the letter the letter of acceptance and the caveats. That's fine. That's not the issue. The issue wasn't well, some of the reservations just completely contradicted the parameters. Like they said for refugees, that it had to be. It was a very vague wording of like, it has to be that everyone gets the right of return, but we're also willing to be flexible. I don't know how you can reconcile these two positions, but in any case, they said that. And with regards to maps, yeah, they were okay to say that we would like to see maps. The Israelis said the same thing. The maps were discussed at Taba, but when it came to sovereignty over Haram al-Sharif, Arafat was offered sovereignty over the Haram al-Sharif as long as he acknowledges that there is a Jewish temple underneath, and he said no.
Yeah, and again, I think that exists within the context of the tunnel under Al-Aqsa and the kind of inflammation that occurred within the Palestinian population. And I don't think what's going on in Palestine is a result of religion, but you've got to understand that this is like something that matters, like that it's something that matters in the context of Palestine. But I also think that, like, ultimately, my position comes from none of these people who allegedly made these major concessions were willing to just take, did Olmert stop settlement in 2009? Like, just full stop, no more settlements.
I'm not aware of him stopping settlements full stop, but he was...
See, that's the kind of position where it's like, that is literally altering the reality on the ground for Palestinians. That is eating up more Palestinian land. And you know what those settlements are like. They steal water from Palestinians. Even the way in which they're made affects the flow of water in the West Bank. These things have just been like, well, the Palestinians didn't give a quick enough response to this kind of thing. I think it's like, if you look at what's actually going on and the fact that Israelis are unwilling to stop the settlements, which I think Reagan and the people around him recognized was the key obstacle to peace. If you're not willing to do that, what are you willing to do?
Well, apart
Like,
from
I'm
the
sorry,
fact that their offers would have dismantled settlements and then ensured that they never go there again.
but where was the insurance that they'd never do it again?
That
Because
would-
the thing is that this is like a long-term plan. The withdrawals are over a long amount of time. You need it to be quick because you need to ensure that this kind of thing can never happen again. That this kind of extremist ideology, because by the way, unfortunately, I don't think you can expunge this from Zionism, because I think since 67, and even if you look at the Israeli Knesset, a quarter of the Israeli Knesset is currently dominated by ultra-religious far-right parties. A quarter. No, it is very difficult for people to form, a majority without that. Like religious Zionism, Shas, United Torah Judaism, and Otzma Yehudit are all believers in the ideology that Israel should never give up any of the land. It's over a quarter. They contain over 30 seats. I believe there's 120 in the Israeli Knesset. I think it is very hard because Israel for too long has been a country that has continually coddled and protected these religious extremists, that has over and over again afforded them the ability to take more Palestinian land with the direct protection of the Israeli military, directly altering Palestinian existence on life on the ground. And no one in the international community does anything about it. No one in the Israeli government takes actions to directly stop it. It's so bad fucking faith to be in an interim agreement and to write into that more settlements as a left-wing Labour politician in Israel, or growth of settlements. Like, it's so bad faith. And I'm not surprised that Palestinians, when they get these offers that are seemingly coming from America and they're very and they're very much a pro-Israel country, that it's really, really hard to see Palestinians just being willing to accept anything that isn't majorly concrete.
I don't know what's more concrete than a final settlement. The Clinton parameter withdrawal period the implementation period was 5 years. That's not that long. It's about the same length that the Oslo Accords went on for. As far as Israelis, again, we can talk about first of all, like Haredim and Ben Gvir. Like these are quite different groups, right? The Haredi they think it's against Jewish law to even go on top of the what do they call it, the Harabai, like the Al-Aqsa compound. Jews aren't even supposed to stand there, let alone riot there. So there's a different anyway. It has to come down to, again, this only matters, I guess, if you care about what Israelis think. But we know that Netanyahu, he got in power in the 90s. He sabotaged the Y River Agreement. And then when Barak ran on that re-election to finish the peace process and to actually do it and implement it, Netanyahu was booted out because it seemed that when Israelis believed that there was actually an offer on the table and they were talking about all these things that you mentioned, Netanyahu's big talking point was they're going to divide Jerusalem. We can never let them divide Jerusalem. They're going to negotiate with a terrorist like Arafat. Barak got elected anyway. And if you want to talk about bad faith parts of the negotiation, I agree that Barak went further than Yitzhak Rabin, right? Rabin even said that it's not even going to be a sovereign state. And obviously it went further than that because the Clinton parameters was offering a sovereign state. So there were differences there. And Netanyahu was kicked out by the left-wing leader who was saying that we're going to get these settlers booted the fuck out from anywhere that's too close to the Green Line. We're going to land swap. We're going to divide Jerusalem. And he still won over Netanyahu. But then obviously when it came to the crunch and Arafat did not counteroffer, he spent most of his time going around the world and just meeting with kings who were trying to pressure him to change his mind and to offer something, but he just didn't do it. You get to a point where and obviously he's not doing anything to stop the Second Intifada. If we can go back and forth all day about sides negotiating in bad faith. If I talk to Israelis, they'll complain all the time about how Arafat said that he would clamp down on extremism, and then it turns out quite a lot of these people who were involved in the Second Intifada were also trained by security, or people would go into jail for a few months and they'd come back out again, like a revolving door system. Obviously, he didn't do anything to stop the Intifada when it happened. So, but I would never let that be that imperfection be the enemy of the good. And Israelis fail at that as well. They fail at having all of these expectations that they make of the Palestinian Authority that are just beyond what you need for peace. You don't need these groups to be perfect. You need them to accept a final settlement. Final settlements were offered from the Israelis. They were not only walked away from, they were not counter-offered. And this is the one thing which we're never getting around. You think that they were justified in binning it because you want one state, but I'm just saying the offers were there and they were not counter-offered. And I think looking for reasons about water or any of the other things that they didn't call main reasons, the real reason is quite obvious, and they'll say this more openly than they spoke about water. Neither of these Palestinian leaders were prepared to abandon the prospect of river to the sea. That's it. Like they weren't, it would, because they recognize the right of return does mean that eventually you're going to have a full Palestinian state from the river to the sea. Abbas didn't want to give that up. Arafat literally said, well, if I agree to this, I'll get shot. And it's like, okay, you were willing to be a general and to fight for war, so why not fight for peace? But anyway, that's the reason that they haven't been willing to concede to these. It's because they want the river to the sea. That seems to be the consensus.
I'm really sorry. Do you want to keep going? I just really have to go for a piss.
Okay. No, you can go. That's fine.
If you want to keep going, but that's up to you.
No, you can go for your. Oh wait, you wouldn't mean like end the call or just break?
No. I'll just be gone for like a minute or two.
Yeah, just go. I'll entertain your
cool,
guys,
cool.
I suppose.
I'll probably mute it for now.
Sure, fine.
Okay.
I thought he was already taking the piss. Whoa, good one. Sick. I'm trying to think. There were a few things I wanted to ask that I need to settle on. I wonder, I'm trying to think like, having these two-state disagreements are kind of an issue because you're talking to someone who thinks that Israel shouldn't be there at all. It should just be gone. So I think maybe that means there should be more of a question about like, oh, why are they even there? Or like, why does it not make sense to try and destroy the country? Or destabilization is maybe a good point. Like trying to destroy Israel is destabilizing. Like the Axis are not a very stabilizing force in the Middle East. They kind of cause problems everywhere they go. Maybe that. Who knows? Fuck knows, man. Ooh, you won't get him to change his... That's not the point. The point, like... debating to change someone, like, I mean, you guys, you can kind of like... that shouldn't be the only thing you think about, because obviously creators, and like, even if people change their minds, they're not going to do it in an instant. Like, it's... people are not like that. So, it's more just communicating the points, the memes. Is the final settlement when the settlers turn their small settlements into a big settlement base? What? You guys are weird. Talk about how Israel invented cherry tomatoes. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
So that's why I was taking notes as you were talking, just to try and remember where we were talking about.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, ultimately for me, I just don't really understand why Palestinians should be forced to give up the right of return, right? I'm not really a big believer in the concept of nation states, in the sense of I don't think states, the political entity, should serve specific nations, as in like a specific nation of one people. I think that they should be states of all their people, not just, a national majority. I think that there are many states that have national minorities now, and I think you balk too at the idea of like governments coming into power that are specifically saying we are going to serve what we define as the nation. And I think that what I hope for in this world is a major change in which states are based around the idea of serving a national majority, and that in the context of somewhere like Palestine, if it were to end up being a one-state solution, that it is a situation in which Palestinian people and Israelis are able to live as equals, that there is justice, that people are held to account for the crimes that they are committed, and that it stands as a beacon for the change that can be possible in the Middle East. Because I don't think that change is as unimaginable as people think.
You know what? I'd love to think that. The problem is that it's easy to say that you don't really care for nation states when you have one, when you've never had to worry about one. Obviously, modern nationalism was all about people disconnecting from empires and saying that, like, we don't want to be part of like Austro-Hungary or whatever. We just want to be Hungary, or like Serbs don't want to be part of the Ottoman Empire. They just want to be Serbs. Like, it's easy to say when you don't have one, and it's also easy to say when you are not the one group that has been fucked harder by not having a nation than the Jews have. Like, ever since the French Revolution, right? Like, it was the whole argument that, yep, they're going to exist here as citizens. They're not a nation. Fuck them. Like, and then giving them equality and emancipation didn't seem to work. We know that formal equality with the Tanzimat reforms, I believe they're called, in the Ottoman Empire, that obviously didn't translate to meaningful equality for Jews. Obviously, in Europe, it didn't mean it. And with Arab nationalism, there was no indication that it was going to be any different, unfortunately, as far as achieving equality. So, yeah, you can say to Israel, like, yeah, this should be a multicultural, equal nation, but then I can't expect Israel to do that unilaterally while the Palestinian side is still preferring an unequal state over an equal one. the problem that's it's effectively like unilateral disarmament. I don't know why anyone would expect that to work. And frankly, speaking about wanting the impossible, the only way you're going to get Israel to concede to that is if you invade them.
Yeah, what do you mean by like an international community? I also
Yeah.
believe that you can get Israel to do it by cutting off their supplies.
No.
Like sanctions don't work against a country like Russia, but what would Israel do with a major sanction regime? Like what would it actually do?
As long as groups like Hamas remain the most popular group in Palestine, and as long as you've got Hezbollah, and as long as you've got militant groups even in Syria, and as long as you've got the attitudes of the majority of even fucking Egypt, right? Egypt is one coup away from binning the Abraham Accords and fighting with Israel as well, right? We know
Yeah,
that's
a good
Yeah.
thing though. Egypt are a horrendous dictatorship.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was a good point. I'm an idiot. Okay.
No. Egypt are a
Yeah.
fucking horrendous dictatorship. They should bin Camp David.
Okay, yeah,
It's
you're just
it's
making my point
ridiculous to
though.
have a relationship with an apartheid state.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
Okay. The fact is that first of all, I don't think anyone who overthrows the Egyptian regime is not going to be one that cares all that much about apartheid, like equal rights. But in any case, the fact is that you can have all the international pressure in the world. You're not going to stop Israel from thinking that as soon as they let their guard down, then they're just going to get completely overwhelmed and a whole bunch of them are going to die. They're going to fight. That's it.
The way in which look, I don't want to see a huge massacre of Jewish people, but frankly, it's not what I want to see. But I genuinely believe that the vast majority of animosity in the Middle East towards the state of Israel is a direct product of what Israel is and does. That Israel's actions against the Palestinian people are the major problem. That, Israel, because of the fact that it consistently takes land off Palestinians, because of the fact that it cannot have anything on its borders that is ostensibly a threat to the way in which it acts, I think that, you cannot allow this thing to keep on existing in the way that it is. I think it is a major problem for the rest of the region, and that it basically ends up in a situation where the West never wants change in the region, that we want to maintain our geopolitical geostrategic interests in the Middle East, which are basically maintaining Israel and ensuring that it's protected by a load of dictatorial regimes. When a democracy did rise up in Egypt, we did not give a solitary fuck that it was overthrown by a violent dictatorship. In fact, John Kerry, the US Secretary of State, praised Sisi for restoring democracy 2 weeks before he would commit a huge massacre of people living within Egypt. And so I think that this whole thing of just being well, the status quo should remain the same because Israel is under threat, to me is just farcical, because it needs to change massively. It has to. And the thing is that if you look at opinions of people who live in the Middle East, they don't want to be ruled by dictatorships that normalize with Israel.
I don't think that's necessarily addressing the point. Sanctions and isolation are not going to stop the Israelis from fighting, because they know that if their state and their defense mechanisms are gone, they're going to get overwhelmed and a bunch of them are going to die. Again, it doesn't even need Hamas to be a majority for that to be the case, right? A militant group doesn't need to be that big to just go in and have a free reign. This. Let me ask you. Let's say the IDF just lowered their weapons and just said, fuck this on October 7th. What would have happened? When would Hamas have stopped? Let's say the IDF just didn't turn up October 7th. The IDF just doesn't turn up.
Have.
Well, let's say they don't, because obviously you want them to be isolated to the point that they can't continue. That means also the IDF is going to be less armed or less capable, or.
So I don't necessarily. I've told you, I don't want a humongous massacre of Jewish people. I mean, targeting Israeli soldiers, if they're currently fighting, I have categorically no problem with. Targeting settlers who exist within Palestinian land in the context of dispossessing people, but just average citizens existing and living their lives, as much as I dislike them and disdain the state of Israel, I don't think that they should all be massacred. But I feel like this counterfactual is quite interesting in the sense of what happens in Palestine when there's no one with weapons.
Well, Ramallah is safer than Gaza. Gaza has more weapons than anywhere in the West Bank, and it's less safe.
On the one hand, you want me to deal in a counterfactual of what will happen to the poor Israeli Jewish people when the Palestinians get their hands on them, when I've just watched 70,000 plus people be slaughtered in Gaza.
Well, who's more armed? Who's more
women
armed?
And children. Pardon?
Gaza. Who's more armed, Gaza or any city in the West Bank?
But the whole problem is that if you live in the West Bank, you're still being dispossessed.
So the point is the arms are not defensive. The arms don't have a defensive quality.
Pardon?
But the point is that the arms don't help you. They don't save you. It's worse in Gaza than it is in Ramallah.
Nothing saves you. Nothing saves you from Israel. You know this. Israel is colonizing the West Bank. It was before October the 7th. Since its inception, it has been taking away the land of Palestinian people and dispossessing them and destroying their hopes for a state. This whole argument of dealing in a counterfactual where all the poor Israelis get killed is really odd to me when I am watching mass slaughter of Palestinians coupled with a huge regime of dispossession and violence being carried out by said state. Like, I just, why would I deal in this counterfactual?
Well, it's because you know what would happen if the outcome of what you're asking for was fulfilled. If Israel was isolated and if they didn't have any military, if they didn't. Yeah, but would you rather live in Ramallah or Gaza City?
It depends if I'm rich.
Really? You'd rather be a slightly like a middle upper class person in Gaza City than a working class person in Ramallah?
Existing in where? What, like existing in Ramallah and just experiencing dispossession? Sure, I'm shielded from it probably because I'm well off, but I still know that, you know, in the vicinity of where I am, my brothers, my sisters, my family, my people are still being dispossessed by an incredibly violent military that is continually targeting Palestinian people. Like, this counterfactual to me is crazy because, like, what are we seeing in the West Bank right now? What are we seeing in Gaza? Sure, the extremity of the settler colonial project in Gaza may be stronger, but that is largely a product of removing all the Jewish people from there. In the West Bank, life is not good, and that is not a meaningful existence for any human being.
Sorry, I just wasn't aware that acknowledging that there is a marked difference between being Gaza, where 70,000 people minimum, let's be frank, have died, and what, like 90% of the buildings destroyed, versus living in Ramallah. These are massively different forms of existence. These are massively different levels of suffering. These are massively different levels of prospects for the future. And the whole reason I mention it is not to say that life in the West Bank is good. It's not. There's still an occupation. The point is to say that having Hamas's approach made things worse. Hamas's approach and Hamas having power made things worse. Hamas being in the position that they have, being well more armed than anyone in the West Bank, did not help them. It did not save them. That wasn't the point. The point wasn't to save them.
Israel existing for Jewish people in its very logic of providing security for the Jewish people has not done that. Israel, since October the 7th, and its behavior has facilitated the rise of Nick Fuentes. Like, objectively, it has. You know, prior to October the 7th, Nick Fuentes said on the Just Pearly Things podcast of Palestine and Israel, I don't have a dog in that fight. Mm-hmm. He did not care because he despised the Palestinians. What he realized was that there was growing ire amongst right-wing Republicans who saw a situation where both political parties in the US are completely benevolent to the state of Israel. That this is a state that is just able to do whatever it wants, that Biden may draw some red lines, Israel will violate them anyway. And then this situation with simple explanations of, well, the Jewish people are controlling the world. It has facilitated hatred, anti-Semitism to rise against the Jewish people, and also the farcical nature in which Israel uses anti-Semitism, where they can welcome someone like Tommy Robinson as apparently a great advocate against anti-Semitism and actually facilitate the rise of the European far right. Israel is endangering so many human beings by virtue of its existence. It endangers Jewish people. There is a reason that October the 7th didn't happen in New York. There is a reason that it didn't happen anywhere else. It has failed in its very objective of protecting the Jewish people. If Palestinians having weapons and engaging in resistance against Israel hasn't helped them, then as a global group of people, because not all Jews live in Israel, Israel has totally failed in its aim of protecting the Jewish people.
Okay, not all Jews live in Israel, you're right. Most of them do, though. How well off were Jews before Israel? How well off do you think Jews would have been had Israel not ever been formed as a state? Like, how well off were Jews when... I don't get that. Like, how well off were Jews before Israel?
The Holocaust ended before Israel.
Okay, what was happening? What was the situation Jews were in just after the Holocaust? Getting kicked around.
What do you mean, living in displacement camps?
Getting booted around displacement camps. Some of them getting sent to Seychelles or Mauritius, or to it was Mauritius and Cyprus. Some of their boats being turned back away from Mandate Palestine and sent back to Bergen-Belsen that was repurposed as a DP camp, being in the Arab countries where even before the 48 war, in Iraq, they were already, you already had the Farhud, you already had anti-Semitic riots in Libya, you had anti-Semitic riots going on in Syria as well, or Egypt. This was all before the 48 war as well.
And I think that that's a really interesting point to disconnect, because what might have building a state where the British, who had fucked over many of these countries, along with the French, who had fucked over the rest, what might it have done to people when they began to associate Jews with Western imperialism? Why might that have affected
why
the position of
Why
Jewish
would you
people?
associate Iraqi Jews with Western imperialism, if not for anti-Semitism?
Because wait. I'm not here to make excuses for apocalyptic nationalism, but do you not see that there's a commonality there? That in the sense of like, hey, there's kind of this thing going on where the British have brought in a huge amount of Jewish people to Palestine, and it's resulting in the dispossession and marginalization of the people who live there. You know this, of course. There were plenty of people who traveled from countries in the region to go and fight against even pre-state Israel. There were people from Syria, people from all over who went and fought against it. Actually, the British more in the context of the Great Revolt. You must surely realize that, like, people bring back and they're like, look what these damn Jewish people are doing in Palestine. Look what these damn Jewish people are doing. And that will sell. And that is a bad thing. But that, again, we can trace back to the problem of the Zionist project.
It sounds like you're doing, to assume like the good faith side, it sounds like you're doing an excuse, like explaining is not condoning. So it's obviously not condoning Iraqi Arab nationalist leaders for blaming their own Jewish population that's lived there for 2,000 years on, but they did anyway. Okay. Well, what is explaining about and not condoning when it comes to the Jewish population? What else were Jews supposed to do in the 20th century to feel safe if no modern nationalism is ever giving them any reason to believe that they'll be safe? Where were they supposed to go? What were they supposed to do?
In my understanding, in a recent article by Tom Segev, he mentioned how the majority of Holocaust survivors did not go to Israel.
Survivors at what point? They went scattered to different countries, but you understand that assuming that's true, I'm not sure that's true about the DP camps after the war.
He's the only person that I've heard say that.
Okay. In any case, let's assume it's true. Yes, you also acknowledge that Jews fleeing the Holocaust went to countries that all had quotas on them, and that in the Evian conference, all these countries said, let's basically take in none, or we'll expand a quota a little bit. Yeah,
100%. And I think that it was the duty of Europeans to re-examine their own position, because I'm going to be frank with you, I do not view the Holocaust as like this aberration. I think it is a product directly of the behavior of European countries for a very long time, and the denigration of human beings and designating certain human beings as others who are responsible for societal degradation. Like, the Kaisers doing it during the First World War, and many people who saw Israel as a way to get rid of Jewish people. I don't think we can ignore that fact that many people like Winston Churchill thought it was a good idea because he was worried that Jews would become Bolsheviks.
Churchill had a few flip-flops in the period, but yeah.
And so when I sit here and I look at this as like a situation of, well, where else were they supposed to go? America had the capacity to absorb huge amounts of people. It did categorically. They chose not to, and they chose to fob the problem off on Palestine, which is not acceptable, which is not justified, which is immoral. And by the way, we can always talk about things without justifying them and explaining the context. Like, for example, people made the claim that like Jewish people didn't integrate into society. But for example, in my understanding, in the Russian Empire, they were literally banned from going to Russian schools, right? But explaining that does not mean that I'm sitting here and justifying what the Russians did by saying, well, actually, yeah, they did lead parallel lives because of what the Russians did to them. That doesn't mean I'm justifying it. I'm explaining and saying, hey, this is where this idea comes from. It doesn't make it true. In the same way that, like, I don't know, I guess, no, actually, I won't mention that, the Versailles Conference, but obviously there's no truth to that.
Yeah, so we're just going back to the fact that shifting the blame, like, correctly is not getting to the actual problem of what should Jews have done. Because if Jews can't go to America because of the Johnson-Reed Act and quotas, or also you need more money to go to America, the rest of Europe is clearly not safe for them. The rest of the Arab countries are starting to warm up to European anti-Semitism, and also they're starting to flirt with their own nationalist ideas, and nationalism so far doesn't have a good track record when it comes to Jewish people. What were they supposed to do? The ones who ended up in Israel, the ones who went to land that had been purchased or had involved in quite a few cases, land evictions. What were they supposed to do?
Yeah, like I wouldn't have begrudged, like Walter Benjamin made the choice not to go. Do you know Walter Benjamin?
Marxist.
Yeah, Benjamin made the choice not to go to Palestine, and he died because of it. Well, he died because of like a kind of mistake, but as in he took pills and he didn't have to because he wasn't actually going to be caught, but he was convinced he was. Anyway, I would never have begrudged him for going to Palestine. I'd never begrudge anyone for going and seeking safety. What I begrudge, and the problem that I have, is that I see Zionism as a structure, and a structure which takes aim at destroying Palestinian society. There are multiple examples of Ben-Gurion going round displacement camps and people being offended at his behavior. There are multiple examples of the way in which the Zionist project treated Holocaust survivors and basically viewed them as people who were sheep or lambs to the slaughter is kind of the way in which it's phrased sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that ultimately, in this context, it was the job of Europe to make sure that this kind of thing never happened again, that this was a shameful outburst. However, this outburst had actually happened over and over again in our colonies, that over and over again we had mass killed huge amount of human beings, and that what we should have taken is a massive, massive re-examination of our societies, and we should have welcomed the Jewish people and emancipated them into our society. So I think that like this whole thing of like, you know, being like, well, what did you expect them to do, to form a not form a settler colony there? I think that no, I don't respect the idea that a settler colony had to exist in Palestine.
Okay, that's the question I'm trying to get to, though. So obviously we can, if I can meet you halfway, I suppose, and say that if anti-Semitism hadn't existed, of course, you're saying if they'd actually respected and emancipated all Jews, Zionism would have been a pointless idea. That's why, even in the very beginning, most Jews didn't care for it. They thought it was a silly idea.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was extreme. But then, obviously, you get to third, fourth, fifth Aliyah. A lot of these people who are moving to Palestine aren't even dyed-in-the-wool Zionist ideologues. They're refugees. They need somewhere to go, and that's the one place that seems to be saying, well, we're concentrating enough Jews in one place. We've got our little fucking defense forces and shit. So maybe this place, and then obviously, once they get there, they're like, well, this is kind of like the end of the road. We're not moving from here. Fuck that. No more Russian pogroms or no more anything else. And then when they're there, okay, you think they shouldn't have pursued statehood. I'm guessing you don't agree with the whole trope that they were welcomed in with open arms in Palestine. No?
I think like that ultimately intentionality doesn't matter. I think that they're still colonizers who went to another people's land and colonized and took it away from the indigenous people. And I'd rather look at this from the standpoint of the victims. Of course, it is wrong what Europeans did, but it was also wrong what Europeans did in Palestine. It was wrong what they've done across the entire Middle East. And so, yes, you're right. They went as Holocaust survivors, but I think that Western society were the ones who'd created this problem, and that they should have prevented and worked to ensure that there wasn't actually this problem of establishing a Jewish supremacist state in Palestine, the prerequisite of which was always going to be mass ethnic cleansing the second that they got the ability to do it. Because obviously they purchased land at first, but even then, that was hampered by Palestinian resistance. It was only once in 1948 they reached a point with no more British to tell them to stop it when the Palestinians responded. And also a point when the Palestinian people had been destroyed by the Great Revolt, where the British spent huge swathes of money on ensuring that Palestinians wouldn't be able to rise up and kick out the population that they didn't want there. I don't want to see Jewish people being sent to the slaughter, but equally I don't want to see a Jewish supremacist state being built in Palestine. And I think that that's where you and I differ, that the intentionality, like I don't blame people for fleeing the Holocaust. Who fucking would? No one deserves to die. But I do blame the Zionist project for then using them as a means to ethnically cleanse huge amounts of Palestinians.
Again, we're getting to the issue of, I think the question I asked was, do you agree or not with this trope that they were welcomed with open arms when they got to Palestine? That's the next stage. I'm trying to build up
specifically survivors.
Anyone, people who were Jews who went to Israel, whether or not they were there for ideological reasons. Even in the 20s and 30s, they were there for, a lot of them were there just as refuge, right? And they became ideologues when they were there. I'm asking you, do you believe that they were welcomed with open arms to Palestine?
No, but I do think that there are examples of them exploiting Arab hospitality as basically a means to expel people. Like, I think that that's something that Pape talks about, how basically like the village files were created from basically just going and exploiting Arab hospitality, so they knew what like the structure of a village looked like. So I think that there are examples like that, but then equally there are examples of Palestinians being opposed to being dispossessed and the establishment of a state that was not, the establishment of a state that had no place for them, which was made clear by the British, designating 90, however much percentage of the population it was, as, non-Jewish inhabitants was insanely fucking racist. And the problem lies with the fact that the British were like, okay, yeah, let's establish a settler colony here.
Okay. I'm going to take it back again. When we talk about when the Zionists arrived, I'm talking about like the early period. I'm talking about before even the 30s or even necessarily before Balfour. on the whole, they were not welcomed with open arms. I think barely
Who
a
by?
thousand by the locals, by either Arab leaders or by the Ottomans or by varying levels of opposition or approval from village Mukhtars. But we know that overall, the broad, like the Arab nationalist movement, whether it was in the press or within religious leaders or writers and or like local, whatever you call them, like the clan elites, like the Husseinis or the Khalidis or everyone else, they said, do not come here. I think ever since the first ever Arab leader protest against Zionism was in 1891, it wasn't, and this was not when prospects of a Jewish state were coming. This was stop Jewish immigration to Palestine
Wait,
and
when?
stop them from buying land. 1891.
In what? 1891.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the Ottoman Empire did that. They stopped them buying land, and there was also, I believe,
that's why I'm saying broadly.
Doesn't David Ben Gurion get kicked out in 1911 for basically an attempt to found a state within a state? I think they find him with like banknotes or something, or like an attempt to create some kind of internal state. But like, I think that when this is the interesting thing, when the early Zionists arrive, there are kind of different methods of colonization that are applied. Like Baron de Rothschild basically funds an attempt to create like a plantation economy there, but then pulls out because it's not worth his time or money and he'd rather focus on another colony. I think it's an imitation of Algeria. But then as the Zionist project crystallizes, they move more towards the expulsion and displacement of the Palestinian people from, if you look at like, I think 1903, the Histadrut or is 1903 the Jewish National Fund, which the very premise of which is that they're going to buy land to develop that never will again be leased to Palestinians.
So, I can't remember what question I was asking now. I was asking you, when they arrive at this land, and Rothschild, I think when he funded the initial settlements, he obviously was quite different from a lot of the other Zionists in the sense that he always encouraged, trying to encourage coexistence. Like I think he made it, he wanted that every settlement that he was funding to have like Arabic basic lessons for people to speak to the locals. But going back to why they were there and why they were not welcome with open arms, even when most of the land they were buying was not inhabited, right? Even when before the 20s, before the Sursok purchases or the big bulk of them, before they were doing the, like you buy land and then you evict the tenant farmers, even before that was widespread, these leaders and the journalists or the Arab press and the Arab clan leaders, they were saying it wasn't just no Jewish state, because before the Balfour Declaration, they were saying stop their immigration and stop them from buying up land. They were always threatened by this group. They always thought that this group was felt that they were unwelcome for one reason or the other. And it wasn't just because they were afraid of dispossession. Like dispossession came a little bit after the late 1800s as a meaningful threat, because landlords buying land in the 1905 and then evicting tenant farmers to put their own people in there, that was actually not that uncommon. The Sursok land was inhabited by Arab tenant farmers because previously those Beirut landowners, the Sursok family, had evicted Bedouins from there, right? So that's not why we have a conflict, okay? We don't have a conflict because of people buying land and evicting tenants. We have a conflict because there was this group that was unwelcomed by the locals. And then from the Zionist or the Jewish perspective, they thought that existing as a minority at the mercy of whatever national group emerges from this region will not be safe for us. And this is the thing I don't think you're quite acknowledging. Do you think they were right to believe that or not? That going there, that when the Jews who arrived in Palestine, were they right to believe that existing as a minority in that nation would have been unsafe for them?
Were they right to think that existing as a minority was unsafe for them?
Yes.
I mean, like, one of the interesting things about what you're saying is when Rosh Pinah was founded by Yitzhak Epstein, that's one of the first settlements. Yitzhak Epstein talks about how they were Palestinian families were expelled and that they were just basically sent into the Hauran, which I think is the desert. And they basically just sent them out and the people were wailing as they went. And it was like a situation where you saw people being displaced. And sure, maybe that didn't happen instantaneously to everyone. But first of all, what nationalist press are you talking about that was like hugely against the idea of the establishment of Jewish state? At what point does that really emerge? Where they're against like huge amounts of Jewish immigration? Where does it emerge?
It emerges, like 1905,
yeah, which papers
1910?
About it?
Whether it was...
Yeah, okay, so already you've got the Jewish National Fund with like the goal of, okay, we're going to buy land and we're not going to let Palestinians live on that. We're going to develop it only for Jewish people. Already you are starting to see some crystallization of this idea. And I don't know when David Ben Gurion tries to go to the Ottoman Sultan. Herzl, I think, organizes a meeting between the Kaiser and the Sultan. like himself. So like this idea that they weren't looking at building a state early on, I've seen some people make this argument, like Daniel Boyarin, that Herzl's conception was not quite as a nation state we would have imagined it now. But it seems to me that there was like this attempt to like basically do colonization there. Like that's what they wanted to do, and that's what's always going to provoke the native. That's kind of the innovation of Jabotinsky. Like I know you might be willing to say, well, no, it was different from, and they didn't mean the same thing by colonialism at that time. But Herzl says it's something colonial. Herzl also is inspired by the scramble for Africa. Like that's another thing that's happening at that time, and that is very clear colonization of other people's land and taking it away from them. And so I think in the context of Palestine, like just taking away the settler colonial dynamic, the fact that Palestinians were displaced, that they lost their land, that people did not come as immigrants, they came as settlers with the goal of building a state there, or they became part of that, building a state that had nothing to do with the Palestinians, made clear by the Jewish National Fund, and the fact that they planned to purchase land and not allow Palestinians to work on it. You see the problem emerging.
Again, the opposition came even when Arabs were working and living on Jewish purchased land. Herzl, again, we can distill someone down to like a half of a sentence. It is something colonial. Yeah, you're right in saying that they didn't mean something the same thing that by colonial that we understand it in common parlance now. Because like I'm guessing you maybe also know, or maybe just aren't mentioning, when Herzl had the question of the Sursok purchases and whether they should evict tenant farmers, Herzl opposed it because colonialism meant something different to them than it means now. The Jewish Colonization Association, when they were first formed, their first couple of decades they were not even Zionist, let alone colonial in a modern understanding. They mostly focused on buying agricultural land in like Argentina. I think they were focusing on Iraq even before they started to focus on Palestine. So and you can say that this was an issue because for locals, even if they weren't like the majority of them, they were still evicting people like Rosh Binah or Sursok or like in the Jezreel. But on the whole, most of what they were doing was at this point, before the 20s, purchasing empty land. Even before the Balfour Declaration, when they were doing this, they were seen as a threat. And you can say it's a rifle threat even, like from the nationalist perspective of the Palestinians, because again, this is kind of why I say that both sides have a just cause, even from the beginning. But the just cause that I think you're missing from the Jewish side is that they had every reason to believe that if a nation state developed out of this place or just living as a minority in the Ottoman Empire would not have been beneficial for them. Like it would have been very, very threatening to them. And that's why they wanted to stay close together in clusters. That's why they started to mistrust the Arab population. It wasn't just because they were racist, like they were, but they also actually had like factual reasons for mistrusting because like of things like theft or raids and things like that would happen as well. And often these were over very, very petty disagreements, even if it was down to because they viewed property in different ways. The Ottoman reforms
That's
meant
not a petty disagreement.
Well, what do you think I'm referring to? This petty
viewing property in different ways. The idea that you have a communal right to graze your animals on land. That's like I think Foucault talks about this, that it's like a key thing, like a revelation within France that produces violence and criminality, the way in which they start to view communal lands and property. Like I think that kind of distilling it down to that, but also what I would look at much more is the structure. I would look at the outcome for Palestinians. I would look at the things that come out of the Jewish National Fund saying, okay, we're purchasing land only for Palestinians. I would look at the Histadrut saying that, no, we need to boycott all Palestinian goods and the outcomes that come out of that. And I would look at the outcomes of what Herzl did and the people who were around him. In fact, I think there's even a quote from Nordau where he says, we will lie about our aims when we need to, effectively. But the thing that I think is more important is taking Zionism from the standpoint of its victims rather than taking this view of like, oh, it was all like, just happened by chance that they came over and then eventually it moved towards this point of like badness and incorrectness. I think that there's a structure that exists from the early Zionists that come over that develop in relation to the land, and the colonialism crystallizes in a form that the realization that you will only be able to establish a Jewish state via a Jewish majority that requires expulsion and ensuring that Palestinians will not be able to work and live on that land.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think Herzl was necessarily lying when he opposed the evictions because that was internal discussion. I don't know why he would lie about that to his own people or to his own allies. But in any case, the difference is you don't need to convince me that Palestinians saw the Jewish national movement or like the Jewish state as a threat. Of course they did, and they were right to. Like even Jabotinsky said this. Like you acknowledged that in the Iron Wall, he's basically saying that what we're doing is going to anger them. It doesn't matter if we do it on empty land in Hadera. It doesn't matter if we evict people in the Jezreel. They're going to be angry either way because they think it's their country. Like because that's where it's been our majority country for hundreds and hundreds of years. So you don't need to convince me of that. The thing I'm again trying to get here is. Maybe I'll phrase the question a different way. Say between 1881 and 48, what outcome should the Jews living in Palestine have pursued? What
They shouldn't have built a settler colonial state there.
can we be a bit more specific? Like, okay, so
They shouldn't have
okay, at
built
this
a
point,
state premised on the elimination
so
of the
pre-Balfour,
Palestinians.
yeah, so pre-Balfour, they're there and they're purchasing land,
And pre-Balfour, it's hard to do, and there are consistent like ebbs and flows of people who go and come back, and the conditions are very hard to work there. But once they get the backing of an imperial power, what happens? All of a sudden, it becomes a lot easier, especially once you get Herbert Samuel in power, who even Ronald Storrs, who was the military governor of Jerusalem, was like, this is a crazy decision. The guy is an avowed Zionist. He enacts multiple changes in the law to establish a Jewish state there. I think that like trying to disconnect and say like, look at this specific period from the rest. Like, sure, maybe there's like this slight break where we see like other attempts at colonization at first, but I think that ultimately the goal of building a Jewish state in Palestine, the prerequisite of it is the elimination of the indigenous people who actually live there, because as Jabotinsky puts it, they will always stand up and fight back. And that is a reasonable position. Like, it just fundamentally is. I'm sorry. In no other context would you be like, yeah, you know what? I think that, like, settlers have a right to go over and dispossess whoever lived there just because, I don't know, they have this supreme right to the land. It's wrong, it's immoral, and it's unjust. The British should have acted better then. But now when we look at the state today, we see its problems and we see its actions, and we see that it is a total failure in protecting Jewish people, that it has increased the situation and animosity towards Jewish people worldwide.
We actually do that with quite a few countries. Like, no one's trying to destroy America, or anyone who is a LARPer who's probably not going to take it seriously.
But there's a fundamental difference between America, right? Which is that America managed to eliminate the vast majority of its indigenous population and the alternative society that it posed. The different context with Israel is that it still has an open frontier engaged in direct settlement of Palestinian land that can be stopped. The entire state can be reimagined as a state in which all human beings have on the basis of just a right to exist and a right to dignity can exist there. That's the fundamental difference with America. The natives are not gone. They're not fully dead, but largely their position is cemented, and there are just not enough of them because they genocided enough of them.
That's why I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to. I mean, you can say the same with Turkey or Australia. Like, that's why I'm trying to get an answer from you, not a negative. I'm trying to get a positive answer. Before Balfour, let's say all these Jewish people who are living in Palestine, all the like Ashkenazi, like Zionists, whatever. Let's say they've been Zionism. We're not going for a Jewish state anymore. What should they be pursuing that would also guarantee their safety?
Existence in a society, existence in Palestinian society,
existence as a minority,
getting the protection of the. Well, I mean, okay, you're talking about pre-Balfour, but so the question that you're asking is what should they have done between 1882 and 1917?
What settlement should they have pursued rather than a Jewish state? Yes,
they shouldn't have settled in Palestine.
Okay, some of them were in Palestine because there was literally no other option.
They shouldn't have sought to build a Jewish state in another people's land.
Well, you understand that.
Shouldn't.
Well, okay, let's say they bin the intent. They just say, okay, we're just gonna be here as migrants. We are just here as refugees because Johnson Reed is keeping us out of America. We really don't trust European nationalism. There are at least some Jews kicking around Jerusalem, and there's already people buying land here, so we're just gonna go there. That seems to be the hot spot. Let's just immigrate there, and then when they're there, they bin Zionism and nationalism. They should just accept being a minority under like the rule of whichever Palestinian leader comes in, right?
Participate in a society.
Yeah, participate in a society, which is where the leaders are warming up to European anti-Semitism. Yeah, where the leaders are warming up to...
When's the major warm-up to European anti-Semitism?
It happens across the entire Arab world in the early 1900s.
When at what point do we see like the first expression in Palestine?
Probably... I don't know. I think the first ever writer was that Lebanese guy who wrote his treatise in French.
But like, when was the first expression of mass Palestinian outrage against the Zionist project?
I mean, probably not long after they first arrived. There was... I can find the first article if you want, like the first ever press article or leader statement. The first protest was 1891, wasn't it? That was when they sent that telegram to the Ottomans. Yeah, that was when the Arab leaders sent to and that's where the two demands were: stop immigration to this region, zero immigration, and stop them buying land empty or otherwise.
I don't think fundamentally it's right. Like, I'm a proponent of the notion of immigration, but the fundamental difference here is that this is not immigration, and it does not end up being immigration. Choosing to separate this specific point and being like, no. Well, in this small period, it was just immigration. When I look at the actual outcomes for Palestinians after this point, what do you see? Like,
well, to be clear, they also opposed immigration absent their prospects of a Jewish state, right? So even when it came to the white paper, when they were demanding a unitary state, even all the way before the white paper, when they were demanding 39, but even before then, when they were demanding the unitary state, it was two demands. It wasn't just stop immigration because they're intense. It was a unitary Arab state and stop immigration.
Sorry, say again.
The demand was a unitary Arab state and stop Jewish immigration.
Yeah, and I don't think that should have been the context, but at the same time, simultaneously, you even mentioned it. Palestinians had a right to choose what became of their land. They were the people who inhabited it. The only reason that they didn't get to choose, the only reason that they are framed as these evil, monstrous rejectionists today, is because the British Empire had supported the establishment of a Jewish state on their land to do away with a problem. Like their own problem. I'm sorry, it should have been this. It should have borne the responsibility of Europe to change, to fundamentally move away from the kind of racism that existed in our societies. And I think that, like, okay, yeah, sure, that didn't happen, but fundamentally, the problem is
isn't
that.
It? But the important thing is that it didn't happen. That's what the Zionists had to deal with. That's what the Jews had to deal with.
But it also didn't. The outcome didn't have to be the establishment of a Jewish supremacist state in Palestine. It just didn't.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the Jews who were in Palestine in the 1900s should have abandoned the prospect of statehood and just taken their chances with leaders like al-Husseini.
Well, I mean, also al-Husseini is put into power by the British. You know.
Well,
that, right?
Yeah, but do you know why?
Because he's seen as a good calming influence. He's taken to Herbert Samuel by Ronald Storrs. He also comes from a prominent family of the Husseinis. And it's also like it's a balance measure instituted by the British. So they don't want a singular family gaining too much power. The Nashashibis. Also, by the way, Husseini is thanked in 1937 by the British specifically for offering sermons that calm down Palestinian ire and resistance against the British.
Yeah, because of Jerusalem, yeah, but that's not the only. It's also because he was able to, because in terms of the national movement, he was able to be the most influential even then. You know that after he lost his election, al-Husseini was out spreading fucking posters everywhere with his guys saying that the election that's put him in fourth place has been rigged by the Jews, right? So he was actually able to, it wasn't just the fact that he had a calming presence in Jerusalem at the point of the riots, it was also that he was threatening. And when he had lost that election as well, the alternatives to him were the Nashashibis, the people who ended up taking bribes from the Zionists. Like the opposition were in large part taking bribes from Zionists. So al-Husseini was, he was eventually put into that position by the British, but he wasn't unpopular, and he was the one who had sway over the national movement to the point that when the opposition started to get power back from him, he exploited the Jerusalem riots, didn't he, in 29 to solidify his position.
But we've missed a fundamental disconnect here, haven't we? Because we've jumped from talking about pre-1917 to post-1917 and post-Balfour Declaration. And the fact that the Balfour Declaration is, in my understanding, is it revealed by the Bolsheviks?
I think so, yeah.
Well, that may be wrong, because that might just be Sykes-Picot generally is revealed by the Bolsheviks.
One of them was revealed. I think it might have been Sykes-Picot, but one of those was revealed.
Okay, it's Sykes-Picot. Yeah. But like also the Balfour Declaration, after that happens, I'm sorry, do you really expect people existing within a society who hear that a foreign power is giving away their state to people who have not lived there for thousands of years to not have like an extreme reaction? And the multitude of those early reports, like the Passfield, the Hope Simpson Commission, the King Crane Commission, what they generally find is, okay, the Palestinian problem is much more pertains to dispossession, and that we should limit immigration. We shouldn't be bringing over huge amounts of people because it's causing major problems for the Palestinians. Like, they are rejecting the fact that they can see their society slipping away from them. Kanafani writes about this in 36. You know, I think it's like 20,000 Palestinians are like unemployed or displaced by 31, I think. And so I think that, like, just leaping between the early Zionist period, where the amount of settlers is small, that it's not heavily altered the demographics. I mean, even after the First World War, a huge amount of people die in Palestine. Many people are in an awful situation. that like afterwards you see a huge influx once they get the backing of a colonial power. And I don't think I'm really surprised that many people want to resist a colonial power. Like I don't. I think that within this kernel of anything that Palestinians do, it doesn't come from hateful, anti-Jewish desire to just kill and harm Jewish people. I think it comes majorly from dispossession, from an experience of unjust denial of the right to live within their own homeland and the homeland to develop as in the way that all other nation states, not all, but most other nation states at that time did.
Yeah, the fact is we know that it wasn't just like dispossession that inspired this, because it was happening in Arab nationalism all over the Arab world. It was happening just as it happened again, because like there's nothing special. I don't know why people would say this. There's nothing special about Arab nationalism. It's just like any other. And and nationalism in general is just not very nice to Jews. Even when there was dispossession happening in Iraq or in Libya or Algeria or wherever else, like it's just... And we know that they singled out their own Jewish populations as well. Like the FLN in Algeria, like they weren't angry at their own Jews because of anything Zionism was doing. They were angry at their own Jews because they didn't see them as loyal enough to the cause, or like disloyal enough to the French. So,
but also I think in some contexts, Jewish people had been collaborators with the French, and so often they were seen, and the whole population is tarred as such, which is unfair.
Yeah, the minority of them were, and then at the end, the result was what, to not give them citizenship or to take it out. And they even said they would take it out on the whole population. But that's my point. It's nationalism. It doesn't matter. It only takes a minority of them to do something bad for the whole group to get attacked.
Okay, but I do think that there's a specific of Arab nationalism that you must admit that Arab nationalism is a major response to colonialism.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, it's trying to come into being as a nation, so that's quite a specific thing.
I mean, it was birthed in opposition to Ottoman rule, largely, yeah.
Ottoman rule. Yeah, okay. So many people viewed the Ottomans as a colonizing power for being Turkish and having control over specific areas. But also Arab nationalism really, really lights up in the period of British rule.
And Arab nationalism also, like all the other nationalisms, whether they came out of just causes or unjust causes, or whether they were justifiable or not, it involved a rise in anti-Semitism. It involved involved some Jews are doing something bad that we don't like, so we're going to take it out on any of them.
Yeah, of course,
and that's why I'm saying with Zionists, I think it is very unrealistic, and just like any of this, like the ones they think is unrealistic, it was very unrealistic at the time to take these Jewish refugees who were in Palestine, whether they were there for ideological reasons or not, to take their chances with this new nationalism that doesn't really seem all that different from the other ones.
But in Palestine specifically, the nationalism is rising because Palestinians are being dispossessed.
It's rising everywhere. It's everywhere. It's rising where there's no dispossession.
Wait. Of course it's rising everywhere. But also, surely you must recognize that the dispossession, the realization that, like, people weren't stupid. They made the realization of what the Zionist project was doing. Ben Gurion was found... When was Ben Gurion kicked out the Ottoman Empire?
It's like early 1900s, some point.
What was he doing?
What
were they kicked out for?
I don't know what specifically he was doing, but I know he was up to
I'm pretty confident that it was basically found that they were allegedly doing things involving the establishment of a Jewish state. I think it's called, is this Poal Zion? I really don't want to get this wrong, but I am pretty confident that I have read at least somewhere that it specifically relates to an attempt to establish like all the trappings of some kind of Jewish state, basically. And he appeals to, this, he wore a fez, he learned Ottoman Turkish with the specific goal of basically finding an imperial backer for the Zionist project, which the Turkish weren't very interested in because they were like, no, I don't want to do that. But I think that in the context of like Palestinian nationalism isn't exclusively a response to Zionism, but it is such a big factor in terms of it. Like, it's undeniable that Palestinian dispossession, and the only way to reach this conclusion that it's not the case is to take Zionism from the standpoint of its oppressors rather than its victims.
No, but the problem is that's not the problem. The problem is that you're suggesting, because again, for the millionth time, I will say that Palestinians had every right to not want a Jewish state to be in that region. Like I think there's a point, obviously, where the national aspiration becomes a little bit less plausible. Like the same thing. That's why I don't expect Native Americans to be claiming parts of America anytime soon. But when it comes to Palestine, I was saying something about, for Jewish people living as a minority, like you seem to be suggesting that it was like the dispossession was what inflamed the Arab nationalism. And I'm telling you that you're a Jew in the 20th century, early 20th century, it does not matter how well integrated you are anywhere. We know this, right? Like Jews have every reason to believe that you can be the most integrated Gentile, whatever the fuck, as that you ever could possibly be, and they will still target you, right? Nationalists will still target you. And I don't think Palestine was going to be any different, regardless of whether or not dispossession happened, because no other nation was like this. No other Arab nation that had dispossession or didn't have dispossession decided to make like special accommodations for their Jewish minorities or cared to keep them in their own countries. So I don't know why Palestine would have been different. And I think this thing is that when it comes to acknowledging the rights of minorities, or acknowledging not even the rights, but the positions of minorities, I think it is very, very naive to think that Zionists would have just had to abandon their prospects for a Jewish state and then they would have just been safe. Like al-Husseini's prospects of, or his beliefs would have just gone away, or maybe they would have been replaced by a more pro-Jewish leader, and then they would have just been like a bit unique compared to the rest of the nationalisms of the world. And I don't fault them for not wanting to do that.
As in what, you don't fault the Zionist project for what it did
I don't
in
fault it.
Palestine?
Well, no, that's not what I said, is it?
Well, no, because I think the point that I'm trying to make is like,
No, wait.
Zion...
Just to be clear, what I said was I didn't fault them for not thinking, well, we should just integrate and just become minorities in the whatever new Arab state. I don't fault them for not wanting that.
I think also in the context of like the experience of Iraqi Jewish people, Moroccan Jewish people, like let's be frank here, incomparable to Europe. And it specifically takes off really badly in the 40s, right?
30s as well, but 40s, yeah, more likely.
40s is where it really, really reaches its peak though, right? And maybe into the 50s. Largely, it is a product of what Israel is and does, and the fact that, once again, like Jewish people become associated. It's not explaining why it's a good thing to do. Like, I don't think nationalism is good. Why do you think I'm so anti-Israel? Like, Israel is a perfect example of why building a nation state is a terrible idea. The same with America, the same with our country. I mean, keep saying our country, but like this, I guess it is our country. You must see, like, because we live in these societies where we're basically told over and over again that the nation is what the state should serve, loads of people just end up taking that to its end point of just being like, yeah, well, anyone else who's here, no matter how long they've been here, have no right to be here. I don't think that's right and moral. And I think that what, like, basically I'm saying, or what I think is so important to make the realization about Palestine, is that Palestinian people were not wrong for not wanting a Jewish state established there. And that what actually we should be looking at in the current reality is the realization of a binational state, because I don't think the two-state will happen, because I don't think you're ever going to get an Israeli government who is even willing to make the minor concessions that, you know, they previously once were. I don't think that that is ever going to happen again. I don't think the current international community will ever move towards understanding the Palestinian position. I just don't. If the Labour government can't do it, if Barack Obama can't do it, if Joe Biden can't, I mean, Joe Biden was like a mega Zionist, but if none of these people can do it, why would I not just be like, yes, nationalism is really bad, and let's imagine a world without it, a society and a world in which states are political entities that welcome everyone, that are not these things that are specifically geared for a specific nation, that we start to reimagine the world in which we live.
Again, I'm already repeating myself now, but it's easy to say that when you have a nation and when you don't have to worry about national prospects or anything like that. It's much harder to say when every other nationalism in the world is basically telling you that you're not welcome. And it's the same thing, and no group experienced that more than Jews did, unfortunately. We acknowledge that some nationalisms can be emancipatory, some of them can be oppressive. Obviously, I don't think you have any issue with Palestinian nationalism. That's why, the power of nationalism, that's why when Palestinians say they want one state, more of them will favor the unequal state than the equal one. Yeah, of course they do, because they feel like if they have to share power with Zionists, they're going to be fucked. They don't appreciate that. They don't appreciate having to share power with people who have been fucking them for 75 years. By the same token, Jews in the 20th century had every reason in the world to not want to take their chances as just being another minority in another fledgling nation. And they were, in a lot of ways, they were right to believe that, because they saw that when people attacked them, there was no distinction. They weren't distinguished on Zionist grounds. Like the Hebron massacre targeted those were mostly non-Zionists who got killed there. They were targeted as a nation group. They were targeted broadly, and that's what nationalism does.
Yeah,
it forces smaller groups, say like whether it's Serbs or like Balkan states under the Ottoman Empire, it empowers groups and empowers empires and things like that, but it also takes smaller groups and gives them a very good reason to want to stay together as a smaller group. And I don't think any group has had that experience more so than Jews. And when we come to today, now that Israel has existed for 75 odd years, a bit more than that, if you're going to try to, we talk about destabilizing the region, I'm sure maybe you don't acknowledge, but like how destabilizing have the attempts to destroy Israel been? It's not like the axis of resistance have been a stabilizing.
Far less so than Western
You think
imperialism.
the axis of resistance
Would you compare anything that Iran has done to the invasion of Iraq? Like,
well, we're talking about
have they done
Israel
anything on that
here.
level?
We're talking about Israel
But
here.
but Israel does not exist on its own. Israel exists in a nexus of Western power
Israel
in the region.
Israel came into being when the rest of the world was not necessarily helping them. They got arms from Czechoslovakia.
I mean, they'd already got all the help they needed from the British.
Well,
already.
They thought the British had betrayed them. What do you mean, all the help that the Arab Revolt?
I think thinking the British betrayed you is a fundamentally different thing to having like a pro-Zionist, the most powerful imperial power in the world, enabling you to do this. And I think like also, by the way, people are spamming this. Native Americans, like, come on, millions upon millions of natives, indigenous people across the Americas were exterminated by by a similar project of basically saying the indigenous people who live here are unworthy. Our project is of supreme value. This is the kind of thing that like Churchill and Balfour said. They were like, yep, the Zionist project is of supreme value over the Palestinians, so you go and do this thing. I think that is where the problem lies. I don't think that it's about Jewish people. I don't think that it has anything to do with immigrants. I think it has a problem to do with settler colonialism. But on this topic of destabilization of the region, I think that one of the things I'm so interested about, like your position online and other people who sort of consider themselves leftists, our media tells us that Iran is evil. We see the Puppet Master cartoon in The Guardian, like an allegedly left-wing newspaper in our country. We are told about what Iran does in Syria, but we're not told about how, hey, there was a democracy in Egypt, and the guy who's there now, who we call our main ally, was put into power by the axis of secessionists, the United Arab Emirates, the bootlickers of Western imperialism. Mm-hmm. We're not told that the UAE crushed popular sovereignty in Bahrain, along with Saudi Arabia, and we're not fully told about our complicity, and especially America's complicity, in what was done to the Yemeni people. Like, you know, hundreds of thousands of them were killed as a result of what the Saudis did whilst they refueled their planes and were taught by the Americans. And we're not told when Sudan comes up, hey, actually, Saudi Arabia and the UAE just decided that they were going to destabilize this country and back the dictatorial regime there because they have a plan for Africa that, you know, involves a multitude of different dictatorships. We are told over and over again what Iran is, but yet we are filled with this idea by pro-Israel Western media that is not willing to confront the reality of the Middle East. And why, as a leftist, you wouldn't want to challenge that is beyond me.
I don't know what you think I'm not challenging. You're not going to, I don't need to convince my audience. So first of all, I don't know who in my audience thinks that Egypt has that their leadership is good for the country or is reflective of what the country wants. I think I'm the first person to say all the time that the populations of these dictatorships want something different from what their leader does. Actually, that's strangely true in Iran as well. The regime is massively unpopular. What I'm saying is we're trying to do one point at a time. So I don't, there's nothing new to me there.
Oh, this is something I really want to talk about.
Yeah, but the thing I'm getting at is we talk about destabilization, and again, I can maybe make the same point for your side. Like, I find it bizarre that people are able to say positive things or like to support the actions of the Houthis or Hezbollah, given that Hezbollah helped Assad kill more of his own people than Israel has killed in their entire fucking existence, right? And people seem to still wave a flag for them anyway. I think that's kind of insane. And it just seems to be to me that like there is this very strange overlap with the fact that like it seems that every country that devotes itself to destroying Israel ends up fucking themselves as well. Like Hezbollah are not good for Lebanon. Like the Iranian regime is not good for Iran. The Houthis are not good for Yemen. Yet Hamas are obviously not good for Gaza. But these groups are the ones that come into the forefront, and this is probably why I think even if you got what you wanted, like I said, I think maybe there's this imagination that one thing that I think might destroy Israel, and it never will, is if all these Arab countries actually did have democratic will. Because I think a lot of these countries would probably vote for someone who wants to get rid of. Will. If these Arab states had a democratic say, you probably would get quite a huge pan-Arab like launch of attack against Israel, right? We agree on that.
How do we? Maybe, but how do we ensure and maintain that these Arab states haven't had democratic will for a very long time? How has that been maintained?
Well, we've done it with dictatorships, haven't we? Yeah.
But who has backed and enabled these dictatorships for decades and continually enabled them with weapons transfers with the same with Israel, no conditions put on weaponry to Sisi? Like, he couldn't do this shit without Western backing. The King Abdullah in Jordan couldn't do the shit he does without Western backing.
We're about to find out that they absolutely can. I mean, Saudi have gotten really annoyed at they're a lot of them are trivial, but there are conditions put on these weapons. That's why Saudi have kept on increasing their arms purchases from China right now. And again, that's why a lot of these countries who say that they want to, give Israel a talking to or whatever, they usually do enough to keep their populations happy. But meaningfully, how many countries have really backed out of their ties with Israel in any kind of like damaging way? We've had a few, like Biden froze 1,800 2,000-pound bombs. China says a lot of words. Even China still maintains their connections with Israel. The problem is that a lot of this popular desire when it comes to even the Arab world is that when it comes into practice, when all these Arab countries in the 48 war had to start raising volunteers to try and go to Israel, the most that they could get was like a small number of a few hundred per country of poor, like swashbuckling youths who just went over with shit training to go and get like overwhelmed by the Haganah. So I think the problem is that a lot of these countries, whilst they have a lot of ideological and emotional attachment to trying to get rid of Israel, is like the difficulty comes when you start to get any substantial number of people who are willing to go and do it, or even states that are willing to go beyond saying bad words or doing like very trivial denouncements or surface denouncements. The fact is that Israel is there to stay. And if they're not there to stay, it's going to be through force that you stop them. And that means a population that sees themselves as indigenous and with their backs to the wall, you're going to have to defeat them by military force. And they are a nuclear power. And that's not a good future to live in. That's not going to help anyone.
But I think that also Israel is riven with insane internal divisions that are also going to come up one day. But I just think it doesn't really answer the question of, you must recognize, right, like that internet leftists and people online are not shaping the discourse of our general population, are not like influencing us to continually support dictatorships. Like, look, Hassan may interview a Houthi pirate, and that may be the biggest thing that you're ever upset of and need to call him a Houthi pirate. But let's be frank here, our media tells us over and over again, the Houthis are bad. They destroyed and ruined Yemen. They're an Iranian proxy. They are bad and evil. Our governments tell us that these people are our allies. What we have to challenge for a better world, frankly, categorically, is the way in which our governments act, the way in which our media acts, the way in which they're not telling us the full truth. Like, we can get denouncements about Hamas. We can hear about how Hamas are authoritarians. But, like, where is the condemnation of fucking Sisi? Where is the condemnation of the UAE for what they do in Sudan? In fact, that is actually blocked, like, over and over again. And over again, Western powers have chosen, we'll just go with whatever dictatorship fits our whims and wills. They were happy to give Saddam, chemical weapons as he gassed people. It was only at the point that he turned against Western imperialism and made himself no longer useful to the West that he's dealt with. I think that, like, frankly, it's just so interesting that we sit here and we are told, like, over and over again, by people like yourself, by others, that we need to be focusing on what X person says about Hamas, the Houthis, when ultimately there is a kernel of anti-colonial resistance within there. It is hardly surprising that people find with the Palestinian national movement some kind of hope or solidarity for the imagination of a better world. But where our media fails us and where we are more endangered by our societies, where more human beings are being slaughtered and subjected to racist regimes, lies within the actions of our government and our mainstream media, not people on the fucking internet,
Well, my job is on the internet, so I argue with people on the internet. But I mentioned the Houthis because my understanding is that you support the Houthis as well, no? In the Red Sea?
In terms of engaging in a blockade against Israel, yes.
It's not a blockade against Israel. It's targeting of any civilian ship that goes into the region and kidnapping people.
It depends. Isn't it only if they're flying the flag or they're tangentially related to Israel?
No, absolutely not.
What's the example of it not being? What's the example of it being not being
the fact that the plurality of ships that they've attacked have been Greek, not Israeli.
Okay, where were those Greek ships headed?
Some of them were headed. How many ships go through that region? Some of them were headed between Africa, India, Europe. They weren't all headed to Israel. Did you think that?
Well, even then, it doesn't.
There's an entire like shipping forecast website that and there's civilians on ships. What are we talking about? These are civilians.
I think fundamentally choking Red Sea shipping in relation to Israel, when you do get those chances where you do hit it as a small nation, they prove what all human beings should be doing, which is boycotting Israel.
That's not a boycott of Israel, though. Even if they had the intelligence to realize which ships were Israeli based, they're not doing that. So I'm asking if you support what they're doing, not what you think they should be doing.
Yes.
So even though you're going to completely characterize the thing that they're doing as what they're not doing, they're not focusing just on Israeli ships. They're targeting anything. They've targeted like ships that were, again, the plurality of them are connected to Greece, not Israel.
Are they?
And they're targeting civilians. These are, you acknowledge that these are civilians on these ships, right?
I mean, come on, like
These are not military personnel on these
feel
boats.
Like, Lonerbox, I feel like talking about civilians is crazy work when you went to Israel. And
When
you
have I
met, like,
ever
Yishai
when have I ever
Fleischer.
supported someone targeting civilians? Do you think I support the targeting of civilians?
Your work on the Great March of Return, like I've never seen something more crazy than that. Like that was unbelievable.
Well, acknowledging that there was some civilians and there were some Hamas
where
fighters there.
you went to relitigate the Great March of Return, right? Like you went to basically explain, okay, no, Palestinians, there was X amount of them shot. There was like X amount who I have calculated are actually Hamas militants.
How did I calculate that? Wait, how did I calculate that?
Hold on. You did that. I don't care how you calculated. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
Well, that matters
The point
because
is
if some of
that
them
you went
were,
to
then some of them were.
Lonerbox. It doesn't matter. The point is you sought to relitigate the Great March of Return to say that actually about 30% or just under 30% of the people killed there were militants. But that's not what you were actually trying to do. You have an audience built up that there's a sizable amount of Israelis, a lot of right-wingers, a lot of people who just fucking hate Hassan Piker. Like, that's the basis of your audience, sadly. But what
as
you
opposed to what?
with,
Hamas and Hezbollah simps? Like, what the fuck,
what
man?
you wanted to appease them with, and what you wanted to get at them is like, look, the UN is untrustworthy. Anyone serious would look at the Great March of Return and would say, hey, the idea of this was to do non-violent resistance. Israel responded instantaneously with killing. Avigdor Lieberman said there will be no investigation of what we've done. No one did anything wrong instantaneously. You then go on to say, well, they attacked the border wall. They set fire to a sniper, something that they didn't even have a soldier in. And you intentionally ignore the fact that, like, if you bother to read like wider literature on the Great March of Return, they talk about, and I'm not just talking about there's an article by Craig Jones, which talks about this, how there was a specific noticing of people being shot in specific body parts. You know that story about the knee.
Yeah.
Israel has this logic that it has a right to cripple, to disable people for the rest of their life because it's not killing. And you chose, in a situation where there were 30,000 wounded, I believe about 7,000 shot with live ammunition, to create an allegedly beautiful research, something you'll probably have some fucking pride in, to basically say, well, it was actually all a Hamas thing, the UN lies to you, and blah, blah, blah. When if you look at the overarching effect on a society that is largely vertically built, that does not have the healthcare capacity because of the blockade, because of the size of it, because of the way in which Israel limits people leaving the Gaza Strip, to even have the ability to deal with the amount of wounded people, you choose to make a video about how actually there was a small amount more Hamas militants there. Like, I kind of want you to reflect and have a feeling about that.
You can tell me to reflect when you can tell me to reflect when you accurately characterize the things I say, because if you had watched what I said on the Great March of Return and looked at my notes that I took on it, you will also notice that I pointed out that there were quite a lot of people there, especially with the injuries of people who didn't deserve to be shot and the fact that there was no investigation. You will probably know that I spoke about the fact that in the IDF over Israel's entire history have gone perhaps like, I think the longest sentence they've ever given to someone who has ever like murdered a Palestinian was something like 18 months in jail. Or maybe there was a longer sentence, but the longest they spent was 18 months. Or you would have noticed that I mentioned how the IDF actually lied openly about Nijar, that person who called herself a medic who was killed because they clip-chimped one of her interview statements and said that she was calling herself a human shield. So just because I hold people to, I guess, like similar standards, and how if I see someone like Finkelstein lying about the fact that he said that the first day of that march was all civilian, and then I go and find out that Hamas are claiming a third of the people who died, and you've got Sinwar in a tent telling these people that we're going to go and march through the wall and like rip their fucking hearts out, then I think that's worth acknowledging. If people want to frame it as it was a completely peaceful protest and they just fired at people random, like that's not what happened. So I'm correcting the issue on both ends. That's why people who are right-wing Israelis or Israelis who support, like love the IDF or whatever, don't like me. You just don't see that part because it's not really in your purview. But in any case, none of this gets away from the fact that you're supporting the targeting of civilians in the Red Sea.
But like, Lonerbox, that's
do you or do you not? Do you not support targeting civilians in the Red Sea?
The reason that I support the notion of it is targeting Israeli ships. If other ships get hit in the process, that's not great. But if it's Israeli ships that are getting hit, that is a good and a just and a moral thing.
I don't think collateral damage is like you just hit a ship that has nothing to do with Israel and it's still civilians on it. It's quite far. That's not what you think is collateral damage, that they just get the wrong ship. What?
What do you mean? That it's collateral damage that they get the wrong ship? What is the percentage of ships that are hit? Like, I'd like to hear this.
Wait, no, we're not getting away from the fact that you acknowledge that you are supporting the targeting of civilians.
Like,
I've never done that, by the way.
Lonerbox, come on, mate. Like, at a certain point,
It's a simple
you
yes or
realise
no
that you
question.
have-
I don't know what to tell
What
you.
do you mean? Do I support the? I'm telling you objectively what I support, which I support is preventing shipping to Israel. I think that's
That's not what they were doing, though. They were hitting anyone.
What is the number of like non-Israel linked ships that are hit? Like, how many is it? Is it a sizable amount? Because I didn't seem to see all that much reporting that it actually was this.
Depends on what
sizable amount.
your Israel linked ship is, because I think one of the Israel ships that they had claimed was because first of all it was heading, I think, from either Europe or North Africa, somewhere on the Mediterranean, to India, and I think it was owned by a company that's owned by a company that has an Israeli person leasing the boat out. I have no idea how that's supposed to hurt Israel in any meaningful sense. I think the guy lived in London.
There's a sizable amount of international shipping that goes through the Red Sea, and I don't just think it's Israel that's complicit in the crimes. Greece, perhaps not so much, but American shipping, anything linked to America as well. 100%. But like this thing that I'm like, apparently, enjoy the targeting of civilians. I feel like I've been quite principled in my stand against Israel by saying over and over again that the reason that I am so totally against them is because of the fact that they are a genocidal settler colony, the fact that they take aim at Palestinian life, the fact that this society that we're all just meant to have relationships with, that we're meant to say is like good, is just, is moral, is part of this awesome family of nations that my government regularly tells me is my friend and ally, that they beam the flag of onto Downing Street, is actually this country that is engaged in such violence. Like, sure, the Houthis took over and seized power during the Yemeni revolution, and it's perhaps not what all Yemeni people want, but neither is a fucking Western-backed dictatorship led by the UAE and the rest of Yemen.
Yeah, I just wonder if why one imperialism or one
Houthis,
foreign installed government is.
Why would the Houthis be a foreign installed government?
Well, who is arming them?
What do you mean?
I mean, foreign backed.
Wait.
Not installed.
You know when
backed.
when the Houthis came to power, right? I think his name's Ali Abdullah Saleh, the previous regime. He was crying to Washington, going, "Oh, the Houthis are Iranian backed," and Washington dismissed the claims. They were like, "These are just the claims of a dying regime." Like, it wasn't true that they were initially Iranian backed, and also Iran. I mean, it may have increased a bit, but like, generally it wasn't really possible to get Iranian weapons there very easily because, Saudi Arabia bombed the shit out of all of the airstrips and controlled the vast majority of ports. Perhaps that's changed, but the Houthis do have some.
Yeah, they did that after.
The Houthis wait. But the Houthis tap into a long-standing thing as well, which is, like, pretty much since their inception, Yemeni people have been very supportive of the Palestinian cause, right? So, like, what you've got to understand here is, like, I'm not a big fan of religious authoritarian governments. I don't think they're awesome. I just think that people targeting the genocidal settler colony that I am constantly made to think is my wonderful ally by our media class, by our political elite, is a good thing.
They're not targeting the settler colony, though. They were targeting civilians. They were targeting civilians on the boats.
I think most Palestinians are pleased with what they've done. I think even those polls that you cite, Palestinians show a great happiness with what the Houthis are doing. So I don't really think it's that insane of a thing to say. I think, frankly, kind of any litigation on what Israel has done, kind of spending your time targeting Hassan when there are so many other people on the internet who are so horrendous is fucking insane to me. Like, if you were targeting Hassan for, like, kind of, I don't know, supporting Graham Plattner or something like that, fine, that's a good thing to be doing as a leftist.
But not Chairman Mao.
He is an evil terrorist.
Plattner versus
Pardon?
Chairman, but not Chairman Mao. Plattner versus Chairman Mao. Pick your poison. Fuck me, man.
Okay.
Supporting Nasrallah.
Like, sure.
Jesus.
Sure, great. But I mean, supporting Nasrallah is still objectively better.
Nasrallah, who helped Assad kill more of his own people than Israel's ever killed in their whole existence.
Lonerbox. During the Syrian civil war, how many children died? Can you look it up for me?
I don't know how many children died. The children fled, didn't they?
30,000 children died.
Okay.
That's the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights.
How many civilians
20,000 died in 20,000. It's about half the death toll of civilians. So
the civilian death toll in Syria was something like at least 300,000 or 400,000, and the majority.
So this is talking about the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights,
and the majority of them are attributable to Assad and his allies. His allies being one of them, Hezbollah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, Hezbollah probably killed at tops like 6,000-7,000.
Well, they helped the guy. They also potentially might have saved him. Assad might have lost in 2012 when Hezbollah came in.
Yeah. But also,
so
put frankly, how many people died in Iraq? How many people died as a result of the sanctions regime?
I don't
How many
support
people
that.
died-
I don't support the invasion of Iraq.
I know that you're saying that you don't, Loner Box, but it's really hard to square the circle of kind of just like running defense for Israel on the internet and complaining about like the online Western left. Like I get it. I get criticizing and saying like blind support for the Iranian government is fucking crazy because like the Iranian government is objectively bad. The people there want democracy. They want some kind of accountable government, but also simultaneously making this clear point, which I very often do, is saying like, hey, when the Iranian government do things to target Israel, that is good. When they oppress their own population and don't allow them to live their lives as they want, that is a bad thing. Like, targeting Israel is good because it's a genocidal settler colony. Like, it's as simple as that.
Even if they're targeting civilians, though, because that's what they... Like, Iranian
But, like,
rockets are
Loner
not
Box-
aimed. Those ballistic missiles are not aimed.
Every single defensive war that Israel has fought and every single justification that you make for them being scared is premised on mass killings of civilians. Like,
I don't. The difference is that when the difference is I don't support Israel when they target civilians. Do you think I support Sabra Shatila or I support like the numerous crimes that they've committed in Gaza? Like I don't support targeting civilians. I don't make exceptions for that. No. Which is why I'm just wondering why, like, even if the boats are connected to Israel, like the sailors aren't, they're like Filipino or European. Like it's fucking mental, man. God.
Let me give you
the reason
an
the reason I
example.
have a big issue with people who support the Axis and this like armed resistance against Israel, it's not just because of the effect it would have on Jews. Like the Israelis seem to like they're handling it. Like they're in their own reality now. Their new status quo is that every time we see a new Hezbollah installation or every time we think we see a new Hezbollah installation, we're just going to bomb it. We're not even going to ask the army half the time. That's their status quo. The reason, but it's not just because of how it affects the Israelis, it's how it affects Arabs. Like these groups are not good for them. These groups don't help. How have the Houthis helped Palestine? How have Hamas helped Palestine with what they've done?
I mean, in the opinion of Palestinians, a lot more than the fucking West. Like, there is objectively right. They're like saying, how have the Houthis helped Palestine when we have for how many decades coddled Israel and had that as just an accepted status quo of like the lesser of two evils? I am much more interested and focused on that. Like, I feel like that is so much more of a meaningful thing. You know, the fact that like for decades we have sold and protected these authoritarian, brutal, barbaric regimes while simultaneously condemning others and saying, Hamas are evil terrorists, aren't they? These people have got to go. They can have no role in power in Palestine, while simultaneously being like, well done, Israel. Oh, you may have starved a lot of people. You may have, targeted institutions. You may have mass killed and done all these things, but you're still our close friend and we coddle them. That's what has to change. Not our position on the axis of resistance, because already they're all designated terrorist organizations, apart from the Houthis, by the way. They're all designated terrorist organizations that it is literally illegal to support.
Well, I'm literally online in a space where it's quite popular to support these groups. So yeah, I'll talk about that if I want. I don't know what's wrong with calling that out, especially because of how like useless and destructive it is. You said your argument for the Houthis helping Palestine is because Palestinians in a poll said that they like their actions. Given that we're talking about if you keep appealing to leftist perspectives, I'm here for material.
Mm-hmm.
Like what materially have they done for Palestine?
More than any Western government.
Like what? Like what? How?
Actually tried to to take an action as like a poor nation and shown huge solidarity with the Palestinian people and
That's
taken
not
an action
material.
with the small
Solidarity's
means
not-
that they've and taken an action with the
yeah.
small amount of arms that they have. Like, I'm sorry, Loner, but surely you must realize that even hitting one Israeli-linked ship is more than our government, I keep saying our, but the UK government have done for Palestine. We're continually like whining about this fucking two-state solution bullshit while simultaneously continuing to hug Israel.
So hitting a ship full of civilians that is importing, I don't know if we think there's arms imports. I think they might even be consumer goods, but either way, how is that helping Palestine?
It's enforcing a blockade, and it's showing that even a small country can take well, it's not actually a small country, it's a very populous country, but even a country like Yemen that is one of the poorest, if not the poorest in the entire Middle East, can take an action whilst the same dictatorial regimes who back the same kind of slaughter that apparently should be so horrified and shocked by from the Houthis targeting a civilian ship. Like, I'm sorry,
I'm
man.
not telling you to be
context of-
shocked or horrified out of the context.
well, in
I'm
the
telling you to.
context-
I'm asking you for
yeah.
supporting it, about cheering it.
About supporting what? About supporting a blockade and them.
Well,
yes,
the
I think
blockade that
is a good
entails
thing.
targeting civilians, often when they don't have anything to
I
do
think
with
that
Israel.
is a good thing. But don't they give the ships a ring before they target them?
People have died on these. Oh, wait, like roof knocks.
How many? How many people have died? How many people have died?
I don't know, but we're talking about
And how many
we're
people
talking about
were-
the
and how
principle
many
of
peop-
targeting civilians.
How many people were massacred in Yemen when America bombed them? How many people were massacred in
Well,
Yemen?
it's a good thing I
when
don't support
Britain
that.
Wait. How many people were... Well, I mean, you think that, like, resistance should all just end and that everyone in the Middle East should just accept the status quo of brutal, bloody dictatorships
When
across
did I say
it that are
resistance
needed
should
to
all
protect
just
Israel.
end? Didn't I tell you what kind of resistance that I support in the West Bank? I didn't say all resistance should end.
You said that you supported, like, what, protest and, like, going to
No,
settlements through
what-
blocking roads?
Like
blocking
ANC
roads, right?
actions that can also entail killing settlers.
Yeah, but they're
I don't
not
give a
allowed
fuck
to.
about them.
Loaderbox, they're not allowed to do that because Israel will fucking shoot them.
Well-
Like, Israel will shoot them. Or if Israel don't shoot them, they'll get their lackeys in the Palestinian Authority to arrest them. Palestinians aren't allowed to do that, Loaderbox. The Great March of Return, like, that's why it's so crazy that you offered any litigation and you didn't bring that up to your audience of being like, this thing is so fucked that when people engage in predominantly non-violent resistance, as in the first Intifada, Israel's initial instantaneous responses, ooh, time for mass torture and bone breaking of children who dare to oppose us in any capacity. Ooh, you're boycotting us. You're engaged in civil disobedience. We are going to torture the fuck out of you. Like, that's the thing. You, like, act in this world of, like, simultaneously where Palestinians can do that non-violent resistance, but then also litigate the Great March of Return. Like,
I don't know how I could.
bro.
I don't know how I would say that what I was supporting was non-violence. You realize that attacking settlements and attacking settlers would be violent, right? Like
What,
that's
with
violent
weaponry?
resistance. Yeah.
So you
Do you
think,
think I
that that's
care?
okay?
Do you think I care if a settler gets killed in like a ANC style like attack on the settlement? Like, say if there's like an outpost trying to be set up, and the Palestinians say, "No, you can't be here. We'll shoot you if you keep building this," and then they just stay. You think I wouldn't support that? What?
Yes, I really did not think that you would be willing to support that, but I think that
Yeah,
the
because you
problem
don't know
is
your
that, like,
enemy. I don't know. Like it's just like
but I think that, but in the context of Palestine, is were any Palestinians to do that, you wouldn't support it, right? Like, surely on October the 7th, you must realize that some of the settlements in the Gaza envelope are like part of surveilling the Gaza Strip. Like, they can see into fucking Gaza. I know it's not as big a part as, like, say, having, military outposts and stuff there, but I think that it's undeniable that, like, on October the 7th, Israeli civilians live across from Gaza, that they have humiliated people in Gaza as they have over and over again been killed, that the vast majority of these people have served in the Israeli military. And, like, in the context of, say, somewhere like Lebanon, people are fine with, like, huge amounts of people being blown up in civilian clothing whilst they're not actually engaged in militancy directly. And that when it comes to Palestine, it's like, well, or when it comes to Palestinians doing it, it's like they are the most evil, barbarous savages that our world has ever seen.
you'll forgive me if I don't actually think that the kibbutzim outside Gaza were the same as settlers trying to set up outposts in the West Bank. Yeah, I think targeting one is probably fine. The other one, not so much. Again,
What's the material difference?
the material difference is that, well, I thought we were talking about law earlier. The difference is that one of them are citizens of Israel. The others are illegal settlers.
But they're still citizens of Israel protected by the Israeli military to engage in the violence against Palestinians. Like, you know this. You met the Israeli military. They were just out there protecting. They were out there protecting. Protecting
The kibbutzim
protecting
are
the settlers.
the kibbutzim are not there to protect settlers. What the kibbutzim are there to, well, most of them are there because they were, depending on which one. Some of them were like built by Moroccan refugees. Others are, but generally speaking, the kibbutzim were inhabited by left-leaning people who wanted statehood for Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, not in every place though. That's not true, is
Wait,
it?
which-
like, Stera.
You were the one. Wait, Sedera is not a kibbutz; it's a town.
Okay, it's a town in the nearby.
The
vicinity.
kibbutzim were the ones that were close, that were right in the envelope.
Yeah. But
Those
I
were
think
mostly
also-
left-wing people. Yeah, people who
I
supported
think
Palestinian
also,
state.
like,
Those were also the ones
think-
who. Anyway.
I think also, like, it's interesting that you think, like, in the context of Holocaust survivors in Palestine, they basically had the right to participate in a settler colonial entity that dispossessed and denied the Palestinians any dignity, but Palestinians who participated in militant resistance against the state that had continually humiliated them and denied them their basic rights and kept them under the yoke of Western imperialism, that they had no right to rise up and break out. I don't think mass civilian killing is good or a thing like that, but I think that Israel is a very different situation in that these settlers have engaged in militancy their entire lives against Palestinians and humiliate them.
Well, the kibbutzim residents were not settlers, though. They weren't. They didn't do those things you're just describing. They're people who were. Most of them were born there. Like what?
But what's wrong with what a settler does in the West Bank?
They're claiming land that is not internationally recognized as theirs, and they're also in a situation where they have to use the pretext of a military occupation to set up there, whereas the settlers in Israel are just they're in their country. That's all the kibbutzim dwellers.
It was always premised on the dispossession of the Palestinians.
Yeah, but by the same token that I don't support Native Americans murdering random American citizens just in the name of land back, the same reason I wouldn't support going after people who are citizens of Israel, especially given that most of these people were born there. They weren't the ones who did the 1948, who did the Nakba. That's not them.
No, but to this day, Israel still dispossesses and harms Palestinians every single day.
What are you trying to tell me? You don't support killing civilians in Israel?
I don't think killing civilians is a good thing, but I think that like ultimately drawing this distinction of like, oh, settlers in the West Bank are so evil that they're the ones who are doing this evil thing when they're just supported entirely by the Israeli state is kind of hard to me. That these settlers do live on the outside of Palestinian territories, lands that belong to Palestinians, and that Palestinians want those lands back. And I can't sit here and think like, you know, that Palestinians are the most evil, savage monsters to have ever existed in the world, and that Israel has some right or just moral position.
I don't know why you keep on invoking this like evil, savage monsters. I typically don't describe people in this way. Like, if you wanted to understand why Hamas does what they do, but what are we even talking about now? We're talking about targeting the civilians. You seem to be okay with doing it in the sea if the ship might be Israeli. You know, flip a coin. It doesn't matter.
I'm definitely okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that.
Yeah, and as far as it goes with Israeli civilians in the kibbutzim, I don't think you support targeting them, and you're okay with settlers. So
no, I don't.
There's not much of a disagreement there.
Civilians.
Okay, so. No. I don't know what argument we're trying to make. What, like, because their country was founded on ethical grounds, that means that we can be more understanding of the civilians of today getting killed there? I mean, we wouldn't put this standard to any other country.
I think that we can be more understanding of what the Palestinians do and why the situation, like why October the 7th happened, basically. I think that that's the like thing that we should be talking about, that like, especially in the context of like the world in which we've lived for the last 2 years. So many Palestinians have been slaughtered in part because the way in which they were all tarred as barbaric savages after October the 7th, that over and over again we heard that there was mass systematized rape, that there was huge amounts of killing, beheadings and all of these things, and that our media perpetuated that narrative, and that has been so incredibly dangerous in Palestine. And this taps into what I'm talking about with the Houthis and stuff, and why I find it so odd to kind of have this hyper-fixation or hyper-focus on, say, you know, Western leftist interest in the axis of resistance and stuff.
Well, because that's my area. The predominant narrative around Palestine in my country or in the English-speaking world, what I see on social media or what I see in the area that I work, that's what I see. That's the popular That's the popular stance that I see. I think it is completely useless. I think it's destructive, and I don't think it doesn't help. Like, I've never seen in my life so much popular support for a cause and it go to what? Like, what the fuck have they achieved?
What do you mean? Well, the anti-Iraq war stuff didn't stop the invasion of Iraq.
But the anti-Iraq war had a cause that was agreeable. It was just don't go to Iraq and carry out the war. Whereas we're talking about the activists for the pro-Palestinian cause right now, and the fact that it's like acceptable in these spaces to support Hamas or the Houthis or Hezbollah or any of these other groups. It's okay to call for it's okay to call for the destruction of Israel and all this other shit. So I'm just wondering, like, there's been so much energy gone into it. I just don't know how it's helped.
Well, I think that ultimately it has raised huge amounts of awareness for what Israel actually is, and we don't pussyfoot around what Israel is actually become and does and is. Like, most people recognize it as a settler colony. Most people recognize it as an apartheid state that has dispossessed Palestinians. And I think that the outgrowth of this, that what you're underestimating, is that this is going to have ripple effects forever. It's tearing apart the American right-wing base and how they reconcile that and bring it together. I mean, listening to the elite of like the pro-Israel movement is insane. Like, they don't have any solutions. They're like, let's ban TikTok. Like, let's deport fucking people. There's no way to fix this, Loner Box. So I think like underestimating the major effect of what will come, what will happen in years to come, is kind of foolish, you know.
Well, I don't doubt that things will probably change. It won't be unusual, I think, in maybe 10 or 20 years for elected leaders to just want to fully disconnect from Israel. I don't think that would be surprising. Do you notice that every time I asked you how they've helped, you tell me how they've hurt Israel? You don't tell me how they've helped Palestinians. Do you see that these two are not completely intertwined? Palestinians.
What could we do?
Well, look at what's happening now. Palestinians have not had their lives improved in the last 2 years, have they? Their lives have gotten markedly worse. The lives of people in the West Bank is even worse, and obviously Gaza. Well, I don't need to tell you about Gaza. So yeah, you've put Israel in a worse position, but it's not like Palestine has gone like it's not like an inverse ratio, is it? Like what's hurt Israel seems to have coincided quite a lot with Palestine getting even more hurt.
How could we have helped Palestine? What should we have done?
To a degree, like I don't know what can we do to help Sudan. I don't know, but you could have stopped. Like there's only so much. Well, there's only so much that Western powers can do in most of these countries. Like people, when it came to Israel, when it came to well, first of all, with Sudan, for example, they could have maybe not elected Trump because canceling USAID and closing 80% of the food kitchens in that area, the emergency kitchens, was probably a pretty shit idea. I think with Western activists, I think there was actually some opportunity in bringing more popular attention to Palestine because, and we even saw like beginnings of this. I'm saying it went far enough, but there were beginnings of this when it came to Biden. Like he was willing to sanction settlers. No other president's done that. They did actually make a pretty loud noise about Israel when they were blocking aid. Trump let them do it for 3 months. There are differences that can happen from these leaders. You know, back in the day, you spoke about how Bush Sr. had frozen settlements. I know you're smiling, obviously, because we don't want the same thing. Like you want to destroy Israel. But in terms of actually tempering bringing the Israeli right into their place and allowing a more left-wing alternative to become more popular in Israel, there were things that activists could have done. But instead, what they achieved is I think maybe they actually made Israeli Jews and even diaspora Jews who have had connections to Israel feel even more like they need to dig in. The fact is that all this popular support and all this isolating of Israel does not get you around the fact that this is a group that's not going anywhere and they're not going to stop fighting. This is not going to be like white South Africans. They're not the same.
Well, I think that something really interesting that you said there was that Biden did an amazing thing by sanctioning.
Did I say it was amazing, or did I say that it was not enough, but it was the beginning of things?
That is a movement that we should view as like some kind of major movement.
Just checking your memory.
When the entire government in Israel does nothing about settlers and you continue to have a relationship with it, what meaning is there in sanctioning settlers? That's a pressure valve. It's a pressure valve to reduce huge amounts of protest against you and to say, look, I'm actually doing something. I've drawn a red line here, and then not having any accountability with that red line. It's like, hey, that's not good enough. That is not good enough from what we can imagine for Palestinians. And that being as like something that the Western left did or could have done for Palestinians is crazy because he still fucking hugged Netanyahu. Like Ben Rhodes wrote about this, that Ben Rhodes was called like Hamas for having like some vaguely unequivocal pro-Israel views, basically. But like, just in this context of like citing that as like an achievement, that's not an achievement.
Given American precedent, it is a move. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we had 4 more years of Democrats, there would have been. I know it's meaningless to you because what you want is Israel destroyed. Like, yeah, I'm never gonna. Yeah, we can easily agree that I'm never going to convince you that any Democratic presidency ever would have actually like satisfied you. But that's the problem. I think the things that would satisfy you guys is something that's just not desirable.
Well, I mean, I would say kind of ending the world order as we currently know it would be far more satisfying and a decent thing for human beings than the perpetuation of a current status quo where the best you can get in the face of like huge unlimited war crimes, genocide, consistent apartheid against human beings. The best thing you can get is a few sanctions on a couple of settlers is, I don't know, it's kind of like, it doesn't really appeal to me, but I don't live in America. I don't make the choice of voting for Kamala or Trump. Like, I don't make that choice.
Would you have voted Kamala or Trump, or would you have abstained or a third party?
No, I don't live there.
Would you have?
I don't have to make the choice.
Would you?
I don't have to make the choice. I don't have to make the choice.
You are a public figure who publicly announces their opinions online. You can't tell me whether or not you would have if you could.
I told people I don't live in America.
That's not an answer to the question. Wait, why would you equivocate on that question? That's such an easy question.
What do you mean? Why would I equivocate on the question? Because I don't live in America. It's not my choice. It's not my decision. People can make their own fucking minds up.
Israel and Palestine's not where you live. You tell them what to do all the time.
But
what
the fundamental
fuck?
difference is my country. I guess you could say the argument that I was about to make is that my country would be heavily complicit, in Palestine. And well, no, I think that is actually a fundamental difference.
You think Egypt should get rid of Sisi, but you don't want to say who you would vote for.
Yeah, because he's like a brutal, bloody dictator.
Okay, but you wouldn't. But you can't say who you would vote for in an American election if you have the right to.
like, I think that the thing
Are
is,
you afraid of
I
how your
don't
audience will
have to answer
respond?
this
Do you
question.
think if you
No, no,
acknowledge
no, no,
that
no, no,
Biden
no,
would have
no,
been
no, no,
preferable
no, no,
to
no,
Trump, that the Bada
I don't
Bada
think
fans will fucking come down on you like a ton of bricks? Shit.
Personally, being frank, I don't think either of them are preferable. I don't think either is a good
No, I
situation.
know that,
And
but
in a
there's
world-
like there's a lesser of two evils. Yeah.
What, in the context of Trump and Kamala?
Do you believe that or no? That's what I'm asking you.
I think my opinion is wider in the sense of I believe that these left-wing parties are consistently kicking the can down the road and that we're consistently moving towards more fascistic governments. I think Labour is a perfect example of this in the United Kingdom. We elected Labour, or most people elected Labour, on the basis of the idea that Labour would bring about meaningful change in our country. They have totally failed in that. Keir Starmer is now demonised as evil Stalin overlord. He's likely to be replaced by Farage. Even if he weren't and Farage was beaten, Farage will probably die at some point of his smoking issues. But like, the longer we kick the can down the road without a fundamental major change in our society, I just see it as the same outcome either way. Like, sure, it may be marginally better for many people if Kamala is elected, but also for so many it's not better. She said if she was going to go hard on the border, sanctuary cities was something that emerged under Joe Biden. I know in this country that I'd never vote for Labour. But like, put frankly, I don't live in an American state. I don't have a choice around who's going to be my elected representative. But personally, I don't think I would vote Democrat.
So you wouldn't vote Democrat?
Personally, I
over
don't
Trump?
think so. No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
It took
No.
a while to get there,
And I don't
okay.
think it would have meant. I don't think it would have meant one thing, because I don't think it was my fault. I don't think it was the fault of the pro-Palestine movement. I think it is a failure of consistent left-wing parties to offer any meaningful challenge to Donald Trump
So would you have
and the kind of
abstained or
politics he
third?
espouses.
You think you'd have abstained or third party?
Spoiled my ballot.
Okay. That's all.
Because
That's
as a
all I
young
wanted
person,
to know.
Yeah, I would have spoiled my ballot.
I think. Do you think Palestinians felt a difference when Trump came in Gaza?
In what context?
3 months of aid being blocked, for one.
I think that Biden allowed similar things. I think that Biden allowed it to happen, but Trump took it further. I think it's a bad thing what Trump has done, but I think that ultimately Trump has even had to temper some of his most extreme rhetoric from the beginning.
To be clear, I don't know about you, but aid being blocked for 2 weeks versus 3 months is probably quite different.
But also, at what point would we know if Biden would have done the same?
Because he was there and he didn't. When there was that 2-week block in the north of Gaza, the Democrats and the administration threatened to reevaluate their arms arrangements with Israel, and then the next day, Kogat sent aid in and filmed it.
But
given that they were willing to stand 2 weeks, I don't know where 3 months comes in.
But how much better do you think it is to basically allow a famine to go on where you alleviate it every now and again, where you alleviate the situation for certain people, and that's all that happens. You just alleviate and make it better. Like, Israel's crimes didn't begin under Trump. They accelerated, sure, but at the same time, simultaneously, they were terrible, terrible things under Biden.
Yeah, so I've never gone hungry myself. If I had to choose between 2 weeks versus 3 months of an aid blockage, or if I knew that other people had that choice and they weren't making it for me, I'd probably be kind of upset at them. I don't know. I think
But even if,
and this is only one example, obviously the famine designation from the IPC came under Trump, not under Biden.
Mm-hmm.
So, not to mention the GHF, not to mention the 2,000-pound bombs that Biden had frozen, 1,800 of them that Trump resumed within his first week of coming into office. Not to mention the fact that we know what Trump's version of the two-state solution looks like. That actually is a Bantustan. That's a leopard print of a nation in the West Bank that I've never seen any Democrat endorsing.
Israel banned UNRWA under Biden, right?
Mm-hmm. That's not the same as banning 3 months of aid.
Where do you think that was going to go? Like, what was the alternative to banning UNRWA? They let that happen. There's no strong steps taken, and I just feel like I know what you're trying to do, and it's fair enough to say this. Like, Palestinians starve worse under Donald Trump. That's objectively true, and that's a bad thing. And I don't want Donald Trump to be in power. But fundamentally, I think that the problem is that it was a failure of Biden, not the pro-Palestine movement, and not my personal feelings or decisions. Kamala didn't offer anything that substantively different to Joe Biden, who was a wholly unpopular president. And so the situation is not my fault, and I don't live there. Sure, it's terrible for Palestinians, but so is any mass slaughter of Palestinians. I want that to stop. I want to imagine a world in which the Democratic Party doesn't just love Netanyahu. It didn't look like we were getting any closer to Israel ending its actions. Like, in the context of Sudan, The RSF was still operating there. The Biden actually drew himself. Normally, during Biden's presidency, they're actually further away from the Gulf, but Biden drew himself closer to the Gulf. I think they signed a specific kind of weapons agreement or like a proximity with them whilst he was in power.
Okay. And I'm guessing we agree that Biden wouldn't have shut down USAID, which was 80% of the emergency kitchens in Sudan.
Is that actually the exact number?
Roughly 80%, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that would have saved the people of Sudan from the slaughter. And I think that what we have to examine is why Western countries would ever have a relationship with the United Arab Emirates.
Well, it's not just people in El Fasher, right? They're not all the people who were starving, right? There were people in Zanzam and all those surrounding camps.
Yeah. Of course, there are
will
people,
suffer because of Trump cutting that those kitchens.
And these are terrible, awful things. But it's not my decision. I didn't vote for Trump, and it's not the fault of the pro-Palestine movement.
No, I know, but you're saying you didn't vote for Trump, and now that's why I was asking you. That's why I thought it was worth bringing up. If you said you would have just abstained if you could,
I would have abstained if I could. Yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have had the decisive vote.
But
and sure,
okay,
like I guess,
but no one has the decisive vote. Like it's obviously about whether or not you would contribute in your one-person way to these differences taking place. You seem to acknowledge the differences. They just don't seem to be big enough for you.
But the reason for this failure was in part is why can't we have like a political party who is genuinely looking for change in Palestine? That the Democratic Party would have just allowed the situation to continue. Sure, maybe it may not have been as exactly as bad, but where's the fundamental change? They were in power for all this time. Sudan's civil war kicked off under Biden. They didn't sanction the UAE.
You keep on doing this thing where I'm telling you the differences and you acknowledge the differences, but then you say you wouldn't have it wouldn't have been the game changer for you because there are other bad things happening. I don't understand that. The difference between like the fact that we know that also Trump was saying these things about USAID before he came into office. We know that 80% of the food kitchens were in Sudan. And the fact that we also know, even with regards to aid to Palestinians or in the West Bank, we know that when Trump was last in 2016, he cut aid to the Palestinian Authority that Biden actually restored. So we know that there were differences here and that people's lives were affected by this. But I guess to you, it's like, I don't know, is it maximalism where you're just saying, well, it's not good enough for me, and that's why I would abstain?
I think that it's not good enough for anyone, I think is my problem. And I think in the UK, I see the same thing, that if we keep, and that kicking the can down the road to just make people's lives better for 4 years is not good enough. Like, I just think that we need major change. And like, I really don't think that my opinion on an American election that happened where it wasn't defined by this foreign policy stuff, but was actually defined mostly by what Trump was offering versus what Kamala was offering, that like, it's not my fault. It's not the fault of the pro-Palestine movement. It's just objectively not. It's the failure of the Democrats to offer anything materially different.
Okay, I think that distinction is a little bit bizarre to me, but
I mean, it's your opinion. It's your opinion. I mean, neither of us live there.
Yeah, but we neither of us seem to have an issue talking about countries that we don't live in. I think we're perfectly fine with that.
No. But like, I guess in the context of what Israel is and does. But yeah, I think like when it comes to Sudan and stuff, like I was talking about the UAE's involvement in Sudan earlier this year, like before Al Fasher. I was interested in the UAE's involvement in Sudan. I've written a dissertation about, in part, the UAE and the way in which our discourse revolves around how our discourse revolves around Iran, the United Arab Emirates, and all of these things. And I think that it's really important to say that the fact that this stuff is kind of just going on and on and on with mass slaughter under both the Biden, under both the Trump administration, and that these problems are not changing, that I find it really hard to be like, yep, the Democrats are just going to fix everything. And I think that that's the thing that disappoints me or makes me just not want to give my name or support to a party like that. I think that people should make their own independent choice. I don't want to tell people whether they should or shouldn't vote for Kamala. Again, I don't have to make that choice. It's not something that I actually have to make the choice of, you know?
So how do you seem to have pretty big ambitions when it comes to changing the world, like overturning the world order. How do you, if voting's not going to do it, what do you want to do? What's the plan?
What do you mean, if voting's not going to do it?
Well, like, or it seemed like you weren't interested in voting between like, I guess like a fascist Trump and whatever neolib like Kamala. But I'm just wondering what do you think people should do, or what do you support?
What do I think will change the world?
Yeah.
Abandoning
even-
capitalism.
Okay.
I think that that's the only option. I think that our world is burning around us. I think that we live in a society where continually certain human beings are designated for death on the basis of our geopolitical order. And I think that the only fundamental change that is going to make the world just a much better place is abandoning capitalism. I think, like, you must admit that, like, our government's response to Sudan has been lacking. Where has been the action against the United Arab Emirates? Where has that been? Like, I live in this fucking country. This is the country I live in, and I see the fucking disappointment. And I think if the massacre had carried out, sure, maybe there would be a bit of a no from the Democrats, but that would probably be it, because they are pretty reliant on the UAE for enforcing a regional order that is not good, that is not moral, that is not just. And I think, like, look, it's hard to imagine the changes that happen in this world, and I'm not someone who's designed a political program for how that's going to happen, but unfortunately, I don't think that most of that will come through voting.
Okay.
I think that participation with other human beings, and I think joining movements and trying to act and make changes in your local environment is a good thing. But I think, unfortunately, these governments are going to keep disappointing us. Like, honestly, and I understand what you're saying, and I do take into account, like, the thing about Sudan. It's awful that closing US aid did that to Sudan, but ultimately, it doesn't address the root cause of the problem. Like, the famine in Sudan is complex, by the way. There is like the famine in Sudan is not as simple as Gaza. Gaza's famine is very simple to address. Gaza's famine could have been fixed instantaneously. It was directly the result of Israel, a country that we have welcomed into the the advanced family of nations, creating a fishbowl situation where they destroyed a pre-existing food system on the basis of trying to destroy Hamas. Sudan is a humongous country, which, yes, the soup kitchens may go away to alleviating, but I think in this context, I find it really hard to just be like, yeah, it would have been better under Kamala, because maybe it would have been marginally, but I don't know. I just think that the root cause of the problem wouldn't have been addressed, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess there's maybe one question I wanted to ask. It's maybe a repeat.
Of course.
But...
No problem.
I feel like I didn't get an answer to this. If I wanted to characterize what you're saying, it seems like, because when it comes to Israel and Palestine, it seems that you very much see this as a very, these needs are all unilateral. Like, it needs to be Israel that's up on the stand. It needs to be them that are losing arms deals. It needs to be them losing economic associations. It needs to be them losing all their international support. Until they're left on their own. I'm guessing from after then, it's probably going to be harder for the IDF to maintain itself. They might not struggle to pay soldiers or whatever else. We're not going to tell Palestinians or their leaders or any, like, Axis leaders to change anything. I'm just like, if October 7th had happened with the IDF either being much, much weaker or just non-existent, what do you think would have happened?
We went through this. Why would I, once again, and I'll give you the same answer, why would I deal in that counterfactual with the slaughter going on in Gaza?
Oh, because it's what you want. Because the former is what you want, right?
The former is what I want.
Like, let's say your position was much more, like, had much more weight across the world before October 7th, and Israel was losing its ability to train soldiers, and it was losing its security apparatus, and it didn't have as much sophisticated weaponry, or its security situation was just, like, weaker, right? And they have all these internal issues as well that would probably come as a result. Let's say they have all this and they are just much weaker to the point that their military might not even be, like, fully functional. That is what you would have liked Israel. You'd have liked Israel to be in that situation before October 7th, right? You'd have liked them to be in a situation where they were much, much weaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I look what they do with their power.
And the reason
in reality, not in a counterfactual.
Yeah, and the reason but this is what you want, so surely you should be able to tell me what the outcomes of what you want might be. And if, let's say, that you had got what you want, that you had got what you wanted before October 7th, and Hamas launched their attack, what would have happened?
Once again, once we're at the base of this counterfactual, the world in which we need as the prerequisite for that is a world that is completely different to the one in which we exist. And so what I would say is an international community who are like, okay, you're not going to go in and do massacres, but Israel is not going to be able to massacre you. It's not going to be able to continue in the way that it exists. So the situation wouldn't be produced. No more occupation, no more apartheid, no more of any of these things. So there's your answer. That you want me to do this counterfactual, but here's another counterfactual. That in the world in which Israel is already targeted in these ways, that its occupation will collapse. That if Israel's military institutions could have been hit and destroyed, that's a good thing. Israel should not have the military capacity it does. All it has used it for is mass slaughter.
But in your world, the international community, so they are holding Hamas accountable as well and telling them not to do what they're doing, or not?
And Hamas committing, I do not give a fuck. Hold Hamas to account for war crimes. Take into the context of why said war crimes happened, as always. But I think in the context of this, I just want Israel to be held to the same kind of account that you would hold Hamas, because we already exist in a world where Hamas are sanctioned, are claimed as a terrorist and evil regime. Like, I want that to happen to Israel. I think that that is a base level of a desire of someone who wants to live in an equitable and just society.
So your counterfactual is that the international community that puts all the pressure on Israel, apparently one-sided pressure or unilateral pressure on Israel
Well, the pressure's already on Hamas, Loner Box.
Okay, so it stays on Hamas. Well, the pressure was on Hamas before October 7th, and they still launched their attack. So can they get more pressured? Are they getting more pressured in this counterfactual then of yours?
Well, I think if Israel's held to account and it's cut off from what it's able to do and maintain a racist occupation of Palestinian land, then what legitimacy does Hamas have? Like, what ability does Hamas have to appeal to a population?
The fact that they want the whole country back, and that they think the Jews who live there are like illegal occupying invaders, like that fact. It's not like it's not like
the thing is that in the context of Palestine, yes, they are illegal occupying invaders. I don't want to see mass slaughter. I want to see an equitable binational solution where both people have the right to exist and live within a state.
Yeah, I know you want that, but everything you've advocated for so far until like 5 minutes ago was all the pressure goes on Israel, and you don't,
because all the pressure is already on. Because all the pressure is already on Hamas.
Yeah, and the pressure on Hamas didn't stop them from succeeding in October 7th. So that's why I'm trying to get you to engage with this counterfactual, where it seems to be the case that Hamas already have the pressure on them. They already have the military capabilities that result from having pressure on you. But then Israel has the pressure on them, and I can just tell you what would happen, and you tell me I'm wrong. Okay. If Israel's in the position that you want them to be in, where their military is weaker, their civil society is weaker, their economic ties are weaker, they can't respond as effectively to an attack. Hamas goes over. They're not going to stop at Sderot or the air bases. They're going to go all the way up to Tel Aviv if they can. They're going to maybe I think they sent 3 waves over. They had more in the back. They could have sent others. If they got what they wanted from the West Bank, then obviously Israel's security apparatus is down. So militants in there can go as well. Iran has less of a reason to worry about reprisals from Israel, because obviously they're very far away, and America's not going to help them with the B-2 bombers anymore. So Iran fires off. Hezbollah, well, they're not deterred anymore, so they're going to come south. This would be a 3 or 4 front invasion that just... And given that Hamas were able to kill 1,000, 1,200 people in the space of less than 12 hours, you would see the wholesale slaughter. I don't see why you wouldn't. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think if that happened, people should be held to account for what they've done, and they should build a state for both peoples. Like, if that is a reality that does happen.
How long does the rest of the world have to get involved here? Like, what the fuck?
What do you mean? Like, how close are the
Israel has no allies anymore.
The biggest... Wait. But if Israel has no allies, then it couldn't act in the way it does. Like, it couldn't be so aggressive against Iran. You know that its missile detection system is, like, reliant on... And, in fact, in both waves of true promise, it was reliant on, like, Jordanians shooting it down. It was reliant on... I think they're, like, recon ships that operate inside the... I don't know, the Mediterranean, I assume. I don't actually know specifically where they are, but anyway, there are these ships that help them with their missile targeting system. Israel couldn't be so aggressive towards Iran. It couldn't be so aggressive towards all of these countries. So already once we reach this counterfactual, it's just like pretty odd where you're asking me, would I get catharsis from huge amounts of people being slaughtered, when for the longest time I've been like, look, I don't think that Israel should be allowed to go into Gaza and mass slaughter people. I don't like it. I want to live in a world where that doesn't happen. And imagining the way in which that doesn't happen, the prerequisite of it is Israel no longer being able to act in the way that it does. Like, yes, in your counterfactual scenario, probably mass slaughter would occur, but also in the same way, Israel could be offered base level protection from, just huge civilian killings, whilst also being told you can no longer be a racist apartheid state.
Okay, so first of all, it's not saying that you would take any catharsis from it. Okay, I don't do that whole, like, accusing people of being bloodthirsty or whatever. I don't reciprocate that kind of accusation. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem like you just seem to deny that this would even happen, or if it did happen, which again, I don't see any indication from places like Iran or Hezbollah that any weakening of Israel is going to weaken their resolve to destroy the country, because their goals are different. Their goals are destroy Israel. That's it. And we know what they've in the past said about what they think would happen to the locals, or at least we know that what they do whenever they have got the opportunity to, whether it's with October 7th or with the suicide bombings of the Intifada, they seem to not discriminate that much between civilians and militants. So it seems like this would happen, and the international community would do what? Like, just hold them to account how, or stop that attack how? Like, they'd have to be they'd have to do a military response, wouldn't they?
Yeah, a military response where they create armistice lines, a peacekeeping force, and they ensure that mass civilian slaughter is not occurring wholesale. But like, I mean, put frankly, Loner Box, this kind of counterfactual is not what I'm imagining. I've told you over and over again that I would rather invest in this kind of like reality in which human beings are able to live in an equitable and just society. I don't want to invest in this one where everyone gets slaughtered, because that's the one I live in right now. Actually, right now with Israel, mass indiscriminate killings of civilians, mass bombings of refugee camps, keeping human beings under apartheid. That one day of slaughter would be bad, but I think it is equally as bad to have a regime that is premised on the idea of the racial supremacy of a specific people and the right to just hold others under occupation and apartheid. Like, surely you agree, right? I think at a base level you agree Israel is apartheid, right?
I think what they do in the West Bank is, yeah.
But that's like such an odd decision. So do you think Israel is an apartheid state?
Like Israel proper? No, I think they
No,
practice
yes,
it in
Israel
the West
proper.
Bank.
So how would Israel? Sorry, so you're cutting off the rump of how many Palestinians live in the West Bank? What, 3 million?
3 million, yeah.
So you're saying that it's not an apartheid state, apartheid designated as a crime against humanity, where there are 3 million Palestinians being subjected to it, and that we should just be like, the rest of Israel's okay though? Like, I mean, that's crazy, and especially
the reason I say that is because there are people who believe that even if you went to two states, Israel itself would still be apartheid because they're a Jewish state.
Yes, I mean it would be, especially if there were Palestinians living in it. Because the prerequisite of ensuring the maintenance of an apartheid regime is a multitude of different laws that specifically affect Palestinian people. Like, you know, I mean, Israel's talking about introducing the death penalty for terrorists. Once upon a time, that created mass revulsion in Israeli society, and now it's just like lapped up and loved. Israel engages in a multitude of different laws, such as consuming terrorist propaganda consistently, denying the official narrative of the October the 7th, when there isn't even an official narrative of what happened on October the 7th. They haven't published one. They haven't given out an exact one, in my understanding, the Israeli government, this is. They have a multitude of laws that specifically affect Palestinians. For example, family reunification. Like, how is that not an apartheid law?
Because if you want to go into this discussion about where like discriminatory laws end and apartheid begins, and whether or not like half of the world would be apartheid by that definition, that's a boring conversation to me. We can go into it if you want, but
a specific wait. I think a specific family reunification law that is specifically aimed at expelling Palestinians is a very different thing. So I view this as a because you must admit, right, like genocide even within it includes like capacities that are like basically things that are not straight up killing, right?
Yes, but I don't think there's ever been a conviction for one that didn't involve killing.
Well, I think
there's any case law for that.
I think the reservations are considered like what was done on them, and the Australian policy of breeding. No, not reservations. The schools. I can't remember what they're called.
Residential schools.
Residential schools, thank you. I think that those are considered genocide. I don't think that there's necessarily been a ruling, but I think that there's a vast scholarly agreement. Now, a family reunification law, to me, where specifically if I'm a Palestinian and I live inside Israel proper and I marry a Palestinian in the West Bank and I'm not allowed to reunite, but and I have no option of where we're going to go together and I just have to leave the country, that is a bizarrely eliminationist law that is specifically aimed at reducing the number of Palestinians.
Again, if you want to go into a very long, first of all, with the residential schools, I don't think there's a full consensus on whether or not that was genocide. I think Canada was willing to acknowledge that it was, but obviously they are not like they're not like a court. That was like a state decision to call it that.
What about breeding them white? What about breeding them white?
Again, as far as case law goes, I don't think there's ever been a conviction for genocide that didn't involve like the killing element. It can happen in theory, like separating children and all that, which is why people are talking about Putin doing it. But
yeah.
But in any case, like this is like over legal disputes, and again, legal disputes are to me like they're kind of mean. Like, let's say Israel is apartheid. Okay, what do we do to stop that? What do we do to change it? Like, we're still going to have different solutions. Then I don't think cutting off all our ties helps. I don't think it's going to help.
What should we do? What should we do if Israel's apartheid?
I think with the international community, what they should do is that they should deter and pressure as much as they can the right-wing tendencies of the Israeli government to push them to stop things like settlements, or to stop them from, or even you can lobby against different laws if you want, or to stop them from like the war crimes that they're committing in Gaza. I think there's a lot of things that governments can lobby to stop, but I prefer to just talk about tangible actions. As soon as we get into this, like, let's agree that it's apartheid or genocide.
But the thing is, Lonabox, we have lived in a world where allegedly that has been happening, where the UK government all of a sudden sanctions a few right-wing settlers, and then they find different ways to avoid it. Like, put frankly, I think it's really hard to sit here and kind of ridicule the one-state solution when, like, the things that you are proposing to get rid of Israeli apartheid just do not work. Like, there is an international consensus that the two-state solution good, everything else bad, okay? There's an international consensus of that. We have that predominantly. Trump violates that. Trump says settlements are illegal. Reagan condemns settlements. Everyone condemns settlements. Nothing happened. This thing of, like, without really serious steps against Israel, without ban Israel from all international competitions. Like, why is it still there? You know?
How many countries are we banning from international competitions to do that? I don't know why, like... Yeah, but
Russia?
Again, how
I
many?
think we should ban countries into reforming, and I think on Egypt. I don't think we should give aid to Egypt like freely and fairly. I don't think we should give weapons to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. I don't think that is a good thing. I don't think we should continually make excuses for dictatorial regimes because they fit with our geopolitical interests. Like, I think that is, like, when you sit here and you're like, well, we should just do X thing that we've been doing for years and does nothing.
To be clear, I don't say that. So to be clear, I don't think I've ever said that I think Western governments do enough when it comes to Israel. I don't know where that came from. I said it's a start. I think it's something that can be built on. But at the end of the day, these discussions don't really matter with either of us because we both want completely different things. You seem to think that Israel can just like unilaterally give itself up to becoming a binational state, or just get so pressured and weakened that, well, you know, maybe Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis and Iran will change their tune and not try to do a broad attack and take over the entire country by force and kill however many civilians they can. But I don't. Israelis are never going to hear that. They're never going to hear a Western activist telling them, "Oh yeah, well, we're going to keep on fucking you, but as soon as you start playing ball and giving up the border security and giving up the military positions and giving up your parts of your weaponry, then they will treat you like equal partners in a nation." They hear Hamas. They listen to Hamas in one ear saying that we're going to destroy you. We're going to get all the Palestinian Israelis to rise up and stab people and run people over with cars. They have Hezbollah saying that the fucking Nasrallah, when he used to say that the fucking Jews should all just go back to Ethiopia or Russia. And you've got like Iran with their little clock talking about the countdown to destruction of Israel. And well, are we fucking about with ballistic missiles or not? Yeah, they hear that. They're never going to listen to you over their neighbors who are telling them what they want to do if they get the opportunity. Which is why they're just going to keep fighting. 10 years from now, that's what they'll do.
Why would Hamas or a Palestinian listen to you when they hear in their ears the Israeli government going, "It's time for voluntary emigration. It's time"? Do you think they're going to go for the two-state when that's happening? Do you think they're going to go for the two-state when, and like, I'm sorry, Ben Gvir is not marginal. He ran, like, and I'm not sure you'd say that. I don't think you're foolish enough to. He ran Israel's torture system and is someone who throughout his life has been an open advocate of transferring Palestinians, like removing them all from the land. He's only moderated it in order to not meet the same fate as his love of his life, Kahana, because he's realized that you cannot be doing that always. And now every time he said emigration the other day and had to put voluntary there. But I think that this whole thing of just like being like, well, Palestinians have got to change, but like we should give so much sympathy to Israelis and that we just shouldn't do anything because they don't like Western leftists, when the context of what Palestinians experience is so much fucking worse, is just insane to me. Like,
do you think my position is that we should give all the sympathy to Israelis and Palestinians should be the only ones to change?
Well, I mean, it kind of feels in many ways that way when you're just like, it's the Israeli right that has to go. I'm sorry, there's no left-wing alternative in Israel right now.
Okay, so I don't know if you're just like doing that on purpose or if you just are incapable of understanding my position, but that's fine. Yeah, the way you characterize everything I say is so bizarre. Obviously, like if I'm talking to you, the issue is that you think that all of the behavior from Israel should be completely unilateral. That's why, of course, I'm going to try to encourage you or try to make the case for why the Israeli opinion matters in this and why it needs to be considered. Unless you just want them to get taken over by right wingers who think being as forceful as possible is going to help. Like that's where they are now, and that's the only direction they're ever going to keep on digging into. If you get your way, that's the way I see it. So if I'm talking to like an Israeli or someone like who doesn't sympathize with Palestinians, like that'll be the first thing I bring up with them. I still say to this day that Israel exists because they stole a country. That's no other way to put it, right? They came in from somewhere else, regardless of why they were there, regardless of what they were fleeing or refugees or whatever else. The Palestinians saw a foreign group coming with European privileges through the Ottoman capitulations or with the British Mandate, and they saw them getting their support from the West and then later getting it from America or the Czechoslovakian arms. They saw them and they came in. They didn't learn the language. They didn't consider the customs of the other people, like you said with communal grazing. Of course they understood that their land was getting stolen or that they had a right to fight against it. So I'll say all of these things. I don't know why you're saying that Palestinians should be the only ones to change, and that's my position. I think Israelis need to change as well. So at least just to characterize what I'm saying accurately. It's just kind of annoying when you're like doing these weird summaries of what my position is.
Because I think already, like in the context of Palestine, like you've already admitted like the base positions that I have, which is like, it's not the Palestinians who need to fucking change. It's the Israelis. I think Hamas gained so much legitimacy. I think, Hezbollah, however you feel about them, they are birthed as like a resistance movement to Israeli occupation of their land and American occupation of their land that comes as a direct product of mass slaughter.
Why didn't they fight against Syria? Why did they support Syria occupying Lebanon?
Because let's be frank here, like in terms of the Syrian government did bad things in Lebanon, but let's be frank here, who's done the worse?
Well, compared to if you're in Lebanon in the early to mid 80s,
who's done the worst?
If you're in Lebanon, I'm going to tell you, if you're in Lebanon from the early to mid 80s and you're Lebanese, you're obviously going to have more issues with Assad than with like the American embassy or the American Marines. On a material sense.
I mean, like in the context of Lebanon, I feel like Hezbollah have enjoyed some popular legitimacy for a very, very, very long time.
You acknowledge that their military and their state within a state is completely illegitimate, right?
What do you mean?
That they don't have a legal right to have a military in Lebanon.
No, but I think that the main problem is that the country that it's fighting against has no legality in terms of what it's done to the Palestinian people and what it's continually done, and that this situation produces resistance movements. Because, like, frankly,
if Hezbollah are popular, why can't Hezbollah just run the ballot and get the Lebanese army to fight Israel?
But they have at least enough popularity. But also because the Lebanese government are much more interested in being closer to the American government. And like they draw legitimacy, right? Because you must admit this, they draw legitimacy from what Israel has done in southern Lebanon. Like Israel, I feel like it's not even a grand thing to mention. If you look at southern Lebanon, Israel has burnt the shit out of it, has destroyed it. And sorry, the reason that it has done that is probably to ensure that Lebanese people don't return, that they can't go back to southern Lebanon. And that this kind of thing is only going to fuel the popularity of Hezbollah. And that if we want to imagine a status quo in which Hezbollah don't exist, that these authoritarian regimes don't exist, what we need to change is Israel. What we need to change is Western imperialism in the region, because it saps all of the legitimacy and you stop forcing people to live under dictatorial governments. Like that's what's giving legitimacy to resistance movements. And that's what births anti-colonial resistance.
Hezbollah they're popular amongst Shiites. They're not popular amongst the rest of the population in Lebanon. They've never been able to amass popular support within the country for their military aspirations against Israel. I'm sure you admit that, right? That's why they have a separate military to the Lebanese army, because they can't do it with popular support. They don't. Most people in Lebanon don't want to fight with Israel. Most people don't want that.
Because they know that Israel will just mass target civilians.
Yeah, well, they know it doesn't help them, right? They know it doesn't help Palestinians either, really.
Yeah. But I think that the problem is when you have a country that's mass targeting civilians.
Why would that, again, we went from saying Hezbollah have popular support to
but
the Lebanese don't actually, but they don't have,
why they enjoy legitimacy amongst it, but
they enjoy legitimacy because they have a military force that the Lebanese army can't deal with. They're like a gang because they can threaten the government.
Who experiences the worst violence from the Israeli government?
Palestinians?
No, in Lebanon. They're probably Palestinians too, but
recently it's been Shiites, yeah.
It's not just recent, it's been quite a long-standing thing, right? Israel ran a mass torture regime across southern Lebanon.
I'm talking about since the PLO, it's been the Shiites, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, recently, yeah.
And
Compared to
Israel will
that.
destabilize and tear your country apart. And that's just not okay. That is not acceptable or moral. And that the West just gets to dictate what you're allowed to do and how you're allowed to behave. For me, that's kind of, I don't like that. I don't think that that's right. And I think if we're imagining a better world, that I'd like to do away with that just as much as I'd like to do away with any authoritarian regime, any regime that is based on. I'm not an advocate for religious ideology. I'm not a Shia. I don't believe in 12 Shiism. I don't have any loyalty to the Islamic revolutionary government. I don't think that that's like an amazing thing. But what I do
the problem
think
is that you think it's like a, sorry to interrupt. The problem is that you think with Hezbollah, it's like a rational response, right? Like their position in Israel is
I think it's a rational
response.
response to Israeli occupation, yes.
Okay. This is where I just don't understand where the lack of agency or to like, you must think like Shia Lebanese people are fucking idiots then. You must think Hezbollah are
Why would I
really
think
dumb.
that Shia are fucking idiots?
Because Israel withdrew from Lebanon unilaterally in the year 2000. The UN drew a blue line and they said, this is the blue line, you go behind it. Israel even like they to the point that they dismantled a fence on one of the border communities and just moved it a few meters back to make sure they were exactly where the UN wanted them to be. International legitimacy, the Lebanese people did not want to fight anymore with Israel. And Hezbollah kept up the fight anyway. And they made up all these fucking excuses. Like they argued over how many Lebanese prisoners were still in Israeli jails, even though I think one of them was a spy in Palestine who was serving like 6 months of a sentence left. And the other person was a mass murderer. I think that one of them might not even still be alive because he's from the 70s. And they kept on the fight with Israel anyway. And they started to claim that the Sheba farms are theirs, even though the Syrian regime has never given up the Sheba farms to Lebanon. That's not a reason to keep on fighting this country, like, because that's not their goal. Their goal was not to get the occupation out of southern Lebanon. Their goal is to destroy Israel.
I think that there's like a quote that I saw today from the Israeli government holding Lebanese detainees as human bargaining chips, is the way in which they called it. And I think that like ultimately what they were saying is, look, you should release these Lebanese people regardless of what they've done, because I think you'll be frank here. You admitted it earlier. No Israeli is ever held to account for any massacre that they've ever done.
Are you talking about now or in 2006?
Are
you talking about now?
In the 2000s. In the 2000s.
So in the 2000s, they gave
2006 up. 2006 it kicks off it, but in my understanding, because Israel's unwilling to engage with negotiation channels at the UN and just begins a straight bombing campaign of Lebanon and an invasion. And I think that ultimately, like, look, there may be many Lebanese people who are against it, but there's also a decent amount of Lebanese people who are like, fuck Israel, this has brought instability, and they know that Western imperialism is not doing beneficial things for them. In the context of like Syria, yes, the Assad regime engaged in a very brutal crackdown, but there's a huge amount of Syrian fucking refugees living in Lebanon who have like no chance at life on the basis of the fact that they were displaced in part because of Assad, well, a major part because of Assad, but also because of Western imperialism. Like, Assad is a product of Western imperialism. Like,
is every bad thing that happens in the Middle East a product of Western imperialism?
In what period?
In the last 100 years, let's say.
Not every single thing, but I think that it's impossible to take into account or analyze anything without the context of Western imperialism.
Well, we're not talking about context here because you blame everything on Western imperialism.
I don't blame everything on Western imperialism. I think people have the ability to do bad things, and I do think some of these groups have the ability to oppress their populations for their own desires and their own legitimacy of keeping themselves in power. I think that they do that. I think it would be impossible to say otherwise. However, what I am trying to make clear is that within the context of analysing anything that's gone on in the Middle East for the longest time, it is a result of Western imperialism, like who built the political systems, who has continually ensured the rule of dictatorships there. Even the Iranian government, the Iranian government, why is the Iranian government the way that it is?
Well, all because of 53, are you going to say?
I mean, he was a Democrat, Mossadegh.
Mm-hmm. And he was opposed by the military even before the CIA were involved. Like, would that?
He was opposed by the military.
Yeah, is there evidence? I know he was. I'm not supporting the Iranian coup. Okay, I'm just saying that the CIA's role in that coup was not to just engineer it out of absolutely nothing. As in, like, I think it's pretty much consensus that Mossadegh would have been overthrown anyway. I'm not saying it's a good thing. He shouldn't have been overthrown, but no country talks like this. No country says that because of what you did in 1953 that we're going to keep up like religious fundamentalist regime that's devoted to like our own version of destabilizing the region and supporting proxy militant groups in Syria and in Lebanon. Like, that's not what countries do. Like, even Vietnam has friendly relationships to a degree with the United States. Japan can have friendly relations with the United States. So I don't know why like Iran's regime is not the way it is just because of 53. That's a very reductive way to look at history.
No. I don't think it is entirely reductive. I think it's talking about how the Iranian regime came to power and like what the revolution was at that point, right?
The revolution was in part driven because of the fact that like the Shah was very aside the authoritarianism, like he was only really good at getting consent from people who were wealthy and urban, basically. And a lot of the
And he was also
rural
put
population
into
who
power.
suffered under him, and the people who obviously saw him as a foreign plant, and the people who suffered under the secret police, or the people who basically saw all of this economic gain going to a very small subset of, you know, like that fucking stupid image where they talk about, oh, this is Iran before Islam, and it's like two women in skirts at university. There's only like less than 5% of the population who ever saw any of this. Like the rest of the people were poor and in squalor. But then obviously a lot of the rural population of Iran were very religious, and the Ayatollah was able to bounce off of that as well. There was a conservative rural like elite that was able to gain quite a lot of support from that the Ayatollah could ride on. But in any case, we can talk about the context of where any movement comes from. And I can hold Western powers accountable for coups in Chile or Iran or anywhere else. That doesn't take away from the fact that what these leaders are doing now, I think, is not just. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The Axis's response to Israel.
When did Western imperialism end in the Middle East?
It hasn't ended in the Middle East. I'm not saying that.
So wait. Why is it so irrational to talk about the shaping of Western imperialism in the region?
Because it sounds like you're writing off everything. It sounds like you're writing off everything.
I'm not blaming exclusively 1953. What I'm talking about is that this shit hasn't ended.
But do we think, like, okay, one question. Do we think that Hezbollah's behavior in the mid-2000s after the withdrawal was rational or not? Do you think that was a good idea for them to go and do those cross-border raids?
What do you mean? In what way?
The cross-border attacks.
Good for every Lebanese person?
Even good for the Shiites. Was it good for them?
Well, I think that there was always going to be this problem with Israel. I think Israel is an expansionist settler colony. And I think that ultimately the fundamental issues of people within the region when it comes to Israel and American imperialism are not addressed. And I think that is always going to give groups popular legitimacy to do whatever. And I think that in the context of Israel, over and over again, Israel has invaded territory and it has done as it's pleased. I'm really sorry, though. Is it okay if we just call this? Because we've been talking for like 4 hours and I kind of want to just move on. Like, okay, not like fine. To just stop streaming.
No, yeah. I was just saying 4 hours. Time flies. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Time flies when you're having fun with great friends.
Hell yeah.
I think it was a lot more. Look. I think it was a lot more productive than last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah, I tend to reciprocate people's behavior. So if people are being chill, I'll try to do the same.
I had a loud mic.
No, you don't. You said you had a loud voice. And then I watched some of your streams, but I watched some of your streams and you're talking like calmly and quietly, like.
No, I really do have a loud voice. I swear.
You told me. You don't. You're not loud right now.
This is a different mic. That's why.
So you don't have a loud voice. You have a loud mic.
A mixture of the two. But anyway, I need to go now. Thank you for talking to me. I hope you have a nice rest of the evening.
That's fine. If you ever want to talk again, just let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I did not. That was quite long. The fuck? Very long. I feel like I didn't really speak that as much as him, but whatever. Fine. Whatever. How could you do this to me? I don't know. I thought that was fine. He's doing connections now. I probably should. How did you stay so calm? If someone's... I noticed a few times I was getting a bit kind of irritated, but then he wasn't really like doing it back. So it's just, you have to temper yourself. I don't know. Fuck knows. Also, Vivans. Let's go. I think he was rage baiting you. No, he genuinely believes the things he's saying. What are you talking about? I don't know why everyone instantly assumes people are grifting or getting paid. It's weird. Fuentes on Morgan just dropped. Hell yeah, let's do it. Okay. I need to change my fucking thing. I don't want to do connections. Fuck that. I want to watch Fuentes and Morgan. My throat is really dried up as well. Ugh. What's your opinion on Hassan's Mao cosplay? I don't know. Looks like Dr. Evil. It's cute. You realize that's just rage bait, right? Like, you realize that that is not one to get triggered for. That's just a memeing. Pierce Morgan. When did this go up? Where is it? $13. Oh yeah, here. What a crock of shit. The fucking dude. The fucking title is "What a Crock of Shit." Pierce Morgan versus Fuentes. Oh god. Uh-oh. I don't know. I thought that conversation went fine. You guys aren't optimistic. I don't know how many times I'm supposed to just keep asking a question when I'm not getting an answer, though. I just have to. At some point, I just have to be like, okay, let's just keep it interesting. I don't know. Hello.
Yo. Have you seen the new national security strategy for the US?
Oh yeah, no, I've seen. Yeah, they're basically like fuck Europe or whatever. I need to look into that. I need to get the full scoop. Yeah, what are they? What's the? Is there more to it than that, or?
Yeah, basically they kind of want to disengage from the Middle East.
Oh, the Middle
Like-
East.
Yeah.
Oh well, let them fight. I don't know. Yeah, that's not good. We'll see what happens next.
I mean, personally, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Because, dude, like, it's cooked anyways.
The thing is, like, it's good in the sense that obviously America supports a lot of fucking horrible shit in the Middle East. The I guess the other side of it is that like what happens when like I feel like the alternatives to a lot of these regimes are generally worse or scarier or like it's also maybe it's just the unknown. I don't know. Fuck. Like the American involvement in Afghanistan, quite shit, but leaving and then the Taliban taking over,
Yeah,
probably worse.
the way
I don't
they
know.
left was not good. Yeah. I think. Yeah, the way they left Afghanistan
That's the
was
thing.
just
There's no fucking messaging though. Like the amount of fucking passes that they give to like Bin Salman or to fucking the UAE and shit like that. It's like it's really fucking annoying. Like it's just it doesn't really set any. It's hypocritical. It doesn't really set any precedent. It doesn't really. It just gives the people who hate you, like who hate those regimes in the region, even more of a reason to. But yeah, like what's going to happen next? Like if America's not involved in the Middle East, it's going to be fucking India or China. Like it's not like big powers are just going to leave these countries alone, right? That's not how that works. That's not in this old world.
Yeah, no. I'm very concerned for the Kurds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and Trump. What do you fucking expect? I mean, yeah, but maybe he'll stay in Syria. Hopefully, he likes Al-Shara enough. Maybe, hopefully, but yeah, I don't know. Seems cooked. There's some things in there that I agree with somewhat, but like the focus on the Western Hemisphere stuff is like, yeah, sure, fair enough. Like, take care of your own backyard, I suppose. The thing with Venezuela is, how do I explain this without triggering a bunch of people? Basically, I don't buy the whole like counter narcotics nonsense. I don't like shooting at drug boats is a waste of fucking assets, in my opinion.
Why are there people in this chat who think that it's not? Like, I think we're pretty fucking united front against that shit, barring like maybe one or two nutters. Like, yeah.
No, but like I understand why the Trump administration wants to go against Venezuela, because they are a proxy.
Is that
Like,
so? So do you think that the boats are just like step one to regime change? Is that actually what we think is happening?
I think what they tried to do is try to bluff in a way where it could maybe result in a domestic coup, where you have like, I don't know, some fucking generals or whatever the fuck that hate Maduro or whatever the fuck, or want to like have more power, would topple Maduro. Like, I'm guessing they wanted to like do that, but just by placing some ships in the Caribbean, I guess. But you know, he's always very vague about what he says about like Venezuela, about going to war with Venezuela or not going to war about Venezuela, blah blah blah. Right? He never says like, "I'm not gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna tell you like what my deal is with this region." Right? All they always say is like, "Oh, but these drug boats, right?" But like, the drug boats are just, I feel like a straw man.
Yeah.
they don't really matter, I guess, in grand strategy with regards to Venezuela. I think he genuinely like. I think Rubio is like at the forefront of this and wants to oust Maduro and wants to not just do regime change in Venezuela but also in Cuba, because they're both proxies in their backyard. You know, like, I'm guessing they found like the will to do that by seeing Israel and what they did with like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran. They see, okay, there's a way to basically curb stomp these fuckers and have some fucking rest from them. But yeah.
Was it true that Maduro was did Maduro go on the phone with Trump and say that he wanted to that he was actually offering to leave the country and leave someone in for an interim before an election? Was that true, or did they imagine that?
Wait, that Maduro called Trump?
Yeah, they were talking. Well, I know they had a phone call. I just don't. But apparently, Maduro offered to leave in exchange for fucking amnesty or some shit, and he said, and Trump said no. Is that true? I heard that from like, it's an article from White House staffers. Is that true?
I have no idea. I have no clue. Genuinely, I'm not. I'm not up to date with that, if that's the case. Yeah.
Oh.
But then again, like, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that you don't know until it comes out eventually.
Well,
So who knows?
shit.
But yeah, I think since they said the focus is the Western Hemisphere, I'm pretty sure Venezuela is first and then Cuba probably afterwards. So
Okay.
yeah, that's my prediction. I'll let you watch Piers if there's nothing else.
Hell yeah. Maduro offered $200 million to flee to Qatar. I didn't hear that, but okay, sure. Nice. Fuck.
I think that's like chump change to the Qataris.
Yeah. No, I think he might have been offering that to Qatar or America. Probably to Qatar. Yeah. Okay, shit. Jesus. Not good. Fascist. Bad guy, Trump. Shit.
Yeah. Bad guy. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. I really need a drink of water, man. I'm fucking dying here. Ugh. Fuck, man. I just I know Chris was being like quite fucking, I guess, like nicer or like more, not even nicer, just like calmer or whatever. But like, I always worry when I have these conversations when it's like, I feel like I only need to get one thing wrong for these guys, for these communities to just spam fucking 8 billion clips at me for the rest. And like, which is kind of annoying because I feel like other people are just never held to that same standard. But yeah, what can we do? I feel like if I was a bit meaner, I would have just been like, okay, if you're struggling with this poll about the one state solution or whatever, just fuck off and come back later. But nah, that's mean. And risk the harassment. Because they're getting harassed by these guys, I just don't give a fuck. I don't really care all that much. It's annoying for like a day or two, but then you're just like, okay, these guys are nuts. We are not the same, and that's fine. I don't think I said anything incriminating though. I feel like I'm pretty chill, pretty nice, nice Arab boy. Fuck you. All right. You're only mean to chatters. Yeah, I don't like them. How are you feeling, Loner? I'm fine. How did that go on for so long? It did not feel like 4 hours. Damn. I was locked the fuck in, man. God. Lexi, thanks for the $4.99. Dense Pixel, thanks for the $5. Matus Strifil, thanks for the 50 check. Is that? I don't know. In Box We Trust, I know it's not connected to today's topic, but sometimes you must look at the video American Origins of Putin's Madness by Sarcasmatron. I have seen that. Yeah, it was good. Saw that years ago, or however long ago when it came out. Saw it soon after it came out. Saigon, thanks for the $5.99. Haven't heard anything, but talking to this mangled HMS back, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Jesus Christ, man. That is not cool. Fuck you. What the fuck? We only make fun of people's appearances if they do it to us first, okay? That's the rule. Or if they do it to other people. I have seen that guy do neither. Alita, thanks for the $99.99. Can you mute him, please? Wow. See, that's an expensive ask, and I didn't do it. Crazy. Lexi, thanks for the $4.99 from your secret APAC handlers. True. Johnowitz, thanks for the tier 2 sub. 3DS Max, thanks for the $5. We need the Lorna Box end of the year awards. This dude wins biggest yapper of the year by a mile. I don't know what I can do. If people are just going to talk, like, just let them, I guess. Whatever. Fuck. Confirmatarian, thanks for the $1.99. Thank you for being a voice of reason. Funky Tortoise, thanks for the 30 shekels. Whoa, shekels. We demand a post-debate t-shirt. What? General Grievous, thanks for the $2. Don't let him pivot bro kidnapping from pro-kidnapping. I feel like, again, if we're going to push it like 5 times, and he did say yes, he supports it. So yeah, whatever. Good on him. I appreciate the honesty a lot more than the alternative. Lorna Buck didn't state one correct thing the entire debate, but I guess he's right. Whoa! True. ZJM, thanks for the $2 and the 5. You have the patience of a saint. You've earned the super chat. Whoa, thanks. Rebasis Saba, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Celendro, thanks for the tier 1 as well. General Grievous, thanks for the $2. He said they served in the IDF equals not civilian. He kind of implied that, but I wasn't going to press on it too hard. Pillow Steam, thanks for the £5. Please tell him to tone down the poshness. That's just English, man. That's not posh. Ask him about Sudan, Trump, and US aid. I guess I did. Whoa. General Grievous, thanks for $2. Does he think Russia's doing genocide in Ukraine? Probably. I don't know. I don't think he supports Russia. Savage Mexi, thanks for the $1.99. Debate lagging games. Oh, is this person like a fucking Mulder? Do they want to talk? Listen, if someone wants to have a shit throwing competition, I can do that too. I'm very up for that. Lagging games.
I think you were too generous. Chris defiantly personally attacked you when he insinuated you covered up for war crimes during the March of Return.
Okay, thanks for the $10. That guy doesn't exist. Thanks for the $10. Snow Source, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. ZJM, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Wow. Lagging Games, discord.gg/lonerbox if you want to come yap. You've got not much time, okay? Well, let me just see what I'll see what they were saying. Were they actually being provocative? Channel activity. I don't even know what we're fighting with, but okay, you guys are trying to urge me to talk to this guy. Why not? Raven, thanks for the $5. Loner, your loud whoa scared my dog. Reparations now. Wow. Also, there's a new goal. Heads up. I know someone came in to say that I support Saber Satila, but I was just like, okay. Good luck, buddy. Good luck convincing any sane person that I would care for of that position. Oh. Did you guys know that Saber Satila was bad? Very bad. Shouldn't have done it. Horrible crime. The worst kind. I sound like I'm downplaying it. No, it actually was fucking horrible. Oh. Right. I really need a drink. A good stiff. No, just water. Ugh. Are you gonna watch the Fuentes thing? Yeah, very soon. Okay, give me a minute. Give me a heckin' minute. Okay, one sec. I'm not wasting 4 hours. Oh no, a conversation with you will take 10 minutes, okay? Given the way you're talking. But it's okay. If you're afraid, just say. Jesus. All right, 1 minute. So maybe Queeman could just kind of dance around him and do backflips over Steven's head until he gets tired? Maybe? What a state. Oh! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that's a man shot right there. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... Do we have more people to talk to, or am I moving on to this Fuentes thing? What we got here? Hello?
Hello?
Indie.boss for the win. Hi.
That's my name. I had a quick question about the Malta ribbon drop pact. I know it's kind of, you're just debating about Israel-Palestine, but I was just wondering some book recommendations. So I was watching your video. I think it was Second Thoughts video. Oh no, it was Hakeem's video. And you're reading, I think you're reading from Richard Evans book,
Yeah.
and at one point you were talking about the Devil's Alliance, and I was just wondering if that was a good book to read.
I haven't read The Devil's Alliance. I've only read about it.
Okay, because I know
so
I heard it was criticized, but
it was criticized for a very, and I'm guessing this criticism is, it's valid, all right, but it's not going to affect everyone. So the criticism is that because it draws so much focus and attention, like it's on the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the impact of 41 and the Soviets, and it's all about what the Soviets did in that land that they took. But because Evans is quite mindful, I think people should be, that when people are reading books, they're only reading like one thing or the other, or there's a limit to how much people are going to read in general society. And I think because for Evans, like there's just so little mention of the fact that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact didn't just affect Eastern Europe, right? It affected, well, it didn't just affect the Soviet territory. It was also the Nazis were gaining territory from Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as well, right? Because these were areas that the Soviets were not going to try to stake a claim on. And the fact that the book doesn't really talk about all of the Nazi crimes and their side of the pact as much as the Soviet ones is kind of showing like an imbalance. And that's kind of I think Evans sees that as an issue where people like will almost go to a point of like downplaying or sidestepping Nazi crimes just to shit on the Soviets, and he thinks the book is guilty of that. But I don't think he contests him on the factual grounds. It's more just the contextual argument that he makes.
I see. Okay, cool. I also had, maybe this is a bit of a stupid question, but I'm a little new to World War II, but I love the arguments when it comes to the Soviets, or specifically even Stalin. They say that Stalin's just as bad as Hitler. Obviously, like, Hitler didn't really cause a Jewish genocide. But I was wondering, like, I have, like, this one friend, and I know, like, I don't know how to explain, but, like, you know, like, because of, like, obvious, like, what's happening today, like, the word genocide is kind of watered down. And, yeah, I was just wondering what you think. Is Stalin as bad as Hitler? Like, aside from the genocide, I guess.
No, Stalin's not as bad as Hitler. Fuck me. I was trying to think about the fucking phrasing there. Yeah, no. Hitler's obviously worse than Stalin. Yeah, like 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not even a question. Anyone who says that they were equal is either they're either like a Latvian or they're a fucking retard. I don't, because like I can understand why Eastern Europeans in their history will draw more attention to Soviet rule because they were just under it for much longer. But no, it's like Hitler. It's so incomparable. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, honestly. Because I don't know, when people see Stalin's like, you know, dictatorship, they see like, you know, him killing like his army, killing so many people just because like, you know, they didn't want to go against him, and they just see how fucked up he is, and they kind of draw a comparison between Hitler. They'd be like, oh well, this guy, you know, I don't know. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Anyway, thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay. Take care, man.
All right. You too. See you.
All right. Fuck me. Whoa. Good chat. Thanks. I have always good chats. I made this up. My throat is so fucking dry. Fucking Vyvanse. It's turning me into a mummy, like a husk. It's like embalming my throat. Is that how that works? Whatever. Who's this? Curing, like in the salt way. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hello. This is Lagging Games.
Oh, hi. Is it? Are you sure?
Yes, it actually is.
How do I know?
I can confirm in chat. I'll type 123 in chat.
Well, now everyone's going to type 123 in chat. That's crazy.
Well, I was the first one to do it.
You were. Okay, what's your story?
I just wanted to clarify a few points from the debate, I guess. I mean, I gotta go soon, but you were talking about how Israel relates with American colonialism, and I was wondering, like, if you were there in like the 1800s, would you be pro-American?
What, when they're expanding and fucking booting out indigenous people?
Yeah, which I feel like that's a direct parallel to what Israel's doing in our century.
No,
So
it's not.
I don't see why you would support. Okay, why not?
Okay, do you acknowledge that Zionist Jews who went to historic Palestine were mostly made up of refugees who had nowhere else to go?
Well, I don't think I already watched the debate, so I'm just trying to get ahead, but I can answer your questions one by one if you want. I think that the expelling of the refugees doesn't necessarily mean that the Jews needed to have a Jewish nation state to be protected.
That's not what I asked you.
Like,
I'm
there's
asking.
no
I'm just
right.
first of all, I'm just asking you if we acknowledge that they were there because they were refugees who had nowhere else to go. For the most part, that's why Israeli Jews were. That's why they got there.
Yeah. They were refugees, and many European countries weren't allowing them, and there's anti-Semitism in Arab countries. I acknowledge that.
Okay. We also acknowledge that the Arab leaders of the time were not really showing the greatest promise that they would protect Jewish minorities in the area.
Yeah, sure, but the
Okay,
thing
this is why
that
it's not a
none
parallel
of
to the
this
United States. Okay,
justifies
the
your
United States was
ends,
about
but we'll
fucking.
see
Wait.
where you're going.
Yeah, none of that's why this is not parallel to the United States. I don't know why people find it so fucking difficult to acknowledge the fact that this group is not comparable to people colonizing like Algeria or
But just
Kenya
because
or Canada. Like, yeah.
because it's different because they didn't have a state to begin with. So is colonialism okay if the people are refugees and don't have a state? Is colonialism only bad when it's a state actor that already has land that's taking land?
When
Or
people
is it
talk
bad
about, so when
when
people
it's a
say
non-state
colonialism,
actor
by
taking
colonialism, so okay, so first of all, if you mean colonialism by buying up swampland and draining it and farming it, that's probably fine. I don't give a fuck about that. If you're talking about evicting tenant farmers through land purchases with absentee landlords, that's probably less ethical. For the standard of the time, I don't think it's the craziest thing that people used to do, but it's still, by today's standards, I'd say no. And obviously, expelling people in the middle of a fucking war, then you shouldn't do that either. But in any case, we're not getting to the crux of the issue, which is that these people were refugees who had nowhere else to go, and they also had every good reason in the world to believe that modern nationalism was going to just keep on fucking them. So to want to state in that context, I don't think it's that crazy. No.
Well, I don't agree with the premise there that you. Well, I mean, I can see where you're saying they're coming from, that they felt that way. I don't
You don't think it was
necessarily
valid,
agree with
though?
that opinion.
So
If
do
they
you,
felt that way,
yeah,
even if they felt that way, even if I'm adopting their logic, I think why punish the Palestinians? Why not make a Jewish ethno state, Jewish supremacist state within Germany, for example?
well, maybe they should
Then it
have,
would
but
be the
obviously,
Europeans' problem.
yeah. You're right. And the European leaders obviously were never going to do that. They didn't do that. The Germans didn't do that. So we can blame them if you want. And like I always say, Zionism only became humorable because of anti-Semitism. Without anti-Semitism, Zionism is fucking pointless. I don't care about this. Oh, there used to be a temple there. Like, fuck you. Oh, who cares? The fact is that the anti-Semitism that drove Zionists did exist. Just because European leaders should have done something different, we're not talking about what European leaders should or shouldn't have done. We're talking about what the Zionists, the Jews, what should they have done?
Yeah, and I don't think that punishing the Palestinians by making a state in their land is a real justifiable action. Even if you have no place to go, it doesn't really justify making another people your victims so that you're not the minority.
So let's
You
say
don't get to become the
okay.
majority by violence, in my opinion.
So when the Arabs are, first of all, the violence obviously comes after this, but let's say like in the 30s, 40s, or even 20s. So let's say the Zionist movement just says, okay, listen, we probably shouldn't build a state here. It's not fair. It's a good argument there. So they do it, and then they're like, okay, well, we're just going to become a minority in a Palestinian Arab state. What do you think happens after that? Or I don't even need to go into counterfactual. The leader of the Palestinian National Movement and several other leaders alongside him are like warming up to Nazism, right? or just baseline like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories like stab in the back. And that's the more moderate ones who believe that. So do you see why like it's a bit
that because there was Nazis in Palestine, that all Palestinians were Nazis, or a majority of them were.
I'm not saying all of them were, but it matters what the leaders think, doesn't it?
The other thing I wanted to say is that even when they first came in 1891, there was petitions by the Arabs, the Ottoman sultans, saying that they were buying up land and trying to make Jewish exclusive zones. And I know you already talked about this with Kunzler, but I just don't think that that's a petty difference. It's like if you're making a land, if you buy land and you're evicting the Palestinian laborers and you're making it so that the tribal Bedouins are not allowed to graze on that land and stuff, I can see why they would be concerned that the Jews are not trying to integrate into society, but rather trying to make like a parallel society within Palestine.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is the concerns are, I won't even disagree with what you just said, okay? I'm not even I'll let things slide. The concerns are valid, okay? I'm not saying the Palestinian concerns are not valid. I've never said that in my entire fucking life, okay? The problem is that we're in a situation now where you have two groups that both have like mutually contradictory claims, and to expect the Jewish side to just at whatever point in this history to give this up when the Arab leaders' demand is stop immigration to this country completely and stop land purchases, and just hope that this anti-Semitism that's brewing up, this European anti-Semitism that's becoming more popular amongst us, just kind of goes away. That is, I don't know why you would expect them to take that chance.
Did you say the same thing about the Palestinian view of Zionism, where Zionism was being developed during that time? They were writing about doing land seizures and all that stuff. And didn't they have a valid reason to see that as a threat to themselves? Because yes. So I don't see why.
But are you disagreeing with what I said about the Jewish concern being valid?
Well, I think that if the Jewish people came into Palestine and they were more willing to not be trying to set up a parallel state where they're buying up land, trying to make it a Jewish.
Well, it wasn't. So 1800s, it wasn't. It was So 1800s, it was definitely not like anywhere close to becoming a state. So you think they should have just become Ottoman citizens? So
I guess 6% of the land.
Yeah, well, 6% was by the 40s actually. That was by 48. They had 6% of the land, 5.9 to be exact. Are you saying they should have become Ottoman citizens?
Yeah, I mean, not just that, but also been willing to just integrate, into society. And they didn't have to integrate it culturally, but integrate economically, integrate as citizens, basically make it so that they were seeing themselves as equal to the Palestinian people.
So this group that's fleeing pogroms, and for the most part from Russia, should come to this place and downgrade the rights that they get under the capitulations and become Ottoman citizens, where they are de facto second-class citizens. The Ottoman Jews of Palestine were so poor and so fucked that they lived off of charity from foreign Jews. Like, they had to survive off of charitable donations.
If you choose to move to the Ottoman Empire, you're going to have to be an Ottoman citizen.
They fled to the Ottoman Empire, to be clear.
Yeah, they fled there. Still, it's the same thing.
I just don't know why anyone is expecting these groups to just go so above and beyond and take all these risks with their safety and with their rights, just on the hope that Arab nationalism won't turn out to be all that bad. It's a bit.
Well, I don't know why
it's unrealistic for one.
Zionists with open arms when they make their intentions very clear, like even throughout like the early 20th century, or the turn of the century, Zionists were already talking about funding, buying land so that they could make a Jewish, not a state, but it was a long-term goal of theirs. And the thing is that if the Palestinians knew this, they have a right to be like, whoa, we don't want this because it's a risk to us. Just as the Jews had a right to be like, okay, if there's Nazism here and anti-Semitism here, then I do have the right to be worried, but that doesn't mean you have the right to reverse the prejudice and be like, now we're going to oppress Palestinians so that we can be the majority.
It's not necessarily about them having to oppress. So I guess you would consider even like a Jewish state that involved no transfer would have also been oppression, right? Because it's stealing a country. Or exclusive rights or whatever.
How would you do a Jewish state with no transfer?
They could have had a much smaller piece of land offered to them. They could have had like some kind of, I get like this is probably unrealistic given the world we live in now, but it could have been the case where they were like much more restricted in terms of buying land when it came to people who already lived there. Like the coastal plains or those like malaria infested areas were generally not lived in, so they could have focused it just on there and then built a much smaller state there and had that be offered to them. And then it would be a struggle over land that literally no one even went to, let alone lived in, or barely any. But
yeah,
at the end of that would have been preferable. Yeah. Well, obviously, this is the 20th century or the late 19th century. Things were quite rough. Empires were falling. Borders were getting forged through violence and injustice all over the place. The thing that I don't think you're getting is that I'm just going to preach to you for like 1 minute, and then you can just say what you want. The fact is that both groups had legitimate causes. The problem is that they clashed. Palestinians had every right to say that they want all of the land. Like, they had every right to that. They deserved it because they were the majority at the end of the Ottoman Empire. They were the majority for hundreds and hundreds of years. Why should they be the ones to give up this little carving because of a historical injustice that was done to other people by other people? That makes perfect sense. Jews, on the other end, are fleeing, and as the 19th century ends and the 20th century moves along, every other option is one by one closing their doors. First of all, like, Europe is basically making itself seem uninhabitable to Jews almost. The Arab states are starting to humor Arab nationalism, and they have even less protected Jewish populations over there, so they're not going to go there. They're not going to go to the United States, especially after the Johnson-Reed Act. Only so many of them can reach there because it's more costly to go there. So you get to a point where the only option, or you get reduced to a point where the only option left for a lot of these people, half the Jews on earth now, was Israel. So you have a problem. You have a clash of two legitimate claims. And I think that after this long of a conflict, it just seems to make sense that if these groups can't share a country, they have no intention of sharing a country. The Palestinians don't want equality in a one state. Neither do the Israelis. Neither of them want to share the country as equals. They both want apartheid for their own group, effectively. So it seems like the only thing you can do is to have the Jewish state for the Israelis and the Palestinian for the Palestinians. And everything else is just letting imperfection be the enemy of the good. There's literally no other solution to this conflict that involves these two groups coming together and living in harmony anytime soon. Palestinians need a state now. They don't need to wait until everyone changes the opinion of the other until they want to live in like a South Africa rainbow nation. So that's it. It's two states, or they just keep fighting until one side wins, and Israel will win that. So I don't think you want that.
Yeah, but I just don't think, okay, first of all, I don't think it's two competing legitimate claims. I already said that. But also, I think that Israel, like, even if the two-state solution was reached, first of all, I don't think Israel would ever agree to, for example, like, giving, like, Palestinians within their territory equal citizenship, or they wouldn't agree to, like, ceasing settlements. Even if they did, I feel like
they did twice.
If they do,
they would have done it twice.
But then
that was their offer. There was twice. They were going to be. That was the end of the conflict. Like, both of these offers, Olmert and Clinton parameter, these were both final offers. Palestinians could have counteroffered for any of the issues, but they didn't.
They didn't counteroffer, yes. But here's the thing, that if Israel was given the two-state solution, they don't recognize the right of return. They still have oppression within the territories they seized, and they are still the dominant military force. So I feel like if you want to do justice and you want to enforce a policy on Israel, you're not going to be able to enforce something. You're not going to be able to get them to agree to something that's a true two-state policy. And if they do agree, they're just going to use that agreement to eventually take more land from the Palestinians, as they've done in the past.
Just to be clear, you understand this is not why Palestinians rejected two states, right? You understand this is why Abbas and Arafat did not, this is not why they rejected the offers, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't know why they rejected or de-rejected this offer particularly. I'm just saying, from my perspective, what Israel would have done in a two-state solution, because evidenced by what they've done in the past. For example, with like when they had an agreement during like the Nakba times, they settled the frontier of Palestine after it was given from Jordan. West Bank was given from Jordan back to Israel. And I just don't see why, like, even if the two-state solution was established, there would still be the apartheid state of Israel that would want to claim Palestine. And Palestine, on the other hand, if you could give Palestine all the land and ensure secular policies that allow Jews to have rights, and or you can even call it Israel. You give Israel everything, and make sure Jews have rights, make sure Palestinians have rights. Don't care about the demographics issue. Just have everyone on equal status. That would be a much fairer system, in my opinion, than having a split system where there's a colonial state and the Palestinian state, and basically like one state just is allowed to be a Jewish state that has authority over Palestinians, and the other state's allowed to be a Palestinian state that has well, I mean, they don't have authority to oppress Jewish people, but if there was no settlements, I assume there would be. I mean, it depends.
They can't be set
obviously,
in
but
a two-state or a one-state settlement. Sorry, I missed where you're going there.
in a two-state solution,
Okay,
I
yeah.
assume that they would withdraw the settlements, but obviously there might still be Jews being left behind in Palestine, and it might be unfair for them to be in this two-state solution where they're stuck in Palestine. But obviously, the more unfair factor would be Palestinians stuck in Israel. But still, it's like it seems like making two unfair systems is not going to solve the problem.
Because you think that they'll have two states and then Israel will just unilaterally invade the West Bank? Is that our idea here? Why did Israel not try to reclaim
this?
the?
I'm not saying they'll unilaterally invade the West Bank. I'm just saying they're going to be pushing their boundaries to claim
How do you know
authority over
that?
Palestine. They already want to.
Has Israel ever tried to reinvade the Sinai?
I mean, no, they haven't. But
Okay,
Egypt has.
They occupied Lebanon
Sinai
for 18 years. Did they ever? How many settlements did they have to take apart when they left?
I don't know the exact number of settlements.
I don't think they had any civilian
that
settlements, did they? I think it was all military installations that
There
came
was
with them.
there was probably some crazies with outposts, but nothing
Like some
memorable.
like unauthorized. I've never heard of it. I don't know who these people are. Maybe
there
there were
is-
some fucking
there is
outposters there,
peop-
but
Yeah, there's outposters that like basically tried to do it in Syria too, but like the army removed them while they're removing themselves.
and now what are they doing? Their
the
military is
thing
on
is-
5 hilltops. That's it. 5 hilltops that didn't even have people living there anyway. I don't know why. Like this, it's just this whole thing where you just think like you think Israel's behavior towards their neighbors is unconditional. You think they're just going to be aggressive regardless of what the other side's doing.
Yeah, they might be.
But that's just never been borne out. It's just never been borne out.
They might be wanting to do the
what
things
about
you're
in
saying
Syria
there.
Where they? Okay, I'll let you speak. I guess. I don't even
Hold
know
on.
who
I
you-
just want to say something. They might be wanting to do the things you're saying that they want to do, but they never do them without a fucking reason to do so. They always get an excuse to fucking do the things they want to do, and they'll gladly oblige. They're like, "Oh, thanks, no, thanks for the meal." Literally every single time you like these groups that are attacking Israel, that are giving an excuse to Israel to move towards the direction that they're firing from. Like it's so evident to the point where I sometimes have to like convince myself that hey, maybe it's a secret fucking psyop that these groups are like created just so Israel keeps expanding. It's not like it's obviously not a fucking story like that, but these groups are so self-destructive to the point where they just keep giving excuses to Israel to expand, and it's not the fault of Israel, it's the fault of these groups.
So you
They
think that
give them-
Israel would just not want to expand at all? Or
They
do
would
anything
want to
with it?
expand, sure. I think Israel's one of the worst fucking players in the Middle East, but you know they're still worse than Israel in there. The fact is, Israel, like repeatedly in history, has not expanded without aggression coming from another side first.
What about like the Nakba, for example? Would you say that it's because of the?
You think
what,
violence
expulsion
didn't
of-
happen before the Nakba?
You
There
think
was
that
pretty much a
that
civil
isn't-
war in
you think that's a
1947.
justification for the So what is the justification that Israel gave for the Nakba?
There's
that
no
you think is
justification for the Nakba.
He
but
wants
you're
to
saying-
hang on, Seth. First of all, Tio, are you okay with there being 2 people here, or do you want me to just be me and you? I should ask for consent before there's a dog pile.
I don't know. I guess it's fine.
You're so
I guess it's
un-Middle
fine. It feels like
Eastern,
it's just-
loner.
It
You're-
feels like it's just distracting, but I'm fine with people being here.
Okay,
so
but
I
you
don't
were asking what justification did Israel give for the Nakba? Is that what you're saying? You're asking what they said, why they did it.
Yeah, because he's saying that Israel is not in the wrong because it's which I even disagree with the premise of this, but they say Israel always has a justification, even if it's not a right justification. for doing its action.
And the example, we know what that was in the 48 war, though. We know that they accepted the partition plan, and that the Arab leaders, before and after it was voted on, said that no, we are going to reject this, and we're also going to fight to stop it from happening. That's why, and then they did fight to stop it from happening. That's why the
and I mean,
Israelis
I
went
think
to
that's
war.
totally
Right? Yeah.
reasonable because the partition plan was totally unfair.
Okay,
It
but then
wasn't-
but don't act confused about what the rationale they give is, right? Like, just to be clear, the Arabs did not reject partition as a plan because it was unfair. They rejected it because they rejected partition outright. Not even 10% was too much, right? Like, it wasn't like the delineation was a
Let's also
problem,
be
right? It's just the
fair.
concept was a
Let's-
problem.
let's be fair, Lona. Also, these people that were rejecting the plan were also not planning on a Palestinian state. They were planning on getting bigger cuts of land for their countries, like Jordan,
Well, Abdullah
Egypt,
was,
Syria.
yeah.
Yeah, like they were all expanding, and they
Yeah,
all
because
wanted
obviously
Israel
the
gone so they could
Palestinian
grab
state.
bigger land. What's up?
Yeah, the Palestinian state obviously was like under the British mandate, there was a promise that the Palestinians would get something, and then
Yeah, but
eventually they did get a small
if
portion.
Israel
But the
lost
thing
in
is,
1948, there was no Palestine either. Just so we're clear.
yeah,
There might have been.
but
There would have been
yeah.
it would have been people fighting over who gets the coastal
Well,
plains
yeah,
and the
but
Jezreel and all
do
that
you
shit.
think
Yeah.
Arabs
It's because
treat?
this whole
Let's be
national
fair.
state thing, it's like the politics of the time is very because there was competing nationalisms. You know, some people wanted Palestinian state, some people wanted to subsume it into Jordan. You know, there's a lot of different things at the time, and obviously, even if this if what you said was true, and like in this hypothetical that Israel attacks and the Arabs are able to repel Israel, you don't know what would have happened, you know? Like it could have been all went to Jordan, it could have been a division, it could
Well,
have been
Gaza
a
would have
Palestinian
definitely
state, it could have
went
been
to
a puppet
Egypt.
state of
West
the
Bank would have
monarchy
definitely
in
belonged to
Jordan.
Jordan, and maybe beyond that, the north would
Yeah,
probably
and it
belong
would
to
have still
Syria.
been much preferable
Why?
to Israel
Hey,
having
listen. Hey,
occupation.
hold on, hold on. Other than October 7th and like the war afterwards, the treatment Palestinians get in these countries is still like almost worse than the West Bank.
I don't think it's worse than the West Bank, but
And the
obviously
refugee camps in
some
Syria and
that
Lebanon,
is
it is 100%
I
worse than the
know
West
about
Bank.
the refugee camps in Syria and Lebanon, but I still think that's like a despicable thing, and they need to treat Palestinians
Sure, you
better.
can say it's a
Obviously,
despicable,
Like give them citizenship.
despicable thing.
Would that be good for you? Like
yes,
resettle them and give them
exactly.
citizenship?
Yes,
Well,
I
you
think
know why
that
they don't do that
Lebanon,
though, right?
especially,
Like it's the kill the right of return.
yeah, and it's just a thing where it's like if you give them citizenship, I think it solves the short-term problem of them being stuck out in refugee camps. So I do think it's a good thing ultimately. But you know, obviously, I do believe in
Also,
the right to return. I
I
just don't
did
think that's
come.
ever going to happen
I did
when
come in here
Israel's
just
still.
to say something to you, learner, about like one thing you were talking about, Chris, with about unequal. He was asking you what does unequal rights for the other group mean when like Palestinians were answering, and then when Jews were answering. For Jews, it's most likely gonna be residency,
Yeah.
just like how East Jerusalem is, and then for Palestinians, mostly like coming from an Islamic view, it's like dhimmis. So in the instance for a Palestinian state, their status would be much lower than a
I mean, it
resident.
depends on which ones you ask, right? Like some of them say that it'll just be. Some of them say like residents
more
or
woke
like
ones,
yeah,
yeah.
or they'll say or the even the extra woke ones. They'll just say they're colonizers. Get them to leave. Like it's not even
The
uncommon to
extra
hear
woke
that.
one, really?
Well, it's a joke.
Or what do you
Oh.
what particular situation are you talking about? Because I understood what you're saying. I just is this like a hypothetical of the future?
It's like these.
or
It's
what
like
was
these interview questions. So like obviously those polls say that if Palestinians had one state, they'd prefer it to be unequal, right? We understand. We agree on that.
As in, Jews don't have equal rights
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah. I know, and
Okay.
that's the majority opinion, but also it's not like
It's
a
not the
overwhelming
majority
vote.
opinion, but it's more popular than one democratic state.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
It's the most popular singular option
Yeah.
or whatever besides the two-state solution.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's three options, so it's in the middle.
It's in the middle, and in any case, I think the problem with it, I think Chris was struggling with, was maybe just not like knowing what they mean by that, or whether. But obviously, there's not going to be an acceptable form of an unequal state. I don't think. In any case, the other question as well is like sometimes it comes to interview questions, like, and it's not hard to find Palestinians in the West Bank who will say that if Palestine's a single state, then the Jews who came here, anyone after, it's usually anyone who came after anyone who came after 48, right, has to leave, which is anyone who's got to do it after 48.
How the fuck do you distinguish that? There's no possible way. Oh, the white ones? Okay.
Also, it doesn't even
make
sense because the ones
it
it doesn't even make sense historically, because obviously the ones who came after 48 were the ones who didn't do 48. So
whose position is this that all people after 48 should leave?
it's like a relatively common answer you'll get to the
common.
people who want them to leave, or to like the people who are pro inequality, that you just see in interview questions. It's not like I don't have stats on it, but yeah, it's just a qualitative.
Yeah, because it's like pseudo history being taught. Like, hey, when did Israel steal Palestine? It's in 1948. Also, everything after 1948 doesn't belong to them. So anyone after 1948 doesn't belong here. It's like that. Like
Well,
it's super.
obviously,
Like it's super
or maybe
simplistic
not so
view with
obvious.
no, not without even like depth of thinking about it. Like Loner probably noticed this while he was in the West Bank, where like if you ask really like depth questions, people don't necessarily think about this in depth. There is people that do, and then people just give you face value fucking responses that they didn't think about much. Which is also evident from Israelis. They just give you the flat out view that they didn't even think about much.
I think that in the one state solution, there shouldn't be a mass exploitation of exposure of Israelis. Maybe
Expulsion
Israeli settlements. Yeah, maybe Israeli settlements can be,
in a one state,
you
you
know,
should like
taken out.
the whole point of one state solution is probably most likely so you don't have to deal with the fiasco that it is the settlements. So you have to keep them.
Yeah, I know, but I just feel like, I mean, people can be in the West Bank, and by people, I mean Israelis. Sorry, like Israeli settlements, they can be in the West Bank, but like I feel like it's such a landscape that's divided under colonialism that you
Well,
would
it
have
wouldn't
to
be divided
redistribute
if
some
you
of the
have
land.
like a one state because all the border
I think that in
control
one
shit would be
state,
removed.
you still have to take the Israelis and say, okay, you stole this land. There's actually people who are living here that can return. So we can make a
With buying it
compromise and
here. So
redistribute the land back to
just so we're
Palestinians.
clear, I
Because
think buying the land in the West Bank is also considered stealing, in my opinion, because they were always used under like some stress, some person being harassed, blah blah blah. Like a lot of these people don't sell their land because money in like the West Bank. So I would even consider purchases of the land in the West Bank at some point. Depends on which, from deal to deal, as like theft to me at least. So to you, would you think buying the Jews that bought the land in the West Bank and created a settlement on top of it, would you consider that as theft?
well, I mean, yes, basically yes, but I also think from a practical perspective when you're
But
when
they
you're
bought it.
making, but they bought it under pressure though.
Well, I gave you that answer. I'm asking you for your answer.
He would say yes,
Well, that is
obviously,
my
yeah.
answer.
He wouldn't disagree with
Because
that.
I should have asked him before I gave the fucking answer. God damn it.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna need to move on soon, but Sev, are you okay if I just talk to this guy on his own for a bit before we go?
If you promise
Is
to
it-
play Baldur's Gate 3
Oh,
at
yeah.
some point.
Big promise, okay?
Yeah, I hope your PC crashes and never turns on again.
No.
Asshole.
I just want to say one more thing about the
wait.
the one state solution.
Before you
can
okay, yeah,
go
it's just
if you
the one state it's like
And that's
you understand that what you're advocating for is just so fucking like it's just so first of all, you need to get Palestinians to agree to an equal one state. I don't know why they're going to do that, especially given what's happened now. You need to get Israelis to agree on it because they're the ones with the big fucking military and the big state that already exists. And then you need to get the rest of the world to push for this to a degree where they can actually enforce it. I mean, how many steps do we have here that are just they're in your way to what you want to achieve, especially given the fact that there is that you want it to be completely one-sided. Like you want all the pressure to go on Israel to just build these institutions by themselves, like regardless of what the other side or even what the surrounding forces are doing. It's just such a bizarre, like you're getting the opposite of that right now, right? When you've got Hezbollah up in the north, you're never going to get you're going to struggle to convince Israel to stop fucking bombing every time they see a new attempted Hezbollah installation from appearing now, because like that containment policy that they had before October 7th is done. It's dead. They're never going to let a militant group on their border get anywhere near building up again, let alone them saying to Gaza and the West Bank, like, yeah, there's a lot of international pressure on us. We're very isolated. Our military's weak. But we're just going to give you guys voting rights and just hope you go easy on us. Like it's such a, especially given that when even the way you talk about this, like going to the Israelis and be like, listen, hey, you stole the land. That's not really that is a very blanket way to describe how Israel was formed. Like to delineate between Jews who were there before Zionism or from the ones who arrived during Zionism as refugees and maybe didn't join the Haganah, or the ones who, the Mizrahi Jews who are most of them who turned up after the 48 war and just were allocated land. Are they really the ones who stole it or like were involved in it, or the people in the Haganah who opposed expulsions like Deir Yassin and things like that? Like even this is a total fantasy. I don't know why. Like what do you how do you expect this to even materialize? I'm just wondering, like do you understand that what you're pushing for is just like so disconnected from any concrete reality in the region? Like it's just an ideal. It's like a fantasy.
See, I get that it's a thing that would be hard to convince the Israelis of, but the thing is, you're not convincing the Israelis. We're just going to put them under extreme pressure. That is the goal. If you
Well,
think that's unrealistic,
you're not
because
convincing the Palestinians of it
international
either, are you?
community. What's up?
You're not convincing the Palestinians of it either. This notion of an equal democratic one state for both groups is like, it's like most Palestinians fucking balk at that. Let alone getting which national Palestinian leader is going to emerge with that position anytime soon. Hamas are still the most popular group.
Yeah, sure, but I just feel like any other solution is not a practical solution, because even if like the international community could enforce a two-state solution, it's still going to lead to problems. The only thing that can actually fix the situation is the one-state solution, in my opinion, because that's the one that actually gives people equal rights and determination. And of course, I think that there should also be, and there would also be other things that go along with one-state solution, but I know you don't want to get into details of that. What I'm saying is, I just don't see how any other solution can lead to a situation that wouldn't just erupt into either conflict or Israel trying to push on Palestine, or the people within Israel being oppressed that are Palestinian. And even if the full population transfer happened, all the Palestinians were pushed to the West Bank, or the Palestinian 68 territories, if that's what we're agreeing on, 6-7, I mean. And if that's what's happening, I still feel like it's just going to lead to more conflict, because it's just going to be one state, fully Palestinian, one state, fully Israeli, and people are all going to be dispossessed from, or like a lot of people are going to be dispossessed from their land, and a lot of people are going to hold grudges. And I just don't think you're going to find peace when there's two unequal states. The only way to find peace is one equal state. And you might say that's absurd, like it's too far out there of a thing to demand. But I even think that a just, fair two-state solution, like you're saying, is pretty out there. So I don't see why.
The ones that you're talking about is like, again, these are all like abstractions. It's like saying that we shouldn't that the mandates like shouldn't leave Iraq and Syria or Lebanon in the way that they were, because there will still be problems. Well, yeah, of course there are still problems in these countries. Like we're just letting perfection be the enemy of the good, and it's also assuming that a one state with shared equal rights even is perfection. Like there's literally no evidence and no historical precedent anywhere ever for these groups wanting to share power in an equal state. Like they just don't, like neither of them wants it. So I don't even know why you're pushing for something that Palestinians don't want, let alone Israelis.
It's obviously an opinion held by some Palestinians and some Israelis. It's just not the most popular opinion.
It's the least popular of the proposed settlements, and that's not even to mention getting a leader to do it. And I think it's no surprise that I look online for it, because obviously two-state solution has had there are so many different documents that outline exactly what would happen with borders, security, Jerusalem. There's like Camp David. There's Clinton parameters. There's the Geneva Accords. There's the Ulmer Plan, and then beyond that, there's even like the Jordanian Palestinian Confederation that Ben Ami proposes, or there's Yossi Beilein's EU-style confederation, Israel-Palestine. When I hear about the one-state solution, I feel like the only time I've ever seen a document outlining what this would look like in practice is from like Gaddafi's son, who's like a fucking memer, like a shitlord Western like educated dictator's son. I think there's no accident that people don't outline the practicalities of what this one-state solution would look like or how it would come into place, because no one has it, because it is not a serious proposal. It's a meme that just makes people in the West feel better about themselves because they feel like they've got the answer to justice in a region that they don't really seem to know anything about.
Well, I disagree with a lot of the two-state proposals that you propose. I just don't think they're fair. And if something came out and there was agreement between Palestinians and Israel about with very clear red lines about settlement and about right to return and that sort of thing, okay, a two-state solution would be a step in the right direction. But first of all, it's not the best practical solution, and second of all, Israel and Palestine wouldn't even agree to that, because there's too many red lines that there's too many conditions that either Palestine or Israel won't agree with, but the conditions are important to making it actually a fair two-state system. And there's been talks in the past about two-state, and they've all led to the situation we've had today. It's just one side knows they have all the power, the other side knows that the other side. So Israel knows it has all the power, and Palestine knows that Israel would just use whatever power they have on them, even if they do an agreement. It can be broken by Israel. That's why they don't want to go home and sign something that could endanger their population in the future. They don't want to make compromises with Israel when Israel has shown itself to be a bad faith actor. So I feel like
You're putting words in
it's
their mouths
just,
again, but okay.
I mean, I feel like it's been tested by history that
It hasn't been
things
tested by
like
history.
the Oslo Accords were just unpopular.
The Oslo Accords was not a two-state solution. It was an agreement to have an agreement and an arrangement to set up the PA and a bunch of other fucking stupid shit. Like, the idea that you think Palestinian leaders didn't even counter offer these deals because they just thought it'll be broken anyway. Really, is that why Arafat didn't try to stop the Second Intifada so he could keep his people safe? Like, I feel like these leaders are happy to allow things that happen that endanger their own people in terms of military action. So when it comes to actually a peace solution, it seems that these leaders don't want to commit to anything. What's your version of a fair two-state solution? How would you improve on the Olmert Plan or Geneva or the Clinton parameters or whatever
Well,
else?
you're gonna tell me that what I'm saying is absurd and that it's too out there to think about.
Mm-hmm.
But we're saying that if something is like the two-state solution, like your ideal two-state solution can't really be agreed upon, and my one-state solution also can't really be agreed upon, then I'll just explain what I think, and we can acknowledge the fact that this will be hard to come to in the modern world, and we'll probably need extensive sanctions on Israel for it to come to be. So a one-state solution would be everyone gets equal rights. It's a democracy, obviously, and there would be land reorganization, reparations, basically. And Palestinian people who were living in places that were stolen by Israel would be able to return to those places. And I think that in the West Bank particularly, there would be an organization where some settlers would have to just, leave because they're too aggressive. They get, or maybe they get tried for their crimes and they have to go to prison. But besides the West Bank and settlers there, I think that most of the solution can be done through like just redistributing large Israeli land holdings to Palestinians and trying to, I mean, obviously it would be very hard to do, but I think that guaranteeing Palestinians the right to return and making the communities mixed again and allowing people who, for example, like own multiple houses to have to relinquish them to Palestinians or stuff like that could be a step in the right direction to like making it so it's an equal state and people are able to get reparations for all the problems they've been through. So kind of like what South Africa was wanting to do for a while, like just like a land reparations program and making it so like like in South Africa where the white land was not allowed to be, you were not allowed to reside in the white nation.
Mm-hmm.
They would make it so like you can return to the colonial side, to Israel, and you could get reparations and get some land back. And obviously that would be seizing land from Israelis. And I just feel like you're not going to get everything back. The reparations are obviously going to be very, very, very far from perfect because I don't believe in just doing mass expulsions of Israelis. So, but I do believe that like people who have stuff to give should have to give it to the Palestinians.
Okay. I believe I asked what a fair two-state solution was, but you can do you. Are you intentionally not answering my questions or just trying to fucking trigger? Oh, God. It's okay. Whatever.
You could have corrected me earlier.
I don't want to be rude. I don't know. Maybe I was doing it to Chris as well because I feel like he wasn't answering that many questions either without pushing. Fuck me, man.
A two-state solution? I don't think it's easy to get justice as a two-state solution.
Okay, yeah, I know you don't want. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah.
One-state solution, but a fair two-state solution would be something where like both states also have full equal rights for citizens and Palestinians are given the right to return, but one state can be like, I don't know what Israel defines itself as, because the only thing Israel would never agree to having a state where Palestinians can be citizens and the majority.
Yeah.
Because they're scared of being at minority status in the country. And I think that's a fundamental problem of the two-state solution is that I don't believe that the minority should have privilege, or like I don't believe that you should have a privilege to just because you're a minority to have a state where you're the majority. And like,
okay,
I feel
if
like
Palestinians had
if
a
you're
state,
the minority,
if Palestinians had a state, which other ethnic or national group other than Palestinians would they accept coming in to be the majority?
I think
There's
in an
none.
ideal
There
world,
are
you could just
zero
allow
groups that
anyone
Palestinians would
in.
accept coming into their country to become the ethnic majority. There's probably not even any guarantee that in a Palestinian state, the number of Jews living there could be one. They'd probably all have to leave, let alone having like 20% of them being Arab like it is in Israel. So no, the fear of being a minority, and they're right too. Palestinians are right to not want to be an ethnic minority in a country where there's a majority Jews, right? I'm sure, I don't know, maybe let's say Israel managed to empty all of the Jewish diaspora world and get them all to come to Palestine, and now you've got and they start having a fucking massive breeding campaign, and you've got 70% Jews and 30% Palestinians living from the river to the sea, right? Imagine that. And then they said, okay, now we're doing one state. Now it's one person, one vote. We'll even call it Palestine. You think Palestinians should accept that?
If they're given certain guarantees, I feel like they should accept that as long as
equal
they're
rights,
given
one
right
person,
to
one vote.
return.
That's all you need. No, not right of return. Israel will never vote for that. That's the majority decides what happens to the borders.
Well, that's the
like
thing.
every other
I feel
country.
like if all the diaspora moved in, all the Jewish diaspora moved in, right?
They move into Israel, let's say,
Obviously,
not West Bank, Gaza. Yeah.
So they move into Israel,
Yeah.
and you're saying that the Palestinians in Israel should be fearful. Yes.
No.
because it's
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Unless,
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Okay.
Israel becomes let's say even we'll just have a few births as well. Let's say it's 20 million Jews now live in Israel, and it's 7 million Palestinians or something. So it's a very strong majority Jewish from the river to the sea. They're all in Israel, and then they say, okay, West Bank, Gaza, come in, get voting rights. We're calling it Palestine, one state, equal rights, one person, one vote. Let's go. Do you think Palestinians would be better preferring that or living as two states separate?
You're giving me a hypothetical here that is not really that plausible.
It's a hypothetical that
if that
completely
were the
illustrates
case-
the principle that you know full fucking well that if it were that case, that if Palestinians got one state and one person, one vote, but they were only 30% of the population, they would reject it 100%. No one would want that because they know that they have a sovereign will that would not be fulfilled. It would be better fulfilled in a two state than in a one state. Of course, demographics. My point is that demographics matter to both groups. Both groups care just as much as the other about demographics.
I feel like the thing is that it would be unfair if there's no right to return. If there was a right to return and all Palestinians could go back to Palestine, Jews are mass immigrating, and they set up an equal state where everyone has equal rights, it's obviously there was history there and there was oppression there, and obviously the Palestinians have right to be mad, but I do think that it is a fair solution because it's just the people being represented who are on the ground. So
it is.
yes,
It is. It is fair. I'm not even disagreeing in the abstract that it's fair. It's just not. But not if neither group wants it. Not if you can't even get one group to want it. And it's not like these Palestinians who live in the West Bank and Gaza, they know what Western activists talk like. They pay attention. Quite a lot of them actually do. They're aware of what Western activists are saying. They haven't been convinced of it. They never will be. They might in a few decades or whatever, but they need a state now. So I don't know why. Do you acknowledge that you kind of need a majority of Palestinians at least to want this before it even becomes something to campaign for, right? Something to actually try to bring about in practice.
I still think it's just sure, but I still think
so. Yeah,
it's
you need to
fair
wait. You need to wait until then before they have their state. Because fuck two states, right?
You need to wait. No, I don't think you need to wait. It's just more fair. I don't it doesn't matter what a majority of people think. It's just if a majority of people think that the two-state solution would be better, and then it's actually not better, it doesn't change that fact was there to begin with, whether people agreed with it or not.
Do you think countries are able to survive? Do you think countries can survive regardless of what the people living in there think about the nation that they're in?
Obviously not, because the people make up the nation, but it's just a thing where it's if a majority of people in the nation, if a majority of the people in the nation wanted a two-state solution, right? And they comprised that two-state solution, and Israel still was breaking the terms of the agreement and stuff, then yes, they have a right to be mad about that. And it's like not a thing where it's like, oh, well, we wanted the two-state solution and it came, so now we just have to be happy about it. It's like, yes, it was wrong. It was wrong. A majority of people agreed with it, but it was wrong.
But your impression of what's right and wrong depends on what the people who live there think. Like, you can think it's more fair in your world to have a binational one-state solution for till the ends of the earth. But if you're having two groups there that don't want it, then that's going to affect the outcome. It's going to affect how fair it is, because obviously if you're in a binational state and neither side wants power, or neither side wants to share power, what do? They try to consolidate power. You're just going to have people fighting again. It's not like what you've got with it's like me going to Syria and saying, you know what, it'd be really fair for this country to just be like completely one government, one state, one person, one vote, even proportional representation, or like whatever. But then if I look at the Kurds or the Druze population in Syria, or even the Alawites now, thinking, I don't know about that. I feel like I need something like a bit extra to guarantee my safety against the majority in the region. Then I don't understand why I would say like, oh, well, but that's a bit less fair though. You know, you're like, it's one person, one vote.
Well, there would be guarantees that like if you murdered
but who enforces? And what's happening with the guarantees? And the Alawites have guarantees in Syria, but quite a few of them got killed. Druze people have guarantees, and they still got killed. If you have guarantees in a Palestinian state that's Israeli and Palestinian, and we've spent the entirety of the last 5 decades in your world putting all the pressure on Israel, and it's actually right of return, which does mean that this would be a majority Palestinian state, then okay, they can write as many guarantees as they want for the Jewish population in the Constitution. You think they're going to enforce that? You think that you're actually going to have Israelis living in a state with equal rights to a majority Palestinian population, and then those guarantees are going to mean anything?
Well, I think that it's just a better solution overall. Even if the guarantees don't matter, you can put this is assuming an international treaty, right? An international agreement that this happens. You can put international peacekeeping forces in Israel if you don't think that the rights are going to be, like supported by the government. If you think that the government is not going to be allowing the rights of its citizens, you can get an external actor to be in there to force it until the state is like, you can do an adjustment period where you're like, okay, let's have international people in here to make sure that things are going smoothly and that we can get the reparations without Jewish people being attacked, without Palestinian people being attacked. Like, I think that once the agreement is reached and everything is said and done, people will be less inclined to just attack each other because there won't be the beef there anymore. The Palestinians will have free access to all their land. The Israelis would, they would obviously have to give up a few things because they're in the dominant position right now, but they would also be free actors in their state. And they would just be like, okay, like the Palestinians, they got what they wanted. And the Israelis, obviously, a lot of them wanted to have apartheid over Palestinians, but I'm sure like the next generation and a lot of Israelis today don't want that. So once the system is put in place, the prejudices will fall down because the system is being changed, right? But if you don't change the system, then the prejudices are just going to remain.
Yeah, you gave your hand away there when you said international peacekeepers, because the fact is the only way that you'd ever get this to come into play, unless you just want to wait until Palestinians actually want it, is going to be through international force. I don't know how many Western or like even Arab or what countries anywhere ever you think are going to be willing to send their own people, to their own troops to volunteer as part of a UN peacekeeping mission to go and stand in between Israeli and Palestinian communities and stop them from fighting. I don't know why that's all that different from the British mandate, actually, because I guess it's also the international community that's enforcing this one state constitution, because you're definitely not going to get Palestinians to agree to it anytime soon, let alone Israelis. So it seems like the rest of the world is just literally going in here with brute fucking force and forcing these two countries to become one country and to just kind of get over it slowly with international peacekeepers going around. Remember, when it comes to Palestinians and their refugee population, it's about Israelis conceding. Palestinian people in general, when it comes to right of return, they don't believe that right of return means you just find an empty plot in Israel and just build there and get compensated. They think right of return A lot of them think it means that they have to go to the exact fucking coordinates of the village that they went to that now has like an Israeli community or a Mizrahi Jewish community living there. Yeah, and if they're going to try to enforce that, and you want international, what peacekeepers couldn't stop Hezbollah from arming. They couldn't stop the Rwandan genocide, but you think they're going to stop Israelis and Palestinians from fighting each other? It's so unbelievably naive. And as soon as we get into any practicality, that's what you're saying. Oh, international peacekeepers, as if that's like a magical fucking wand. No, it's not. Peacekeepers internationally are generally notoriously fucking useless. And if they become useful, it involves them using a shitload of force against one side or the other. And if they use force, they're going to build up resentment against themselves. Like you said about resentment, I don't know why you're so confident that you think in a one state where both have equal rights that these grievances would go away. You understand that America had a civil war like in the 1800s that lasted 4 or 5 years. The losers are still not over it. You still have Confederate flags flying around the United States. Like they still have this issue now where the very fabric of the American Constitution is challenged every day by Republicans who often have that sympathy for the Confederate side in the United States. So the fact that you can't even really get a reconciliation there, let alone when it comes to what's happening between Israelis and Palestinians, like
it doesn't justify the Confederacy. Like if the Confederacy, if the people still like that, obviously the Confederacy was a bad thing. It was an apartheid state, or even worse, it was a slave state. I'm just trying to, be doing comparisons here. So obviously the Confederacy was way worse than Israel in some ways, but obviously they probably didn't murder as many people. But the Confederacy was a slave state, right? And they had to be integrated in the U.S., and the people there were deeply racist, and Reconstruction happened, and then it was abandoned. And they're still racist to this day, but it was a good thing that they lost their state and that the black people in the South are free now, rather than a two-state solution where all the black people would be pushed up into the I mean, this would never happen because it was a slave state, but let's compare to Israel more. Like, let's say they wanted a white ethno state instead of exploiting black labor. If they wanted a white ethno state and they expel all the black people into the United States, and they were able to have their system with majority whites, and then the US was able to have its system, it wouldn't be more justifiable, even though the more people supported that, right?
Why did I bring up the Civil War? Can you remind me of why I brought up the Civil War?
You brought up the Civil War because you said that people will still hold resentments even after the Civil War. Basically, like the people who were pro-Southern would be like, okay, we're annexed now, but we still are going to fly the Southern flag. We're still going to support racist policies and all that. And we still are going to be living on that Confederate dream and stuff, even though the state disappeared, the resentments last.
Okay, so why did anything, the point I was making was that was a 4-year war or 5-year war, and that's the impact that it has on America today. The melting pot country, it still has an impact on it. And you're thinking that the hundreds plus years of fighting between Israelis and Palestinians is going to... My point is that this scale is absolutely enormous in terms of the built-up resentment and national stories. Like even the PA today, people say the PA does everything for Israel or whatever. Even the PA today is still using textbooks that just call Jerusalem. They have school textbooks that say Jerusalem is just an Arab-built, Arab-owned Christian and Muslim city. They don't even acknowledge that the Jewish history in the city, let alone anything else. And that's the PA doing that. And you expect these people to like share a country together? It's just fucking mental. I don't know. But we're going in circles.
I think it's still better
in any case. I know you think it's better, but it's only better if they agree to it. But they're not going to agree to it. They're going to use whatever power or whatever force they can get, either side, to consolidate even more power for fear of the other. Like that's what they're going to do. That's their mindset they live in now. I have never seen any groundswell in Palestinian society that's suggesting anything alternative. They are still river to the sea. They are still most popular movement is Hamas. Like they have no leader anywhere who's going to be saying a binational one state with equal rights and is going to get any popularity at all. So they need a state now, and it seems that I've said that a million times. I don't know, but yeah, your international peacekeeping force or sanctioning the shit out of Israel until they just agree to give the voting rights unilaterally or whatever the fuck. It's so clownish. It's no wonder that this movement has just been nothing but failure for the last 75 years, like with this kind of ambition. I don't know. Fuck. What was I wrong about in the debate, by the way? You said I was wrong about everything.
You're just wrong about like a lot of things, and I don't want to go over all of them.
Anything
the fact
factual?
that Just like you, I mean, I already went over the main disagreements I had about
That's
you
not
talking
that's
about
not me being
how
wrong.
like
That's a disagreement.
America is different because, I mean, America and Israel are somehow different because Israel had nowhere else to go. I don't think that's true. Obviously,
You
I
don't
mean,
think the
I think it's
majority of
true that maybe they
Israelis
had nowhere
were?
else to go, but it doesn't justify them making a nation
No,
state.
no, wait. So what I said was correct. They were there because, generally speaking, like for the most part, they had nowhere else to go. Yes, that was their option. Yeah.
And you,
Every other country closed their doors.
and
Yeah.
what's your point with that? What is your point?
My point is that when people try to compare it to some other kind of colonial group, like whether it's white South Africans or Kenyans or Canadians, is they don't acknowledge the differences in terms of how they even got there, the circumstances by which they arrived there, let alone the obviously like the historical connections and the fact that there was a Jewish population there anyway. I think Jerusalem was like was it either majority or like almost a majority Jewish like in the mid 1800s. It was a lot of Jews living there anyway. Yeah, and I think missing out that distinction is really important because that's why when people treat it like it's some kind of Algerian or Canadian or Kenyan situation, they seem to believe that and all you need to do is just like make the cost of colonizing higher than the benefit, and then they will just give up on it. But you're missing out two things when you do that, right? One, it's not like South Africa because anti-white racism will never be as much of a valid concern as anti-Semitism. Jews in the region have every legitimate reason to believe that as soon as they become a minority in that region, they will get fucked because that's what happened in every other Arab and Muslim country and also in every other modern nationalism as it emerged in the 20th century, apart from one, America, which closed their doors in 1922 for the most part. So barring small exceptions. So that's one thing. It's true that they have that fear of being a minority. And second, that they're not going anywhere, which is why the aspirations of people like fucking Nasrallah or Hamas are useless as well. And if people don't acknowledge either of these two things, then you're just going to keep on banging your head against the wall, talking about how we can actually give them equality like apartheid, despite the fact that neither group wants it. That's not what happened in apartheid. By the end of apartheid, even the whites were voting for negotiating with the ANC. They had a referendum on it and they voted yes, keep negotiating with Mandela and bring about the end of apartheid. That's what they did. Let alone what obviously the ANC were promising a rainbow nation, not like what Palestinian leadership offers. So I don't know. It's just two very crucial things that are missed out when people make that comparison, and that's why the fact that they were mostly refugees who had nowhere else to go in Israel at the eve of the 48 war is important. It's important to consider that because it limits the amount of solutions that you have available to the problem. That's why I brought that up. That's not me being factually wrong, though. That's interpretation. What was I factually? What was I actually wrong about?
What do you do you say that the ANC, like what's your opinion on the violent acts of the ANC?
That they weren't comparable to Hamas, that by policy they didn't really target civilians, and that when civilians did get hit in either landmines or revenge killings or rogue actors or whatever else, or like rogue commanders even, then they dispatched people across to the different units and literally trained them into stopping the activity that they were doing that was getting too many civilians killed. I think landmines was one where they believe they stopped it completely or they halted it because it was killing too many civilians. I think the number of civilians that died from landmines was like less than 30 or 40 in the space of a few years. They were much more considerate of who they were and what they were targeting at the time because they didn't want to alienate the white population. And second of all, they were different in the sense that
And
they
you admit
obviously
that the Palestinians are in a much worse situation than the blacks in South Africa.
At what stage of the history? Now they are, yeah, but I don't know if that's the case at every stage of the history. No.
I feel like in most stages of history they were on a worse off position because the Israelis never saw them as a labor source. They didn't really want to use Palestinian labor, which you know
it's a really difficult thing
the Palestinians were.
It's a difficult thing to compare, right? Because like if you're talking about the like Palestinians who live in Israel can sit on any bench that they want, whereas obviously in apartheid they couldn't. And when it comes to how they were going about with protesting, like the peaceful protest efforts of Mandela were just met with like massacres of people in their own citizenry, let alone the conditions in the Bantustans, which seem to, I haven't looked in too much detail on it, but it seems like they were worse. And also not to mention than the West Bank, but also the fact that South Africa was being colonized for like hundreds of years. And it was getting colonized for plunder and for wealth, and like black people getting put into concentration camps during the Boer War, where like a third of them died in the camps. I don't know, like as far as comparing the suffering of these two groups, regardless, it's not about the let's say you're right. Let's say they suffer more in Palestine, even if it's in the West Bank, compared to like the worst parts of apartheid South Africa. That doesn't stop the Black South Africans from having a strategy that made sense, and the Hamas not having one that makes sense. And the PLO, back when they were fighting more aggressively, they didn't have a strategy that made sense either. So what was I wrong about?
I just think you were wrong about a lot of the history, and like I think that I think that the justifications. I mean, first I'm going to address the ANC thing. I think that if you're met with extreme force, obviously I think armed resistance is justified. As far as other things in the whole essay or the whole debate you talked about, I feel like a lot of the stuff was already talked about with like Chris and you, and I feel like you guys already went over a lot of the points.
Are you just saying
really
that because you
wanna...
don't really have any examples of what I was wrong about? You just said that, and now you don't want to own it, or you can't.
Well, I mean, you went on a huge long debate about the history, and I just disagree on a lot of what you said, and I don't really want to go back and talk about all of it. But if you want to believe that's just me retreating, you can. But I also have to eat lunch soon, and we've been talking for a while. And also, what else was I gonna say? I feel like there's one more thing, but I forgot.
Okay. It's okay. You can go and have your food. It's fine. I will actually leave I'll leave you in the Discord if you can come up with one example of something I was wrong about. But otherwise, we're good.
All right, sure. I'll see you then.
Bye. Okay, I'm gonna get too frustrated. Holy shit. Fuck. All right. Let's play connections already. No, wait. Pierce Morgan. Pierce Morgan, Nick Fuentes. Oh god, he's gonna get the fucking connections. I think I'm maybe gonna fuck my streak today, guys. This looks like it's... Let me move my thing. Let me move this over. Oh, Joan, thanks for the 99.99. That's so kind of you. Wow. I said it before, it needs to be said again. You are a saint. Wow. I'm not religious. Don't say that. But thank you. Okay. Right. Cowboy rodeo. Is that really? That's not necessarily. Mulholland Drive. Rodeo Drive is a thing. Sunset is Sunset Drive? Boulevard, I guess. Cowboy, is there a Cowboy Drive? There might be. I might have heard that before, but I don't know. Anyway, urge push. Spur. Fuck. Egg. I'm gonna egg you.
User in your channel was banned from the server.
Yellow box.
Hey, Spider. How's it going?
I know you're locked in. But are you gonna watch the Pierre Morgan's the Pierre Morgan thing today?
After this. Yeah, after this. Immediately after this. I'm just really dehydrated by my fucking meds. God. All right, wait.
Type shit.
Wow. What are you laughing at?
You. I can't laugh at you.
All right. Vine, rodeo, road, pars, par, wing, win. Oh wait, win, par could be a thing. Like fuck. Min, win, par. Is that is that some stupid fucking sports term? Fuck. Sunset Boulevard, Mulholland Drive, Rodeo Drive. Fuck. What's the other one? Spider, I don't want to lose. Is it cow? It must be cowboy. Could it be vine, row, wing, pars? Let's see. Oh, it's one off. Fuck. Maverick Drive? What the fuck? A Maverick, a cowboy, a star? I guess you could. Weird. Mink. Mink Drive. Star Road. Star Power. I need to pee. I'm so sorry. I'm not taking my phone. Okay. My phone's here. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay. Right. Hello?
User in your channel was
Fuck
banned from
Alright,
the
off.
little boy,
server.
quick question. Okay,
What?
then I fucking dip. Hold on, you better relax, little bro. 34-year-old, bro, chill the fuck out. Okay, can we cross post the limit cord?
What do you mean cross post?
Like, cause I asked Dan Solomon, I am friends with Dan Solomon. Okay, throw it out there. I asked Dan Solomon to send me a screenshot of Hassan's offline chat, and then like Marusi nuked it, and like she was like, wah. And so like, is like a bannable offense inside
To
limit cord?
screenshot chats? Probably not. No.
Like, alright, you hear that, Marusi? It's not banned. So go.
Wing, West Wing. I don't know. Fucking hell. Sofa. I don't know what's going on here, man. This is hard. This is hard as shit. Star, Vine. I just need to know what the other row. That's not even going to help me with the other ones, though, is it? Well, there's a Cowboy and a Maverick. I think that works. I think Star does as well. Row and Pars is meaning nothing to me. It could be, but I don't know. I think it could be like it's something to do with homonyms or letters swapped out. That's what I'm seeing. Starboard, like for a ship. Pars. Pars is, I don't know what pars means. Like that's spelled like that. Parse, I know what that means. I know what par means. What the fuck does pars mean? Pars. I feel like it's got that sound. Fuck. Bro. I'm fucking molding, man. Cowboy. Maverick. It's not going to be like a Top Gun thing. I don't know Top Gun. I know Maverick and Goose. Oh, shit. I'm fucked. I think this is the end of the streak, guys. This is the end of the streak. Wait. There's no fucking way it's going to be like sofa can mean to couch or parse can mean to... No, fuck that. Fuck. That's stupid. Under your wing. Left wing, right wing. Chicken wing. Vine. Oh god, is it like a website thing? Like there's Vine, and was there something called Row and I don't know. Fuck. I should know the road though. The road or the drive. Sunset Boulevard, Rodeo Drive, Mulholland Drive. Fuck. It's like Wing. No, none of them even sound like they should be. Mink Road. Fuck. Okay, let's see. Cowboy. Star and Maverick, I was thinking. And if there's Sunset, Mulholland, and Rodeo, that leaves Vine, Row, Pars, Mink, Sofa, Wing. I don't know how any of those could go with Cowboy, Maverick, and Star. Maybe Row? I don't know why. What if it's Row, Parse, Wing, Vine? No. I think its letters changed. Oh, this is going to fuck me up so bad. It's not Star, because I think Star goes with Maverick and Cowboy, unless it is. Fuck! First of all, I need to get one more wrong. I need to make sure that it's Maverick, Star, and Cowboy together. Let's try Row. It's one away. Okay, so I think it is those three. Right. So. Is it Vine? Huh. Okay. Now it wasn't Row that goes with, okay, Cowboy, Maverick, Star, Row, Mink, Parse, Sofa. Oh my fucking god. Wingman, like Wing Commander? Oh fuck me, man. God. Mink. In Scotland, a mink is like a retard, like a like a scumbag. A mink. Someone who's disgusting, like minging, a minker. Fuck! It's not gonna be sofa, okay? Unless it's like a name. Fuck. These could be names. Maverick, cowboy. Okay, what? Row? Wing. Mink, pars, so. I think it's mink. For some reason, I think these go together. Because these look like they could be, you change a letter around. Like win, par, row, and so, fuck. Min might be though. Oh, wait. It could be like a. I didn't even think like sports terms. Min could be a. Oh! It's okay. I need to think of two options. It could either be mink or row, I think. But it's not row. We tried row. So I can try mink or parse? Fuck. Ugh! Fuck. 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 We're going to lose the streak. Okay. Now I want to say wing. Or it's not sofa. It could be parse or wing, but I've only got one left. Fuck. It's not row, it's not mink. That was just, and I only know that because I tried them fucking, but okay. Wing sounds like it makes more sense because you're like cowboy, star, fucking wanker, maverick, wing, like wingman or wing. But it's so loose, man. If that's what it is. Mink, pars, row, and sofa. I think it's like is it like min, par, row, and these like sports terms? But then win. Oh fuck. It's not taking letters off. Win, ing, ofa. So no, min maybe. Ink, pars, Paris. Wait. Paris and oh fuck! Did I? Rome, Paris, Sofia, Minsk. They're European city. And wing sounds like it could. Why wing and? Is that it? Is it European city? Is it cities? Rome, Minsk, Paris, and Sofia. Are they all capitals? Sofia's Bulgaria. Minsk is Belarus. Wing. If I get one wrong, it has to be. This makes these four make no fucking sense. Row didn't work with that. Mink didn't work. It would be wing. So wait, no, fuck it. Go back to the one I know. The one that I know is 3. It's not row. It's not mink. Wing. Is wing more plausible than? Fuck. I can't watch. Did I even click it? Ah! Remember, it's a fucking sports thing. Wing. And this is cities. Jesus. They were all minus the second to last letter. I did not notice that. Okay. Whoa. Jesus fucking Christ. We kept our streak. Ugh. Jesus. Fuck. All right. How is he not hitting submit on the Eurocities yet? I didn't know how wing could possibly go with Cowboy, Maverick, and Star. It's Sofia, not Sophia. Sofia. Is that how you say it? I don't know. I'm not fucking Bulgarian. Shut up. I have no say in what happens in Bulgarian affairs. I'll keep to my own. Palestine.
The New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber. or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the
Oh, they used Coleman Hughes's clips. Ah, good for him. I think this video actually did capture the duplicity of Fuentes like quite well. Like if you wanted to show someone who's just not convinced in what 10 or 20 minutes, this would probably do it. Yeah.
Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome.
Is he trying to have a villain face as soon as he appears? Jesus Christ. That is not, I mean, but the Christmas decorations make it worse, don't they? Why did he pull that expression? I understand that some streamers, they're not used to looking into the camera, so it's a bit uncomfortable if I start switching and go to that because you're not used to seeing that, and I don't like doing it. But man, he's trying to look like a fucking villain with Christmas decorations by. Okay.
To Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to look homely and all that, but it's like the Grinch broke into a house. It's the Grinch when he's broken into a house.
I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your...
Here's his nervous. Well, the problem with this is that for Fuentes, people, extremists annoy the fuck out of me, right? Do you know why? It's because they all play on easy mode. They have their fucking niches, and they get to a point where, to be fair, even Fuentes he got banned from fucking everything, okay? He's maybe the exception to this. But once you're in this position, and once you've got attention, if you're an extremist, it's so much easier because people who support you do not care if you are wrong about XYZ. They don't care if you won't answer a question. They don't care if you are inconsistent. They don't care about any of it. All they want is for you to further the ideology, right? And the fact that he's got attention furthers the ideology. So he just gets to drop a few fucking talking points and his audience will be more than happy with it. And the people that he wants to get the foot in the door with will be waiting because they want someone to tell them those things already. And like the whole ideology, it's not exactly like that novel, like the Christian white nationalist, racist Nazi shit. So yeah, it's just really annoying. They just like, it's not true that any attention is good attention. That's not really true unless you're like one of these people, right?
Goals. Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation.
Wow.
I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing.
Ooh.
He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss.
Jews.
So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan.
Is he wrong? Is what he said wrong? Do you not? Go on, Pierce. You're going to attack the source, but the source really, it matters if the claim is wrong. It doesn't really matter if the claim's correct.
Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time, I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Fuck.
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Okay, how many Jews died in the Holocaust, Nick? Let's see you try to answer that question.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your...
I have no faith in Piers Morgan to push anything here. I have no faith in Piers to just manage anything in this conversation. Fuck me. He is... I don't know why this happens. I think even if he does try, he's just going to be like, how could you say such an awful thing?
Early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town.
I'm trying to think of why being mixed makes you an ethnic. It's just such a strange fucking word. Ethnics. I didn't know I was an ethnic. I didn't know I could call myself that. Fuck.
And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around in the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have three European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, one from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing...
Is this whole thing, if anyone's watched the whole thing, can someone just tell me if this is going to just be, hi, tell us about yourself. Oh, wow, that's so interesting. What are your thoughts on, if it's just going to be that the whole fucking time and it's just Fuentes lying about all his beliefs or holding his cards close to his chest and being a fucking slime ball, or is Pierce going to take off the gloves at some point?
Always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going.
I find it so boring when I'm like watching an interview of someone just telling you all of the things that they don't actually really care that much for. Like when they're just hiding all of the things that actually make them that make them interesting to the people who watch them. Like, oh, fuck.
Up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you
can't even
mentioned,
call
all
it
right,
the same
but
thing.
you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So,
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. I mean, maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad...
Why did you run away from Alex's hypothetical? Well, Alec Gunter. I don't know why you would ask me that question when he gave me like 80,000 hypotheticals, but I probably ran away from it for the same reason as all of them, because they were too high IQ. And when someone hits me with a high IQ hypothetical, I get the fuck out of there, okay? Pick your battles.
I would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. So before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Wow, that's so interesting.
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Black fare.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop.
Just allow me to talk uninterrupted about some total fucking bullshit that's completely unverifiable. Let's go.
Where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the west side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And
I live in a big diverse city.
Tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You got
in America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
you
with
have Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not.
That's not even. He said Aladdin because he obviously wants to pin it on Muslims. But actually, the knife problem. Well, for the longest time, it was Glasgow. It was pasty white Ouija's, and then it was Caribbean folks. That's where the knife crime came from. Yeah, fuck. So that's not even accurate racism. He should have been blaming the blacks if he wanted to be racist. Then he would just forget that obviously Glasgow was a much more long-standing violent crime issue than the Caribbean population. But shit,
I didn't say
Glasgow shankers, the Glasgow kiss. Yeah, Glasgow was fucking nuts, man, back in the day. I remember that knife capital of Europe once, Glasgow. There was a region in Glasgow that had a life expectancy lower than Gaza. Significantly lower.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. Mm-hmm. When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this
already.
No, but
you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, and stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show.
Yeah, well, Piers is he's doing an all right job, I think, at reminding him that this is your anecdote. You chose to make this public. Like, you threw it out into the world. No one would have ever known this story if it were not for you. And now you're pissed off at me using it. Like, fuck you. Yeah.
Which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people well, you're a boomer, I guess, too. In a way,
60.
right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything
Whoa.
I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be
Unequivocal.
imprisoned for
Shit.
the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean?
Most
What
of
percentage
them.
of American
Okay. You've got a mask off. Good.
blacks would you like to see in prison?
There is one thing about being, if people are aware of the duplicity, then you can't really. It's a bit harder to to get away from it.
Whatever the percentages of the murderers, I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned.
1 in 20. Why do I feel like that's not true? 1 in 20 will commit a murder in the United States. Is that true? Why do I have a pretty strong feeling that that's a very odd stat? 1 in 20. Bro, how many black people are... Wait, hang on. I'm trying to think of what that would mean. 5% of 48.3 million. Wait. He says black men, so we'll bring it down to 24 million. Well, I'm trying to figure out how many that is. 24. Um, 5%. Like just, it's like a million. Are there a million black murderers in the United States every dude? What a mental fucking stat. Jesus.
Most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's funny or?
I think I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should
probably
be
not,
imprisoned for the most
but they're
part?
the ones doing the murders.
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood, in the ghetto, and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son
We could
went
go
to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't
just
stick
remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in...
Oh no. Oh shit. That's a bit skewed, isn't it? Fuck. When it turned 1 in 20 into 5% becomes, oh shit. Big problem. Uh-oh. Stats. That's 1 in 20. How can you even, man? You know, some people just throw out stats and you're like, wait, did you seriously not stop and think for an 18th of a second about whether or not that was true? Fuck me, man. There's too many women in this world. Too many women. They're the real problem. They're everywhere. In France, 45% of men are women. Wait. Hang on. I know you're a misogynist, but can you just think about what you just said?
20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder.
Oh, it's
That's
less than 1 in 100. Okay, that's actually even closer to what would probably be true.
the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in
have?
20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Did he? Fuck me, man. I'm gonna kill myself. You know, I'm sitting here like worrying a little bit if my summary of the fucking Iranian coup was entirely accurate, or the way that the Ayatollah came to power. It's been a while since I've read about that. And these guys are like, I read on the Data Hazard on X that 1 in 20. Fuck me, man. Nick has loads of black friends, right? The blacks love Fuentes. Really? Assuming he's met hundreds, he's got hundreds of black friends, really, but how's 1 in 20 of them going to be what the fuck?
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100? Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
They're less than 1 in 100.
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean, this is a real problem.
Who really gives a fuck? If it's less than 1 in 100, even 1 in 100 is quite
murder too
high. But okay.
Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Oh, allow me to pursue more statistical data here.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet.
1 out of 100 is still too high. He said less than 100. Even Pierce was wrong there. It's going to be quite a bit less than 100. Yeah, like it's fucking impossible for it to be close to. Man,
people would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure. He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. He can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all. Well,
then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story
about... What is this victim complex, eh? What is this woke, tarred victim complex? Oh, wow, how dare you talk about my dad, who I've spoken about publicly. Fucking baby. Get him, Pierce. Tear him to shreds.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy. And he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then do you accept that you shouldn't talk?
Okay,
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
So
it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism, let's talk about racism. Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the thing.
Oh God, we're gonna go into the Holocaust. The thing with people like Fuentes is that he'll go back and tell his audience, or he'll just like elaborate and say that like everyone's a little bit racist. Everyone has like a prejudice or something. It's like I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really get to the meaningful fucking disputes, but shit. Now, obviously, the little fucking groypers watching, being like, "Whoa, he said he was. He said he was."
Base?
Things you said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
that? Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand, you're a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young black.
You know which cities have the highest murder rates in Europe? It's like fucking, it's the Eastern European countries that have fuck all migrants. It's so fucking stupid.
Adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality. Redlining or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot.
Remember, there's less crime today, far less crime today than there was back in the 90s where racial profiling was a lot more acceptable. Just remember that. In the 90s, broken windows policing or like racial profiling was so much more tolerated than it is today. And they had a lot more crime back then than we do now.
Get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. They grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think
Mostly
commits the vast majority
Whites.
of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
What about the per capita? It's not even, I think even per capita, like whites are worse for terror attacks in the United States than foreigners.
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion.
No, bait. What do you attribute that to? The decrease in crime? What, from the 90s until now? I attribute it to wokeness. Wokeness went up, crime came down. That's the only possible explanation.
And also, do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast...
Probably, well, given in Fuentes numbers, it's probably closer to like 1 in 10,000. So we'll give it a solid 1 in 10. Let's go. Give it a solid 1 in 10.
Majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
what proportion of...
I'm curious. I'm curious.
proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people
50-50, half of them
who have kids
Wait,
in
is
these
my mic
schools.
working?
What
proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people.
What the fuck is this fucking cucked, retarded, shit for brains fucking media ecosystem where a Holocaust-denying Nazi fucking snot-eating cunt can come on and own someone, a fucking seasoned veteran presenter, on the issue of per capita? Why the fuck do we live in this fucking environment? You know that when you talk to like any of these racists and you talk about crime stats, and they feel like they're throwing pro capita at you, because I would show stats about the grooming gangs, right? And they're so fucking dumb and programmed that they'll just blast, oh, per capita, even though the thing they're responding to is a per capita claim. Like that's happened to me a million fucking times. When I make per capita claims about the fucking sexual violence stats in the United Kingdom, about migrants versus white people respond to me with, what about the per capita? Because they're so used to, I guess, fucking boomers like Piers Morgan not knowing what per capita, it's so fucking annoying. God. This is like their one trick. They love saying per capita because it makes them feel like they're intelligent and shit. Fuck's sake. God. You should never live in a world where a liberal-minded, seasoned veteran is interviewing someone who you think has dangerous ideas, is sitting there and they're like, oh no, he didn't consider the per capita. Fuck's sake. Oh, Pierce. Jesus.
Saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is
what I'm saying to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people.
And I always wonder when I used to speak to these fucking like racists and all that shit, I would always wonder, like, do you really think like you're onto something when you say, oh, what about the per capita? Like, but then I'm like, maybe in their life, they probably experience it all the time. They probably, or they're just waiting for that one moment. This is the first time ever, I think, someone's hit them with the per capita, and then the person they're talking to actually doesn't know what they're talking about. Fuck.
And predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools. Why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same. For black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
are you hearing it? No.
See, I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time.
Oh no, the per capita. The guy who didn't know per capita is coming back. He's got the fact checkers. True, he was wrong about 1 in 20. He was very far off of the 1 in 20. What the 1 in 20? How can you sit there and think 1 in 20 of a population of like tens of millions of any population? 1 in 20. 1 in 20. Come on, per capita, Pierce. Take it back. Remind him of the 1 in 20.
You have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say, well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No, tell me.
Proportionately the same. It just, why does Fuentes so fucking, again, you need to bring him back on the 1 in 20 thing. Like, the proportion, you've made up a number about proportion. You accepted a fucking obviously wrong stat about proportion. Fuck.
The number, and then,
what is 1 in 20?
The only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment? People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common,
What is this?
I think.
Oh, he's playing Connections. He actually was.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely rest of the evening. Look how that is
Jesus.
Outrageous. Oh, shit. Wait. I probably should answer some fan funding. Thank you all for your donations. You know what? I'm gonna go through these donations tomorrow because I can look at them. So thank you all for becoming members. Also, thank you again for the 10 memberships. That's incredibly kind. Thank you for all.
I was way too nice to this person. This fucking chat are disgusting. Whatever. Jesus. That is a lot of sweat though, isn't it? That's quite a lot.
You know what? I'm onto some...
Is he on the UK?
That is outcoming. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely rest of the evening. Look how that is outrageous.
Jesus Christ. That is a lot of sweat, man. Ouch. All right. Okay.
In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in the city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago. Right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population. And I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable. And I think even black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. I get a lot of attacks when I talk about then I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
But you're the
Chinese,
product of, you're the
black people,
product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's say
really.
for the sake
Not
of argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
can
very
say sure.
person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not white,
and
though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not white.
Well, apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really. You just
Ron
keep
Droppel
saying
thing
you
going.
only want to live in
Kind
a
of.
white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally
and I
got
live in
Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white
Most,
people
most
love
of
my.
most of my American nationalist groyper friends live in the Philippines. That actually is true, isn't it? White saviors these days, they're very they're very not white.
Show.
How many
because
are
they
black?
respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one
Yeah.
who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's
Yeah,
safe.
when I've got all this fucking solid information that if I see a black man, there's a 1 in 20 chance that he's going to be a murderer. Solid information.
And I feel, I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But
Far fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have research, Steve. You pulled it up. I don't have
You're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on, you're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record. Absolutely horrific. And should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act
Yeah, why
had
do
a
we care about
string
stats if we're just going to keep on bringing up looking at anecdotes and that shit?
of previous offences and should have been picked up more and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that.
Is this the Fuentes pathos and logos? 1 in 20 also, wasn't it so sad when that poor white woman... That's his pathos and logos. Let me tell you a very in-depth story about a white person who got murdered by a foreigner or by a black person or an ethnic group, whatever. By an ethnic.
I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas. Sure. After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the
perpetrated
neck.
by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then
implying
not
that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick
Okay.
Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either
No
know,
disagreement.
you neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he is. He's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media. On
So
the
just to be clear,
footage,
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Turn this around on
you're
me.
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
Why does maybe that's an okay point. I don't know. What I feel like sometimes Pierce talks like this is the first. He very often talks like this is the first time he's ever met the political ideology that he's arguing with. It feels like he's just talking like he's never met a racist before. I don't know. Fuck. Why are you? Oh, comment section. Fucking hang on. Live chat. I don't want to see what his chat was saying. It's just all going to be fucking personal digs. Fuck that. No, thank you.
Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay, well then you know he's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
You keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci, and you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months.
Fauci.
Award-winning filmmaker. I'll play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay, okay. Let's play this clip.
Not the whole.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it, I can show you, I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by
it. Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because
digging for gold in that nose of his.
Hey, good one. Nice to $10.
I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
It's almost as if there are different connotations when different groups of people in different political classes and cultural groups say words. That's crazy. That's so fucking mad.
You talk about.
Do you think they mean the same thing when you as when you say it, Mr. Fuentes?
There's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people, and so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress.
This is a classic fucking, well, they exist, therefore the way I'm saying it and the connotations I hold behind it are all valid. Oh no.
And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip. I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that
really
they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated.
I respect them. How can such a small group that everyone hates control so much of the world? Huh? Got to respect that. I love that about them. They're
in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional.
You realize that there's nothing exceptional about this. You realize that bigots will talk like this all the fucking time. Like, you wouldn't even be hard-pressed to find an Israeli right-winger who talks about how much they respect the fucking craftiness of the Palestinians. Like, it's so fucking stupid, man. Like, you can't, there's no way you let people slide like this, right?
No, people, it's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
Well, that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it. Oh, per capita.
Not saying every individual Christian. And of course, there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts, Christian.
100% right wingers I talk to in Israel often say things like, "I respect Arabs. This is why I take them seriously as a threat." Yeah, of course. Like that. Yeah, that's their whole thing. Yeah, like. I feel like, bro, if I hear an Israeli talk about how fucking smart the Arabs are, that's like a red flag. It's so much more like, because whatever follows that sentence, or whatever comes if you ask a few more questions, it's probably some of the most fucking outrageous racist shit you'll ever hear in the fucking yeah.
You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples,
No, I hear you. As a Roman, I'm a Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math.
Like people saying Obama's a very articulate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fucking.
Doesn't seem to add up there.
Like what? He talks so well.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, I do because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Oh, for fucking kill yourself, Piers Morgan, you fucking retard. If you're going to make it about joking, do you know who jokes about the Holocaust more than any other fucking group? It's Jews. Jews make fucking Stop. That's the issue. You made a fucking joke about it. Oh my God. He's such a boomer, man. It's not that he lies about the fucking details of it every chance he gets. It's not that he downplays the number. It's not that he thinks that the only reason we say 6 million is so we can suppress people and push the fucking Zionist AIPAC Israeli agenda across the world. No, it's the fact he told a joke about it.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So
8 million.
I thought you wanted to talk seriously about it, Nick.
See that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
No more, no less. Because the whole meme that they do is they pretend they've got the fucking proverbial gun to their head and they have to.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about
this? It's not a rigorous debate. It's a fucking disgraced loser dipshit called David Irving who said the N-word, who called someone the N-word and then went back to his little cottage and cried about it to God and begged for forgiveness. That's his own story, by the way. He told the world that story. Who sued someone for calling him a Holocaust denier and then lost his case because they had to basically, and by English law, where they had to make the fucking defendant, the person who was being sued, prove to the court that the Holocaust happened according to the official narrative, and that David Irving was lying about it, and he lost. That's the rigorous debate.
Is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that This is
There
almost
are people who get in trouble for Holocaust denial, but as far as like asking questions about that's not how it works. But people think these fucking Holocaust laws are like you're sitting at a German pub with your mates and you're just like, oh yeah, Hans, eh? Hey, Holocaust, Schmolocaust, am I right? And then the fucking Gestapo, the new liberal Gestapo, comes in from the ceiling and fucking black bags you, throws you. That's not how it works. Like you can oppose those laws all you want, but the people who end up in fucking criminal territory for Holocaust denial are making a pretty fucking bold, broad statement and like a very public thing about it. It's not just asking questions.
Like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced.
Why is he saying this when he lives in the United States as well? You don't get jailed in the United States for it. Why? Really? You're interested in the free speech issue because people in Germany and France have issues talking about the Holocaust, but not in... Fuck. Damn, Lorna, you still on? Good debate conversation earlier. I hope so, man. I always worry if I'm being a bit too fucking soft on these people. But fuck knows. There's like a weird balance where people can be... If I think someone's like not answering questions, which I feel like was happening with the Kunzler debate, but they're being polite and they're being calm, that's really annoying to deal with, because I feel like if I have to get aggressive, most people watching are going to feel like the aggro is starting from me. But then there's also just like letting them kind of yap and letting people know that they're just yapping, like just being like, you're not really answering the question, and that makes the yap defanged, but fuck knows. Fuck knows.
60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than that.
Well, it could be.
Well, that's what what do you think fucking at least means? Jesus.
That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at
It is
least.
at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are
than
going to
that.
be okay. The people are going to
But let me respond to your.
He's such a
let me respond to the rest of your
troll, man.
question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yeah.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if
We're not censored on Holocaust denial. What are you talking about? We don't have those laws. He's like, we don't have the same laws that they have in Germany for Holocaust denial.
you talk about these things,
Where do you think David Irving chose the UK to sue Deborah Lipstadt because he thought that UK defamation law would favor him?
you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say
Could
what they
be
want to
6
say.
billion.
And they should be then
Shut up.
made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media. Right? So yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel,
he's such a fucking snake. And Pierce isn't going to be witty enough to realize that he lives in the United States. He can literally deny the Holocaust 8 billion times. He can deny the Holocaust 1 time for every Jew that died in the Holocaust, even according to his numbers, and he will still be fine. Fuck. He can deny it 200,000 or whatever the fuck he thinks it is, or 6 million times, or 6 billion. He lives in the United States. Stop making this fucking excuse.
Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And
also, this even when I'm guilty of this as well, official narrative is not really that's not real. There's not an official narrative on anything. There's historical consensus, but that's not like an official. The historical consensus comes as a product of historical debate. That's where it comes from. And the fact that people who you get to a point where a historian who goes against a general consensus on something that is so much of a truism, that is just so well established, that they just they're kind of laughed out of the room, because it's like, why the fuck would you ever go against this level of documentation with with whatever weak alternative you have? But when people say official narrative, I guess there's an implication in the language that makes it sound like it's some fucking it's some kind of top-down decision that gets made. Well, it's not. It's like what we think of as the official narrative is just a consensus that is made up of numerous historians debating and scrutinizing and reading through the documentation and the witness statements and whatever else.
Oh, I actually haven't made up my mind on that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way.
I think Hitler cast a long shadow because it was the biggest and baddest destructive war of fucking modern history. That's probably why Hitler cast a long shadow. It's because he affected fucking everyone. It's not just the Holocaust, but okay. The Holocaust is just one of many reasons that Hitler casts a very long shadow.
Way, and no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, time to grow up.
That's just a joke.
We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
And I'm
tired of pretending he's not.
Whoa.
To be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine.
I love this fucking dressing down. That it's like, what was the pedo-geddon? It's like he just wants to do this.
And a self-confessed
This is Piers
pedophile
Morgan's idea of a good fucking show.
is confronted with what he is.
You are a paedophile. You are a nonce. You are a perv. You're a slot badger. You're a two-pin din plug. You're a bush dodger. You're a small beam regarder. You're an Unabomber. You're a nut administrator. You're a bent ref. You're the crazy world of Arthur Brown. You're a fence foal. You're a free willy. You're a chimney bottler. You're a bunty man. You're a shrub rocketeer.
Shrub rocketeer.
Yes, well, you know, you just mentioned some of the names that we have to put up with every day, and it's just another form of racism.
Called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because he also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's
this
on...
is so fucking retarded, man. It's just like... maybe I don't know the audience that well, but this is like it's like some boomer dressed down fantasy with like a fucking rebellious youth who literally just thinks it's a point of pride that he's being dressed down. Like he likes it. It's just more attention. What the fuck am I watching, man?
Hitler. You might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes. So I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
were murdered. Yeah, we got all that. Me mum. Like I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mum got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine.
I don't care. I care about that poor white woman who got killed by a black person who I don't know or care. I don't even like women or black people, but I really care about that poor white woman. Okay.
To care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I mean,
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
up? He murdered 12 million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mum. And it's like, shut up. Like, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful...
I don't even, man, it's so easy to get these people like on their own terms. You understand that even if you don't give a fuck about Jews or about Slavs or about fucking the Brits or women or whatever the fuck else, you understand that like Hitler destroyed his own country. You know that Germany got fucking split in two because Hitler couldn't keep his fucking imperial dick in his pants and just decided to go fucking all the way to to march to Russia, regardless of how many dictators do that, where they're like, yeah, we're big and strong, we're gonna go to Moscow, ahead, bang it, let me in, oh shit, it's really fucking cold, and like, what a fucking moron, like how stupid, man, like, you know that, how many fucking, how hundreds of years do these retard dictators have to go through this trial and error to learn that you don't try to invade Russia? It's so and 6 months away from the winter. What a fucking idiot! Like Hitler was a failure. He's a fucking failure. He came to power in 1933. 12 years later, he's gone. No one likes him. He's blown his fucking brains out in a fucking bunker. He's made his wife take cyanide. All his mates are dead. The only ones of his mates who survived are fucking giving humiliating confessions to Nuremberg. All of his fucking closest friends are getting hanged by an American alcoholic hangman who wasn't even qualified for the job, who lied and sort of got in there by accident and made the nooses so short that the Nazi leaders had to fucking strangled to death rather than getting their necks broken. They had to die a long death. And in some cases, I think with Julius Streicher, the propagandist who edited Der Stürmer, he was groaning as he was hanged. So the American alcoholic hangman had to grab him by his fucking legs and yank him down to get him killed. That's Hitler. That's Hitler's legacy, right? And then Germany gets fucking split in half and taken over by the Allies on one side and the Soviets on the other, re-educating people. A big fucking wall goes up in Berlin. What the fuck? What the fuck? All his mates fucking ditched him and surrendered, and he's sitting there in his fucking bunker, spurging out, doped to the fucking gills on a cocktail of however many fucking uppers and downers that he was on, shaking, screaming and waiting for fucking, what's his name, Steiner, to come in with his little plan. And they're like, everyone's too scared to tell him that Steiner's plan isn't actually happening and that he's lost the war and his master race is fucking dead. And now we're finding out from apparently DNA findings that he might have also had a microcock. However much people care about that. Fucking fascists are failures, man. Their regimes don't last. They don't last. Authoritarians are unstable. They are failures. Fuck. Why do you think you're going to be any different? I just feel that's a better way to approach these things. These people fail on their own terms. Fuck. Look at Trump. Look at Trump right now. Trump is a walking fucking corpse who's desperately trying to hide the fact that he's having to get a bunch of doctors shoving fucking needles and like medications into him to just keep him fucking breathing for the next day. His brain is probably crumbling. He's got his own party are fucking up in arms against him, and his own supporters don't really know where to go now because of how fucking incoherent he is with his populism and his neocon stances and his cultivating a fucking fan base full of anti-Semites and then being the biggest Israel dick suck of any fucking president ever. Oh, the no wars president who just keeps on fucking bombing civilians in fucking Venezuela and pretending that they're terrorists because they sell drugs. Getting fucked in every like whatever their equivalent of a by-election is in all these new polls. Even Trump is sort of seeing like the internal implosion go on, and now we're just like, oh yeah, but yeah, we aspire to these kinds of guys. I don't know. I just think that's probably a better attack line.
Books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now.
The Jews got a state, and Europe became a union where Germany and fucking Latvia and Lithuania are equal part. Oh God. Fuck's sake. Imagine if Hitler woke up today and saw the state of the planet now. All these countries are multicultural. They're all welcoming to fucking immigrants. There's a European Union. There's a Jewish state that got to prosecute some of the perpetrators of the Holocaust. Fuck.
Know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain. Right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
warrens. Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been brought in America.
What about the Schindler's
everywhere.
List?
Hey,
tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives,
wait,
it's true. And that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear anymore about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen.
Oh, no,
what you just said
Fuentes
is a crock of shit. And you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You
weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
By the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America. I'm banned from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money
if I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you. How
much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got 3
we're
sons.
not listening to crying minorities anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion.
Well, yeah, well, those are the kind of cucks that my guys would bully on the internet. Fucking hell.
Humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation for saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion.
It's not treated like a religion. It's treated like the thing that most historians, or like almost pretty much all of them who are serious, agree on, where most of the facts are pretty settled, or it would take an insanely unprecedented amount of evidence to undo them. That's actually what it is. I know that, like, when you have, it's like saying fucking H2O is water is like, oh, is that religion? Like, kind of, but it's also because if you don't think that's true, you're fucking mental. Like, there's something wrong with you.
Says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this. Our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
Yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million.
But what you fail to understand, Piers, is that these Jews are simply the high IQ manipulators who are driving dirty Arabs and Muslims and browns and blacks over from to these Western countries to destroy them that way. Aha! That's actually what Fuentes believes, by the way. Fuentes believes that because of some fucking, was it the Kalergi plan, some fucking essay that someone wrote that never became policy, that no one ever took that seriously at the time, he basically believes that Jews are trying to like undermine Western civilization by infiltrating their intellectual class and by infiltrating their politics and by getting them to become multicultural and liberal so that they can allow immigrants to come in and destroy their society from within. And that's why they weaponize. That's why people like Fuentes are so triggered when you talk about slavery or when you talk about the Holocaust, because he thinks it's all part of a guilt trip that's engineered by Jews to influence Western governments to feel bad so they can let immigrants in and destroy their own countries from within. That's actually what he believes. Like, what, start to finish, he believes that.
Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who am I losing to?
white people,
Who
these
am I
poor
losing
old
to?
white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics.
You know what's interesting about that plan, though, is that it's surprising. And this is why these European ideas, they always make their way. A surprise, like there are Maronites who believe that as well, like in Lebanon. You know, like there are Maronites in Lebanon who believe that that Israel is what orchestrated the Syrian civil war and to force Syrians to go to Lebanon to weaken the Christian demographic in Lebanon. That's like a whole. It's a very, very extreme right position. Or not even, because their left and right is very different to ours, but yeah, it's a very extreme position, but it is there.
Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later, but...
Bass? Pretty bass. Fuck me, man. It's just me playing the world's smallest violin for the woman, for the chubby fat man. I mean, that's just the latent homosexuality, though, right? Like, he's like, because Fuentes is like kind of gay. Okay.
But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things.
He needs to wait until he's safe, right? Until he can take so he can bunker up in the Obersalzberg and have loads of security guards while he runs his retarded fucking fascist regime that's going to get destroyed after it tries to take over the world. Rip. Let's hope we don't get to that, eh? General Grievous, thanks for the $2. The Austrian painter would consider Fuentes impure. Yeah, well, to be fair, if you look at the Nazi top brass, like, really none of them look like Aryans, did they? They could have at least had one dude up there who looked like an Aryan, but like fucking Himmler, Goebbels, Hitler, Goering, big fat fucking Goering. None of them looked like the ideal Aryan. But yes, Fuentes would have been rather impure. The real question Pierce should ask Nick is if he honestly thinks Ukrainian women are more afraid of black men or Russian men killing them. Ooh. No, but you understand that people like Fuentes, they only care about that one Ukrainian woman who was killed by a black person. It's very sincere. You know, they care a lot about Ukrainian suffering. This guy who supported Putin, by the way, this guy supported Putin, the special military operation. He supported that. Barbas, thanks for $5. Nick has clearly never taken the Brosnan pill. Clearly the true path forward is the path of the architect. I don't know what that means. Reinhard Heydrich. What, of looking like an Aryan? I guess he did. Yeah. General Grievous, thanks for $5. The real question Pierce should ask Nick is if he honestly... Oh, no, I just did that one. What a retard. I need to do a few of these. You guys have been quite generous today. Stikaz Norsk, thanks for the 50 Norwegian. And for the 100 Norwegian. Armenians were fully granted something in the Ottoman Empire, exactly like some minorities in China. You mean equality, citizenship? I don't know. Fumbongo, thanks for $5. Nice debate today. Cool. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. America has always been at war with Venezuela. True. Wow. Can't get around it. Raven, thanks for the $5. We've always treated people who traffic drugs as military targets. Always. Always. Shipwrecked has always meant that you crashed into a reef. Loner, your loud whoa response scared my dog. Reparations now. Okay. Did you see Nuremberg? I have not seen it yet, no.
It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I have no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's always
you're an expert in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the
start. God, like making like even like any like these like sexual people who do this sexual fucking attacking like online like that. Fuck me, man. Like attacking someone's like, oh God.
Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This
you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So
let
we are going back to
another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women
Let's do another one.
want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like,
whoa,
that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics
But that's what
say.
you believe,
They have
is it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there is a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
Triggered.
They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not passionate.
passionate about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to
I
you?
do wonder if this is just like this is like an incel debate thing where this would work. Fuentes sounds like he sees himself as like, again, like the Hitler thing. Like, I'm too married to the country to get married to a woman. Like that kind of shit. I don't know.
Made you so hateful towards women. I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting
doing better in education than men are. I don't know what.
Little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. There's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess.
Well, come on. Let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was
you're a two-pin din plug, you're a shrub rocketeer. You're a bilge racket.
In a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old.
You're a bog walloper.
Most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised.
You're a bush dodger.
No longer have physical relationships
with
women if they've
Tell
ever
me he's a
had
bush
them.
dodger.
Never associate with women and build up
You're a slot badger.
instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No. See, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
Mean nothing to me. Well,
you gave yourself,
can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't
the thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself a label.
Okay.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up.
That was a little bit forced.
I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
you
man.
Didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant. You
did
admit you're a racist. And you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. and you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole,
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have,
like a weird...
I'm not saying you
Yeah, go
have to
ahead.
care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
Wow.
Christmas is peak time for online shopping sprees, but that also means it's peak time for hackers and data brokers who steal your information online. The solution is very simple. Use ExpressVPN to shut them down. Top-tier encryption keeps your activity hidden, even on dodgy public Wi-Fi, which is perfect for holiday travel.
If I want to watch the rest, I feel like I'm just getting so fucking irritated by this conversation. But I'm happy that Pierce gets to feel like he did his dress down and Fuentes got to do his fucking propaganda cycle, so whatever. How the interview went, Trump losing 2020. Dead inside. It's been streaming for 8.5 hours, man. It's been a while. Please continue. Well, fucking fill the super chat goal. You think I'm working overtime now? Don't people get paid more when they work overtime? Isn't that how that works? Am I not working class? Should we not end capitalism? Is that why we're here? Why? What the fuck is this person to me? What?
Of like, did it? Oh, true story. I don't know if I should tell you this or not. So I'm in the middle, right? And I see them.
I know nothing about this man, nor do I care. What a crock of shit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll probably just do a fucking slop to close out, to be honest. That's what I'm feeling. We have like 2 examples, maybe. Anyway, 1 minute. Playing like even like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
You got this. David, shut up. Now, someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was.
I need my sundown. I need my sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus,
Listen,
that's clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Arab?
Ask me yourself.
No,
you
racist.
Whoa, Albie, you're so fucking racist.
It broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely.
So it is because he's Arab. Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an Arab with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Hey. Ugh. No, I don't want to do the fucking Hillary TikTok Vosh shit. That's just so many names that I don't care about. Leave me alone. What I do care about, though. Wait, what? Fucking what? How does Fuentes, sorry, not Fuentes, Diorio. Why does he always have fucking drama updates? How do you stay on top of it? Hillary Vosh TikTok. Yeah, a good one. Where's the thing? Streamer Awards. I don't. What the fuck happened at Streamer Awards? All I remember seeing was a bunch of fucking chat logs from Hassan's community being really angry about or annoyed about what was going on, but I don't know what was happening. I think they said something about like a roast or someone was doing like a dumb speech. I don't know. Not interesting to me though. Apart from this bit though, hang on. It was a mess. Maybe I will watch it one day if I want to have a chill slop day. QT made a Kaya joke. Oh, really? Maybe I do want to see that. Maybe. You haven't seen a non-cringe clip from it yet. Let's have a look at some of these. Why not? Slav o'clock! First of all, in the name of fairness, we have to call out failures on both sides. Both sides. I'm at a Chinese point in my life. This is Hassan dressing up as Chairman Mao. Good memes. Good rage bait. Ethan responds, imagine if you're a descendant of one of the 60 million slaughtered by Mao, and you see this white American tankie worshipping one of the most prolific mass murderers of all time. Well, actually, I'll have you find Mr. Klein. The number of people who died in the Great Leap Forward, it's actually closer to about 36 million. You know, those 40, I think the higher estimate's like 45 million from academic people, but man, 60, I don't know where that's coming from. Really, did he murder an extra 15 million for political? I don't think it was ever that high. There was a few million, but not this 60 million. Nah. It's only 36 minimum. Also, it's not really murderous, you know. It's like Stalin was much more murderous than Mao. A lot of people don't know this. The number of people who died under Mao were different, was higher. But the number of people who died under Mao was higher because Mao was a retard. because the Great Leap Forward was such a bad policy. It wasn't like an intentional. It's not like he was trying to starve the peasants. It's just that he thought it'd be a good idea to kill the sparrows. You know? Intent. Genocidal intent. It's very important. Mens rea. You don't get a mens rea for the 60 million murders. You'd get it for the political disagreement people. You'd get it for them. You get it for the people who were dismissed as righteous and executed, which again was never quite the scale of like a Stalinist purge, but it was there. You'd get them on that. You're not going to get mens rea for the famine though, unfortunately. Just so you know, Mr. Klein, we care. The road to hell is paved with communists with good intentions. Good one. Hitler and Stalin were more murderous. 100%. Yeah, it's not even close. Sparrows lost the battle but won the war. That is a way to look at it, isn't it? Because the sparrows died and then they were like, you actually need us. Whoa, you really needed us. Whoops. I wonder if they take any kind of solace in that. Well, they can't because they're dead. Whoops. Why won't you fucking pay? Jesus. Stop. Put that there. For all of you who are inconsolably outraged by Hassan's suit, you may take your angry comments and direct them at this photo of Lin-Manuel Miranda at the cast of Hamilton, dressed up as the founders. Thank you and good night. This guy is actually insane, isn't he? This guy is like mentally ill. I don't really throw that one out lightly. This guy like thinks he's a fucking fact checker with a globe emoji. He is literally just a Hassan is awesome fucking dick suck. Like that's all he's just a dick writer. Like what the fuck is that? This guy's mental. This guy's clinically insane. He's not some fucking. I thought when I first saw this guy's fucking videos and his tweets, I thought he was like some fucking 17-year-old just like figuring his way out in the world. No, this guy's in his 30s, man. This guy's cooked. He is eternally gaped in the brain. He has no fucking chance. This guy should stay on Twitter and harass people for the rest of his life because literally there's nothing else. You think this guy's going to go out in the real world
your
and
channel was banned from the server.
You think this guy's going to go out in the real world and fucking make his way? Fuck no. Stay at home. Stay on Twitter, please. Make more videos and tweets about me. That's all you've got. It's all you've got. Anyway, what? Hi, Spider.
This info tracker?
Yeah.
He's 30?
He's 30 something, yeah. Yeah, he's cooked, man. He is eternally shagged.
Blocked me on Twitter because, like, I kind of confused him with the History Speaks because when you spoke to History Speaks with the debate, he was like flexing that like, oh, I cook Lorna box in the Hassan Discord, and like everyone in the Hassan Discord was like, you're kind of cringe, you're like a nerd. So
Yeah, that
and
was
then I
History
confused
Speaks.
it
That
with-
wasn't him. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your thoughts
They
on
do-
like the whole You good?
No, go on.
Oh, what's your thoughts on the whole like Hassan where the whole Chinese fit?
It's just cringe. Like he's cringe. He's a LARP. Like I mean, I think maybe he was trying to go in for a rage bait, but it's still fucking stupid. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he would never make that
something-
excuse for anyone else. Like again, and given that like you're not going to find a leader in entire Israeli history who was as bad as Mao, but if you did any fucking cosplay of them, then you'd be in trouble. You know. I don't know. Maybe I should do a
like-
stream dressed as an IDF soldier, and he would get outraged. He'd be so mad. It
you
wouldn't
probably
even
dress
matter
as
if I did it
a-
for a joke.
Yeah, he would fucking tweak the fuck out. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, what's your thoughts on the whole streamer awards in general?
I didn't watch it. I don't watch. Why would I watch the streamer awards?
Aren't you like old, bro? Like, isn't like an older, isn't like a boomer old shit thing? Don't boomers watch that?
What? No. What? The Oscars for streamers?
All right, don't boomers watch like the Oscars and like Kim Kardashian and like the whole streamer award bullshit? Or that's
Streamer
like a Gen
awards is
Z
for streaming's obviously different from the people who go to the Oscars. What?
shit. Damn, I forgot.
Gosh, I
Crazy,
had no
crazy.
idea.
Crazy chat, crazy chat.
Crazy chat.
Apparently, so there's like a bunch of clips because I see Dan Solomon tweaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
When the lady made a Hassan joke, he was like fucking like tweaking out. Dan Solomon, if you're watching right now, you're tweaking out, little bro.
Oh, is that
So
why people were
basi-
mad in the chat? Because they were like, "Oh, this is cringe." They think it's like a roast.
So kind of, not really.
What
So-
did she
but-
say?
so
What did she? I
remember-
can't see the clip. I don't know what people are talking about.
Oh, I'm gonna get to, or I'll get some close.
I can see this. Okay, this is about Dan Clancy. Okay, well,
Not so.
hang on.
so,
I'm gonna share screen and we're gonna watch this so you don't talk over the clip. Okay.
All right.
The clip, dude. Oh, shut up. All right, good.
Dan Clancy is here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really nice because I kind of see Dan as a father figure. And just like my real dad, he spends way too much time online hitting on my friends.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Try to get the other close.
Good one. Good one.
Banger job.
I need 50 vine booms and the air horns.
Don't you don't got the vine boom and the soundboard?
No. I need to get an actual stream deck to do it properly, like a stream
But you got,
thing.
did you have a stream deck or you gotta buy another
No.
one?
I don't have one. I want one that I can
Do I
just
have
press
a
the
str-
button. I need an analog hands-on. There's not analog. I need a hands-on one. with
Boy, so
buttons.
like you want like a stream deck with the buttons on
I want
right?
a tactile machine. Yeah, a good one. One that just has like maybe one where I can like surely there's one where you can like switch banks where you can get more than like 16 or 32 or whatever sound bites.
I mean, I guess probably like, how much is it? Let me see. Stream.
Also, Dan might appear in chat now to give us the clips because we've started speaking about Clancy and Hassan.
All right, if you say Dan Solomon 3 times, he might pull up.
No, don't say
maybe,
Dan
I don't fucking know.
Saltman. You have to say Hassan. That's what you have to say to get him in.
Yo, we're talking about Hassan, Mr. Dan Solomon. Please, wallahi. Please be summoned, please. Nah, Dan Solomon, he was fucking tweaking out. Okay. He was tweaking out. Apparently, Fan made a joke about like a song. And then, made the clip so good.
I don't know where the clip is.
What was it?
Not do I don't even care that much. I need to go. If someone doesn't get it to me in like fucking 10 seconds, I'm boosting.
Wait, you could just do it tomorrow then, right? We stream tomorrow? We could just do it.
Yeah, but I don't think I want to do streamer awards tomorrow. I might just want to. I don't know what I want to do. I'm tired. Stream for nearly 9 hours.
Bro, there's
How
no
did that
slot
debate go for
available.
4 hours, man? What an unwatchable fuck that's going to be. Oh, God. I don't know what to do, though. People just want to keep yapping. I feel like an asshole when I interrupt. It's really annoying. Why do people yap so much? Fuck. So much yap.
Don't you yap about Israel Palestine 24/7?
Yeah, but not in a debate. In a debate, I mean, I try
but,
to
like-
stay on fucking topic. Like, Jesus.
So like, I feel
Or answer
like,
questions so
what
that
would
you
be
get asked
happening
8
right
fucking
now,
times. What?
I feel like I feel like if World War III happened right now, you'd be yapping about Israel Palestine, bro. I'm not gonna let you.
World War III would start in Israel Palestine.
No,
What?
bullshit. No. If War III happened between like Russia and NATO, you'd be like, oh yeah, Israel Palestine. Yeah, Hamas is pretty bad. Come on. I think your brain is so cooked. Your brain is embedded with IP slap.
What's
That's all we
interesting,
get
you
out
know?
of it.
I keep learning new things. You know, I learned about one of the I think maybe the top bomb maker for the Palestinians on during the 48 war was like trained by the SS. I didn't know that.
Who?
Let me find his name.
SS.
Oh yeah.
Was it a Palestinian group or Israeli group?
He was Palestinian. Yeah. He was.
'Cause I know both Palestinians and both Israelis like, yo, well, I'll say Jewish people. Okay, Jews and both the Arabs were like, yo, Hitler, like, can we collab, little bro? But
Oh, it might not be on my
that.
PC because it came from my laptop. It might not have synced to my Obsidian. That's why I was missing a few of these. Unless there's a different page that I'm looking for. His name was, what was it? Kutub. Oh yeah, Fawzi al-Kutub. And I think there's a Palestinian page that talks about him, actually. That's where I found the sourcing. Was it this one? No, it's not this one. That's a shit page. Where's the one that has... Oh, maybe it's got source here. No, not Arab Wikipedia. But where does that go to? There's a particular site that talks about it. Fuck.
Look it up.
Palestinian Encyclopedia. This is it. Why have it? Fuck. What's the Palestinian? It's like a pro-Palestine page that just commemorates all of the wankers. I don't know what. Like it just, and it has a bunch of like it's definitely. It uses a lot of like Arabic sources that don't even exist in English.
I think you're cooked.
I really can't. Oh, PalQuest, is that them? Is this it? Fuck. No, but maybe this is the same page that uses it. Fuck. Can't remember. No, not Al-Qassam. Is it Palestine Studies Institute? Is that it? Fuck. I didn't think this was it, but it might be. Oh, no, that's too short. That's not the right one. That's not even the right person. There's a different Fawzi. Let's see. Oh, maybe does history transfer from the laptop onto the PC? I think it does. Maybe it does. Where? Fuck, where is it?
I asked ChatGPT. It didn't really like specify like training, but it only said like Al Husseini like collaborated with Nazi Germany.
No, wait, it's not from. Why is the one page that I had the? Was it this one? It's not from All for Palestine. It's not from there. Dude, I'm so annoyed. There's like one there's one website that had everything I needed on this guy, and it was such an interesting story, and now I can't find it.
Robots talk to Dean Witters. Oh.
Would it be on my? I wonder if it's on my phone. No, I'm never gonna find it on my phone because it doesn't have the same find function. Shit.
It's just good.
Well, I can maybe find one thing about him that's a different source. It is here, I suppose.
Like, was he like
ChatGPT will not help with a question like that. What the fuck?
Nah, it didn't.
Oh, there's an archived version for this. Maybe was this the page that had it? Why is it not showing up in my history? Oh, it's this. Fuck you. It's here. Okay, good. This is it. And this is a these are from like, this isn't even from Zionists saying this. This is like from Palestinian sources. Yeah, he was a guy who was born in Damascus, actually. He was, so I guess he was Syrian born, but he was in Palestine. He migrated to Palestine, and he was in the Arab Revolt, and then he got kicked out of the country, but then he eventually went over, and they say here he left for Austria and met with Haj Amin al-Husseini. From there, he traveled to France, then to Beirut and Damascus in disguise, eventually reaching Jerusalem. There, he met with Abdel Qadir al-Husseini. Together, they trained young men in explosives and mines. Then, in collaboration with al-Husseini, he formed the Arab Demolition Brigade, was entrusted with its command. She was largely responsible for the attacks and demolition and destruction that took place in Jerusalem after the 47 partition resolution. Now, I think, yeah, he was sent to Germany, and he was broadcasting on an Arab radio station in Germany. Now, what would you be doing in 1941 in Germany, working at he was with the SS. Like, they don't tell you here, but he was in the SS. He was with the SS, yeah. And he made
Was it like
bombings were not really that prominent from the Palestinian side in the 48 war, but he did do a couple. And one of them was in Jerusalem, where they basically put a bunch of bombs into a few vehicles and put them near a building where they believed that the Palmach were staying, the Jewish strike force. But they were not in the buildings when the bombs went off. And I think like 58 people died, and most of them were civilians. Yeah. He's
you
like,
think
yeah, I didn't know
you
about
think
this
the
guy.
Palestinians would have like collaborated with like Nazi Germany, like what they had, like with that, since they beef with like Jews?
Some Palestinians went with the Allies actually, because the British were there and fought against the Nazis. But yeah, their leaders like al-Husseini and a few of them did actually join with the SS. Yeah, or like they helped the Nazis in one way or the other. But obviously, it depends on why though. Like, you don't want to be too, because like, I think there was like one of the first ever polls that was done in that region, like an opinion poll, showed that they seemed like most of them wanted the Axis to win. But whether that was because most of them wanted to fucking do a fucking Holocaust, or if it was because the Nazis were fighting against the British and the British were occupying them, it's not that simple. But yeah, there were a few people fighting who were just trained by the SS. Yeah,
Damn, that's crazy. Damn. Oh wait, people. Okay, the Jewish people inside chat.
Wait, when I say a few, I mean like a handful, like not many. Okay, but yes, they just existed. Yeah.
Because like, did the Jews collaborate with Nazi Germany? The what's the Ergun? I think they
No,
collaborated.
the Lehi tried to, but the Nazis were not interested. Yeah, the Lehi tried to get the Axis or to fucking invade Palestine to get the British out, and they thought that would help the Zionists get the land afterwards, I guess. But yeah, that did not really go anywhere.
You know what? Tomorrow, I'm gonna force you to do this shit. Okay, tomorrow. I know it's like fucking what, like 11 p.m. in fucking bumfuck Scotland, but like tomorrow, I'm gonna force you to do drama sub. Okay, and then we gotta say dance on. We gotta say Hassan 3 times, and then we're summon dance someone. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Good luck.
Okay. I'm a dip.
Bye.
Fuck you, chat. You're brain dead, and then Little Bucks is right.
All right. Where are we? That was very. What's this? Quinn. Is this the Aussie guy?
You know what I'm better. You know what I'm saying. We've been to places.
You keep it up, I'm gonna put a collar on you.
There it is. At least he's. I guess he's owning it. At least I think if he keeps doing that, eventually people are gonna be like, "Dude, this truck on me is cringe." Because someone keeps spamming it, guys. Like, he's gonna kill the meme eventually. That's my advice. What you need to do is you got to own the meme. It is what it is. It's not very funny, but that's the thing. That he's killing the meme. By him doing it, it's like your grandma on Facebook doing it, and you can like, dude, I don't really want to do the truck color meme anymore. It's how you kill the meme. That's how you kill him. I mean, he is like the animal abuser, right?
Wow.
Better. You know what I'm saying. We've been to places.
You keep it up, I'm gonna put a collar on you.
Oh no, he's trying to own it. He's trying to do the thing, the meme. You have to master that craft. That's a difficult one. That's a very difficult one. He'd rather be known for the collar than for terrorism. I don't know why we can't do both. I don't. Man, just don't support these fucking bastards. I don't know. God. That's what the Ottoman said. Whoa. You know what? At least the debate today was more stimulating than the fucking the last one that we had. We'll take that. What the fuck? All right, hang on. Links. What's this? Cutie started crying after streamers and viewers started to criticize her on the Streamer Awards. What?
Is that I never created this show with the sole purpose of handing out awards. So little boy up there, I hope you feel really good about yourself because this right here, this is a vehicle for togetherness. This is about building bridges, okay? That's what this is for. And if you're watching right now, maybe you're watching in a chat right now with your favorite streamer.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in a
That's
Discord
me.
call with some friends. Maybe you took the
Yeah, it's, you got. I'm your favorite streamer, guys. Go. Get on it. Fried and spam and chips. Thanks for the £5. I knew Pierce would be okay. He turns it on when he wants. Bonus meme, Glasgow kiss was first known as a Scouse kiss. Damn. Now who's plagiarizing? 3 days max, thanks for $5. Letting someone yap non-stop to be polite is fine, but a little bit more of sorry, that's not quite my tempo, is okay when they don't even try to answer. Fine. Whatever. Barabas, thanks for $5. Nick has clearly never taken the Brosnan pill. Clearly the true path forward is the path of the architect. Or I did that one. Okay. Need 2 more for the goal, guys. 2 more. You know what? Like, I think one good thing to do in these debates is, and again, that's why I'm kind of fine with this thing, because I think it spells something out very, very, it tells you so much about someone when they don't want to answer a question. Like, what is this job? If you're a streamer, what is this job? This job is yapping for a living. Like, you get to talk about the things that you care about. You get this one chance in life to tell a very large number of people. Like, imagine, it's not every day. It's not every point in history where a random dipshit can just go on the internet and find themselves with like a 500 or 1,000 or 200 or even 100 people who will just sit there and listen to them. You've got this opportunity. So if someone asks you a question, why the fuck don't you want to answer? It's just so weird. I don't understand. I don't get it. And I know that obviously because people are trying to sell something. People are propagandists or people have an agenda. They're trying to sell a worldview. And there are some questions, for every person who's like this, there are some questions that they just will never want to answer because they don't want to, because they get to a point where it's not just their opinions they want people to know. They want people to get like a political or an ideological message. So that's why with settlers, I was saying this to Mr. Kunzler as well. Nothing. If you want to go to a settler and just say you're a terrorist, you're a settler, you're a colonizer, you're like, they don't care. They've heard that a billion times. But when they try to sell the message to you and they say, well, we're here because if we weren't here, then there wouldn't be anything between the Hamas people and Tel Aviv. And, like we're here to defend Israel and to keep these communities in Palestine separated and apart so we can weaken them, so we can keep the Israelis, the Jews safe. We're putting it, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, Let's say that they offered peace for this land. Like, let's say they actually did, and you could read their minds and find that it was sincere. Would you give it up then? And then they'd never answer that question. They just fucking squirm and equivocate and fucking. Oh, but that's not the reality. They can't do it. It's impossible for them to do it because it fucks their entire justification. They're never going to want to tell someone who doesn't agree with them that no, if they wanted peace, we would still take it over by force because 3,000 years ago, that's Jewish land and also book. I was like, but they don't want to say that because it just makes them look ridiculous. So they won't answer the question. And I think it's the same thing. Like I did have a list because as far as preparing for this, like I thought the best thing to do would just be a little bit of brushing up on factual stuff, but mostly just like there are a few questions I think that a lot of the like the Western, like Marxist, Leninist, whatever the fuck, pro-Palestine people, like they don't have good answers to. And that's no surprise that they won't want to answer them. So for example, like if you ask them, like, do you think that the Hamas and the Axis strategy is a success or a failure? Like, that's a difficult bullet to bite to say it was a success because it's resulted in more people talking about the issue, right? Really. And the cost was what exactly? Remembering that obviously the Axis, like they expect Israel to behave in the way that they do in terms of proportionality. So that's like one that I just think they don't have a good answer to. Or I don't think they have a good answer to what solution the Zionists should have pursued before the 48 war. Because that answer of just live just accept being a minority in the region when as soon as the state comes into being, like you're going to have to basically take your chances with people like Al Husseini, or even with his cousin, or even with some figures in the opposition who were not very kindly towards Jews in general, let alone with Zionists. So there's not a good answer to that either. There's also not a good answer to why Arafat didn't counteroffer. People will always just try to invent reasons for him, which is really annoying. Or like get him to acknowledge, like, how do you convince, like, neither side wants to share the country, but why, like, how do you expect them to start doing it? Like there's a few questions there that I just think there are no good answers to, and I didn't get any. And that's probably why it took so long to, but that was like my overall strategy, I guess, like, and that was just to bear those questions in mind, because I had a pretty good feeling that I wasn't going to get them directly answered, and I didn't. So shit. Fuck. Dwayne, thanks for the $5, and Tempest Gray, thank you so much. Thanks for filling the goal, you guys. You're very kind and cute and wholesome and a crock of shit. All of ye is people commenting on these stupid fucking streamer awards that I haven't even seen.
And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier.
Oh, well, do you know who the greatest deporter in chief was, actually? You say 300,000. Well, who deported more people than that? Oh, it was Obama. Okay, fuck. I can't do it. I can't do these two. Fuck. One more slop and then we're going. Fuck it.
Is that a vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Is that a threat or like a? What was that? Could you explain your inspiration for your outfit tonight? It looks familiar for some reason to me. Hammer's over there.
Why would it be familiar to you? I don't understand.
Because she Oh God. I don't know if she's Chinese, but she's obviously Asian. It's not like the Chinese are the only Asians who have opinions on Mao.
I mean, I got it in China, but yeah.
Maybe because I'm Chinese. Maybe that's why.
Oh, she is Chinese.
That
Oh no. Oh God. She's very Chinese. She's Chinese as fuck. What? No one cared. Listen, why would you ever make fun of Hassan? You know, because the IDF do bad things. What the fuck? What an awkward. Is there a context? I need a context. Do I need to watch the whole Streamer Awards now? Fuck. Maybe I do. Looks amazing. Looks like banger content. That's like the rawest entertainment. Shut up. Stop. Crock of shit. Hassan, that was weird, bro. It's funny seeing charismatic streamers outside their comfort zone trying to act like normal people. Yeah, they obviously don't really have the fucking Hollywood actor. They don't have the training. You're going to watch the Liz Truss pod. I'll watch one episode and it will be very painful. Probably watch one episode. And then I'll regret it for the rest of my life. When you can't ban chatters IRL. Shit. Okay. Well, you guys have been very kind today. Appreciate it. Oh wait, I don't actually know if hang on. Am I supposed to I did ask, but I don't know if I got an answer. I've been asked to go on Live and Learn, but I don't know if I'm going on today or next week. I didn't get an answer. Oh. If I get a surprise phone call. Hmm. Hmm. Drop in on Hutch and surprise them. Like, I can raid him. And just say, like, hey, answer my messages, retard. Baldy. Up, no, thanks to $5. One for the road box, baby. Thanks. You're gonna hang out with 3 dudes and a bald. Looks like I will, yeah. All right, get me out of here. I'm so hungry. Fuck off. Bye.